If you're listening, you're a member of the Road Gang because this is Road Gang Radio.
Saddle up. We're wasting sun.
It's Jimmy Mack. It's Lindsay Lawler. It's New Orleans. It's Nashville. A show about making a living. A show about making a life. It's the biggest...
Is that a fat joke?
And the best collection of voices in trucking, transportation, and travel. Not only in this world, but beyond.
We're looking at you, Zebulon 5.
Let's turn this sucker over.
Madison with a T, show 'em what you got.
Well, thank you, Claire. Good morning, beautiful people. It is Road Gang Radio, and I'm with your host, live from the Big Easy, Mr. Jimmy Mack.
Hey, leave your heart at iHeart. Have the audacity to listen on Odyssey. Yak it up on YouTube. Make some FaceTime on the Book of Face. Live on Live 365. Be a free-floating radical at RadioNemo.com or ponder the possibilities of it all afterwards on your favorite podcast platforms because this is Road Gang Radio. Forget the lies of Zebulon 5 with its bumbling bozo ruler, Dr. Philostratus, the proctologist of space trucking. Because this is the greatest live transpo show in the known universe. And all of it, by the way, is broadcast and recorded at the Fastport Studios at the historic Edgar Degas House in the city of New Orleans. Hop, skip, and a jump from the French Quarter. Hop, skip, and a jump from the third largest urban park in the United States. Not too far from the fairgrounds. A lot of trucks always parked out there. Big staging area for trucks. They're always bringing in not only ag in the form of horses, but also when they load in all the events that happen there on a regular basis, including the New Orleans Jazz Festival. We are, though, from the only house recognized in the United States as a home of a French impressionist painter. Macron came here, by the way. Yeah, President Macron, that guy actually showed up at this place. Pictures of him all over. Even if you didn't know, you'd know, because they got pictures of the guy all over the place, by the way. Speaking of the Fastport Studios, they're out there solving America's toughest recruiting and workforce challenges. They're doing it, by the way, through research, technology, and people. From registered apprenticeships to veteran readiness, you can learn more at fastport.com or nationalapprenticeship.org. Just like yesterday, we got another full show. Hopefully, we'll make it to the end because we'll take a real quick breather in between the end of this show and the beginning of the next edition of We Should Write. Morgan Miles is going to be joining Lindsay Lawler in a quickly growing show, a show that lots of folks out there, industry insiders, are making the reach out and saying, hey, I'd like to be on We Should Write. Well, Morgan Miles will be joining Lindsay. Was supposed to join Lindsay earlier, but it turned out that Morgan had a little bit of a scheduling conflict. In other words, had to do a mic check and a sound check the moment they arrived at their next concert. So they pushed back the schedule. Laura Tremaine graciously filled in and did the deed. By the way, that one is available, as are all of them, over on Spotify, iTunes, and every place you get your podcast. Lindsay will be joining us, of course, in the second 2 hours of the show, the part of the show where we actually get about the business of making a life. But the first part's always kind of focused on making that living. We're going to take a moment here to celebrate some national days. And this national day is brought to you by Truckdown, because the quickest way to the party is truckdown.com. Since 1997, truckers with maintenance issues have found service providers through Truckdown. And these days, they're serving 50 states and 8 provinces. Go to truckdown.com, and then you can celebrate skyscrapers. Yep. Skyscrapers are pretty commonplace in modern times. This is their day. Today is National Skyscraper Day. Skyscraper Day simply appreciates the architectural marvel that is a skyscraper and the feat of engineering that goes along with it. They grace our big cities. They define our skylines with mighty buildings that literally scrape the sky. But they've only been around for 130 years. The world's first skyscraper was completed in 1885 in Chicago, where else, and it only stood 138 feet tall. That's only 10 stories. It would not even be a skyscraper today. You got to be 40 stories to qualify to become a skyscraper. So for all of you guys who have to drive into New York City or Chicago, God bless you. Hope you keep up the good work. I know it can be quite a hassle, but that's kind of it. I hope you guys are having a great day. You can give us a call at 615-292-6366.
What's that spell?
Nemo. 615-292-NEMO. Nice lineup today. At 7:30 in the center, 8:30 in the east. Casuarina. CJ is how she's better known. CJ Smith, better known as Trucking with CJ, is an Australian road train driver. She's a content creator and an industry advocate. Currently, right now, she's taken a step back from full-time driving. She made a really good living at it. You can find her on Instagram, by the way, Trucking with CJ. We got a chance to talk to her, Phone Master Dre and I, when she was over in New Zealand with her love. They were checking out the possibilities of working over there. The possibilities are endless. She's not looking for work. She's choosing work over there. But she's going to give you guys some great information on what it means to kind of truck in the outback. And then, of course, the Braz. Robert Braswell is going to be here with another edition of Tech Talk with TMC as that number begins to move past 1,000 steadily. All but assuredly. 8 o'clock, of course. Walter Briggs, who is the Director of Industry Partnerships at Torque Robotics, is dropping in with another lesson plan for Education Station. This is really cool. So, as I said, Lindsay shows up at 9. At 9:30, immediately after that, Stacey Huckabee. She's Dolly Parton's house photographer. By the way, she's photographed Pearl Jam as well and a number of other big-time celebrities. She's an internationally recognized photographer, writer, speaker, and a filmmaker. And she's going to be helping us make a life when she talks about her new book of photography. Really interesting to me because you guys have some sense of this out there. She's actually tracking with her new photographs the gentrification of her neighborhood. And, you know, we actually had a replay on Monday of our good friend Michelle Malsky and her father Larry, and he made a mention, as I did too, that there are two great ways to see how the economy is doing and what the guts of the country look like. When I say the guts, I mean, you know, the back scene. What's getting loaded in, what's getting loaded out, what's coming in, what's going out, what's shipping, what is not shipping, where the action is. And the only two best places to do it, trucking and railroads, by the way. You can also see it when neighborhoods that were kind of sketchy or broken down or maybe had some charm are slowly beginning to change because all those urban pioneers have kind of cleared out the brush, and now the rich people have arrived and decided that they want a Starbucks. Oh, joy. Stacey will be here at 9:30. We'll talk about that and much, much more, along with what it's like to be the house photographer for the good and the great Dolly Parton. Visit cripplecreek.com is where you want to go to find out more about the Outlaws and Lawmen Jail Museum. That's right. We'll be joined at 9:30 by Michelle Roselle. Sorry about that. We'll be joined at 10:30 by Michelle Roselle for about 15 minutes. She's in charge of heritage tourism over in Cripple Creek. And then finally, as I told you, Lindsay's got a new episode of We Should Write at noon where she welcomes Morgan Miles. And don't forget, when it's all over with, you can find all of this stuff on the places you get your podcast. Replays on YouTube. Don't forget Nemo's Night Beat, which we'll be recording tomorrow over here in the studios, the Fastport studios. Our good friend Madison with a T is taking over for Dre this morning. He's going to be out the next couple of days. One of the great things about actually having a second producer for the first time in forever is that it means while Dre remains one of the hardest working people in show business, he at least gets to take a moment, go to a family wedding, drop off the car, you know.
Take off his birthday.
You know, take off for his birthday.
Should we sing for him?
No. No, he didn't come in. You know, decided to be like all dictators and give himself off on his birthday. That's a dictator thing. You know that, right? Man, it's like Ross Perot did that. Give all of his employees off on his birthday. What a tool bag. Really? I mean, think about that. We're going to work Christmas, but we're getting off for my birthday. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, that's not true. Okay. In the wake of the August 29th federal court appeals ruling that struck down most of his tariffs, President Trump told reporters that the U.S. would appeal to the high court for relief as soon as September 3rd because it would be a devastation for our country if the appeal court ruling was left in play. The whole enchilada is at stake. The federal appeals court understood the severity of what they had done by leaving the tariffs in place until the Supreme Court can rule on this. Normally, I would tell you the prospects for the president look pretty good, but given the rumblings from Roberts about what he believes to be presidential overreach, this is now a pick-em situation. Like I said, that's not a judgment on either the Chief Justice or the President of the United States. I'm just telling you, reading the tea leaves, this could go either way and would change the fabric of what has been happening over the last couple of months in the blink of an eye. So we'll keep a really close eye on that. Among other things we might have time to talk about this morning, along with your calls, are there's a loophole the size of Texas when it comes to English proficiency in the state of Texas, and may explain part of what's going on there. For all the blaming of our very brave folks at the border and for the leakage that is coming across the border, the problem might in fact be in, well, they say, what is it? The fault lies not in our stars, but in ourselves. The fault might lie in a big way with the Lone Star. We'll be talking about that in just a little bit. Data or delusion on truck parking is another thing we might be kind of digging into. You're not going to believe this. Man, this set OOIDA off like there was no tomorrow. Tyson Fisher actually opens up his latest column by saying, it's insane to say this. It's insane to have to repeat this, that there is a truck parking crisis, because the truck parking club says there's not one. Now, maybe they're out there trying to get their bona fides established, make a splash, make some news, make some waves, let their investors know they're on top of things. But man, I talked to some folks on the inside who are infuriated with these guys, because it's the first real voice saying there's no truck parking crisis. And before you say out there that there's no truck parking crisis, do not confuse your meticulous planning with there not being a truck parking crisis. Yes, God bless you, Billy Joe Big Rig. You're out there making everything happen all the time because you're 17 years ahead in your truck driving planning. I got it. But there's a truck parking crisis. We'll dig into Tyson's story in a little bit. And also, Louisiana, Mississippi, and Arkansas are teaming up for roadside inspections. Those are some of the things we'll be looking at today on Road Gang Radio. As I said, the best transpo show in the known universe. That's right. That's right, guys. So give us a call, drop on in, let's keep the conversation going. I want to talk about this truck parking thing, though, man, because this is just crazy. All right, so Tyson Fisher, friend of the show, writes, his lead is, it's insane that the following sentence needs to be said, but here we are. There is absolutely a truck parking shortage. There are a few things that industry stakeholders agree on, but a nationwide truck parking crisis is one of them. Truck drivers, carriers of all sizes, brokers, government transportation officials, and safety advocates understand this universal truth. Dude, when the safety advocates are on the same side as the trucking industry, man, you know there's a problem. So what's the problem? So here's the Truck Parking Club's tweet, because it is, nobody says here's their X. I guess maybe we could call it Marks. Marks the spot. When you post on X, we could call it a Marks a spot. There's no truck parking shortage. That's our biggest takeaway from the comprehensive truck parking study we commissioned transportation economist Noel Perry to conduct. Here's what everyone sees. 2.4 million trucks need daily parking, but only 697,000 spaces, blah, 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 blah. There is no truck parking shortage. Truck Parking Club recently released that study that looked into how the parking situation is impacting truckers. The study makes, let's call them bold claims, including suggesting that the insufficient parking infrastructure is costing the U.S. economy $100 billion a year. However, the wildest claim by Truck Parking Club is that there's no truck parking shortage. That is backed up with questionable at best data, the flimsiest logic that requires Olympic-level mental gymnastics. I think Tyson's a little PO'd. On top of that, the study reinforces the business model of the company that commissioned it. Borrowing from Truck Parking Club's press release, the numbers don't add up. The study states that there are 2.4 million trucks that need a parking space for the required 10-hour break. However, there are only 697,000 official parking spaces, creating a 1.7 million space deficit. Sounds like a truck parking shortage so far, but then this is what the study claims. There are at least 23.4 million legal parking spaces in the contiguous states. That is 72% more than normal daily demand and more than 25% past peak demand. They are literally claiming that there are millions of truck parking spaces, and Tyson's saying they're not. Like I said, you're out there, you see it. Maybe you don't see a truck parking crisis because you are Billy Bob Big Rig. Maybe you've got your reservation. Maybe you pay for your parking. Maybe you've worked out a deal. You might be the exception that actually makes the rule. We'll talk about this and much, much more if you want to give us a ring. Lots to dig into. Trucking with CJ coming up at the bottom of the half an hour. Then the Braz will be with us. Lots of groovy stuff headed your way. Another edition with Torque. Well, Torque is not the always recurring segment, but Torque is going to be here for another recurring edition of Education Station. And then Lindsay LaRue drops in here. I'll be telling people hello on the other side of this, but in the meantime, take a deep breath. Madison with a T, break us away.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets rocked away, the bombs bursting in air gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Let's get a cup of Java with Pastor John, brought to you by the Bennett family of companies.
It's Wednesday, 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 Wednesday. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Just wanted to let you know that God is faithful. In Isaiah chapter 40, verse 31, it says, "But they who wait on the Lord shall renew their strength. They shall mount up with the wings like eagles. They shall run and not be weary. They shall walk and not faint." Isaiah was having a conversation with God, and he was getting frustrated. And God basically gave him a boost of encouragement. And he told him, he said, "Isaiah, I just want you to remember things from the perspective up here. I have all the strength that you need." And once Isaiah understood that, he said, "You know what? I can get a second wind." When I played football, we used to play, and especially in the fourth quarter, the first thing the coach would tell us is, you need to dig deep down inside and get that second wind. What he was telling us, it's in there. You have the ability to sustain. You have the ability to go through whatever it is we're finna go through in this fourth quarter. But you're going to need everything on the inside of you to pull it off. And that's what God is telling Isaiah. It's in there. All you got to do is dig down deep in there and pull it out. And I promise you, you'll be able to win and you won't be weary. So my brothers and sisters, whatever you're going through, whatever life challenges have been thrown your way, remember, you can mount up with wings and you can fly like an eagle. God bless you, my brothers and sisters, and be safe in your journey.
Let's wake up and get our day started with a cup of Java with Pastor John, brought to you by the Bennett family of companies.
Jimmy, are you ready to fly like an eagle today?
I'm ready for the fourth quarter, that's for sure. By the way, if you ever met or seen Pastor John, many of you have. He is basically the in-house pastor for our friends over at Bennett. When he says, when I played football, I didn't go, "You played football?" I went, "Oh, no, that human being played football." 615-292-6366. That's 615-292-6366. Nemo.
Nemo.
Hey guys, our good friend Trucker Bosun writes 2.4 million trucks seems a bit conservative. I would tend to agree. Star drivers out there, we know who that is. Hey, Showtime. Another CDL fraud scam now out of Louisiana. That is, in fact, something we're going to be looking into and taking a breath on. BB the King is out there saying good morning, everyone. Hashtag RGR. And Joe J, by the way, says definitely a truck parking crisis, especially in the East. You know, it's one of those crazy things, too, that, and you know, Tyson gets into this as well, but the idea that it's like, yeah, I mean, there's enough parking spaces all over the country to put every single truck in, not where you need them. I mean, the point is not just about having spaces to put trucks in. If you've got wide open spaces over in Montana or Wyoming, big deal. If you have a parking crisis in the East, I'm not sure how that helps. You remember that commercial, that's not how this works? That's not how any of this works. That's kind of what's unfolding here. According to the study, 4 million entities provided those 23.4 million truck parking spaces. These spaces, these include spaces at carrier and shipper facilities, diners and store commercial operations, Walmart stores. Where do those numbers come from? Transport Futures Trucking and Parking Models. What is Transport Futures? It's the researchers' heavy freight consulting firm. Although the paper gives an overview of those models, it does not provide, this is so crucial, man, a transparent methodology. That's what our friends at Atri do, man. I'm telling you right now, if you're cherry picking your facts to fit your situation, that's not research, man. That's cooking the books. Sorry, Charlie. Where to go to the phones? Who do I got on the phone?
You got two people waiting for you. You got Diver Driver from Dallas and Showtime in Wisconsin.
Well, we'll get to Diver Driver first. What is the good word? My friend, dive in with the drivers.
Is Bub. There's plenty of parking. I mean, plenty of off ramps, plenty of places you shouldn't park, but you do. So there's plenty of spots.
Yeah, I mean, and all you have to do is just download the Truck Parking Club app. I mean, they'll tell you where they are and they'll charge you, and it'll be just great and fine. Truck Parking Club.
And nobody drives after 5:00 in the afternoon, whatever the local time is, right? I mean, come on.
Yeah, I mean,
it's all a bunch of nothing.
I mean, it's basically we're now in Dangerfield country from back to school. Oh, you left out a lot of things. I mean, look, and I know some of those guys, and they seem to be nice fellas and all, and I realize that part of this is about attracting investors. I mean, this is the one place, I've always asked the question, when this topic comes up, who's opposed to this? And it turns out that not even the truck stops are opposed to this, because, they would like to avoid a lot of the chaos that happens at some of the truck stops. They would like to avoid the bad feelings, the nasty exchanges, people parking on fuel islands. I mean, the whole drill, right? Yeah. This is the first voice that has been like, there's no, when I tell you, I spoke to somebody really high up in OIDA, he about had a conniption fit when this came out. He he had that moment, you know how you have people who you disagree with, but you love them and you keep on being their friend. And then at some point they do something or say something that ceases to be counterparty. Like, look, if I'm a union guy and you work in management, it's quite possible for us to be friends. We're just out there negotiating, right? But if you're in management and you tell me, I think all unions should be banned, that becomes kind of a non-starter.
Yeah.
This is one of those, or in the reverse, I think that the union should own the means of production. At that point, management might say, we're not friends anymore. This is one of those, I don't want to have friends in the industry moment. You know what I'm saying? It's like, we would like to lobby against more parking provided by the states. This whole thing going on in Ohio, this is incredibly stupid. You should just make
What a waste of taxpayer money.
Yeah, what a waste of taxpayer money when you could let us buy up that land and we could actually charge people. You're wasting taxpayer money. What they're basically saying is you're wasting money that could possibly be used to profit us. I mean, come on. I mean, really. I don't know. How's your day? How's your day going?
So far, so good. On my way back to Louisiana and then going home. So Today was my bonus day, so yeah, got a nice little chunk of change coming.
Nice. Our good friend Dre today's his birthday, by the way. So let's just say happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, debonair hippie.
Happy birthday to you. You look like a monkey and you smell like one too. Neither one of those things is true, by the way. He is a debonair hippie though. He's one of those sick hippies. He probably was like if Dre had been born earlier, he would probably have been like a big supporter of Jake the Snake Roberts in Mid-South Wrestling. He strikes me as that kind of guy. Hey, go ahead.
Real quick. You know who does not have a parking problem? Our mutual friend, Super Duper Scott Cooper.
No, he does not. He does not have a parking problem. I'm not sure why he doesn't, but I'm inclined to agree with you. He's got it going on. He's got it going. Yeah. You got his name in there, Jerry. You got his name in there. I'm really proud of you.
I had to give my buddy a shout out.
I'm really proud of him. Let me get to showtime, man. It's great to hear your voice, and I hope I see you sooner rather than later, all right?
All right, man. Take care. Have a good day.
Thank you, JB.
You also have a Pack Rat waiting for you as well.
Let me get a little showtime in here, and then we'll jump over to Pack Rat. What's going on? Showtime.
Good morning, sir. How are you?
I'm fine. There's no parking crisis. I don't know what people are talking about.
I mean, like when I pulled into Clayton, Indiana a week ago, and there was like 6 parking spots taken up by tree trimming trucks that parked there, raised their booms clear up, and then they all left. Yeah, there's not a parking problem.
No problem whatsoever. And by the way, that's why Indiana is spending $37 more million. They just announced in a press release they're spending $37 more million to basically make up for a non-existent parking problem. What a waste of taxpayers' money!
Right.
Disgraceful.
Well, they could take a couple million and fix some of the roads between Indy and the Ohio state line.
Yeah, but my worry about that is that people would be confused and wonder if they actually were there. You know, there are places, I got to tell you, they fixed a road the other day. I swear to God, I had this moment of like, wait, am I in the right place? I am not kidding. And it occurred to me, I said, there are some roads that if you fix them, people would get lost. Where's my pothole?
Well, on that section of road, they go out and they work to install more bumps instead of take them out. That's Indiana DOT.
Hey, so we're the institutional bump installers. You got a problem with that? You know what I'm saying? I mean,
exactly.
But I'm telling you. Go ahead. Go.
I also saw that I posted up. I just saw that story last night on the CDL fraud down in Louisiana.
Yeah, and it's crazy. There are a couple of loopholes both in this state and in Texas, by the way. The English proficiency loophole in Texas is a massive problem. And in all fairness, I don't think anybody even realized it was there. I'm telling you, man, I always tell people before passing a law, maybe you should check to see if one already exists on the books. And sometimes the best reform is not passing a new law. It's simply saying, well, why is it this way? Is there a law that makes it this way? Maybe we should get rid of that particular law. That's just a crazy idea.
Yeah.
What did you go ahead about the CDL stuff, though.
Well, the other thing is it's third-party testing. I keep saying they need to get rid of third-party testing across the federal level, period. It's done at the state, and that's it. Because this is a perfect example of third-party testing, saying these people are legal, going through the whole thing, and that's how they're getting the CDLs. And they're just paying to play. I saw a deal out of Oregon, same thing out of Washington. As long as the school gets their money, you get a CDL. Doesn't matter if you're qualified or not. Because then they go to the state and go, yep, they're qualified. State hands them a CDL.
Let me. I gotta get the pack right here. But let me just tell you something. You ever sat down and thought that, like, had this thought occur to your head? If I was a dirtbag, I could make a lot of money. You ever had that thought?
Yeah. And the head of this ring that was a I won't say his name, but ran a restaurant. But he figured out how to scam this, and he's running a restaurant.
I got to tell you,
in the article.
Dave and I had a long talk one night about the rackets that we both could have run if we had one more inch of, like, I don't want to say mischief, genuine malice in our hearts. Let me get to Pack right here, wrap up this half hour. Showtime, thank you very much, sir. Love you. It's great to hear from you.
All right, you have a good day.
You too, sir. Let's get the rat of Pack in here, then we'll take a really quick break. How long is that CJ interview, by the way?
It is 26 minutes.
Okay, we can get this done. All right, Pack Rat, wrap it up. What we got? Tell me what you got going on in your brain.
Oh, no.
We lost him?
Yeah.
Well, then we can get out of here. Do me a favor, hit that music for me.
Sorry, Pack Rat.
Love you. You can call back during the Lindsay section. She'll be here. Oh, listen to that, man. Go to truckdown.com. That groovy Dr. John feel means you're still in the city of New Orleans. Nashville Sleazy, has not yet quite arrived. I have a name for it. It should be called 70s Sleazy. That's the sleazy she's going for, the 70s. Or what people in their 70s are like. Sleazy.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
The Joshua Chamberlain Society is unlike any other veterans organization. It's truly a family, and I know that firsthand from working with them myself. Their mission is to make wounded veterans and families of deceased veterans feel the support and appreciation of their community for life. Our veterans' injuries are permanent, and so is the JCS support. From monetary assistance like paying utility bills or college funds to helping our heroes find purpose, JCS is a family that surrounds and supports the heroes who have sacrificed so much. Learn more and make your donation at chamberlainsociety.org. That's chamberlainsociety.org.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jezraoui.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
Thought I'd take a minute here to tell you this was pre-recorded. Enjoy the interview, guys. Take it away. Madison with a T.
And we are back with more Road Gang Radio, live from the Fastport Studios in New Orleans. It's your host, Jimmy Mack.
It is your host, Jimmy Mack, and by the way, the gang goes everywhere. We got a lot of friends across the pond, across the great deep Pacific, everywhere, and everywhere you need to be is Road Gang Radio. Go to RadioNemo.com and check us out over there. All right, so CJ Smith, better known as Trucking with CJ, is an Australian road train driver. And yep, she knows Dean Croak. Content creator and industry advocate, she's driven some of the biggest trucks in the whole widest world across the remote outback, sharing the lifestyle, challenges, and beauty of life on the road with a growing global audience, but they do in fact glow when we say good morning to CJ. CJ Smith, welcome to Road Gang Radio. How are you?
I'm so good. Thanks for having me on.
Let's just kind of get started here. So let's talk about all your platforms. Let's talk about where we can find you and what it is you're up to, and we'll kind of go from there.
Sure thing. So I created my Instagram a couple years ago now called Trucking with CJ, and that's where I mainly post on there. And basically, I was just starting to post and share what I do at work because a lot of my friends just had no idea what I do when I go to work. And now I am trying to focus more on YouTube, making longer form videos, a bit more in-depth educational stuff. So yeah, mainly on Instagram, YouTube, but then on all the platforms just with the same name.
Guys, I would really tell you guys to head over to @truckingwithcj. That, of course, will hook you up on the tube of you. If you go to truckingwithcj, CJ.com, you'll find her over there. And, of course, on the gram of Instant, you'll find her at Trucking with CJ. And, by the way, after that, there is, in fact, a /. Okay. Now let's talk about the fact that so many people often take off as a social media influencer, not by accident, but by simply saying, there's something I want to do, I have a passion about, I want my friends to know, as you said. Talk about what you did before you actually started posting. Talk about your love of trucking and how it is you came to fall in love with trucks, whether it was while you were behind the wheel or even before that when you decided to get behind the wheel.
Yeah, so I grew up on an orchard. So my family grew fruit like apples, pears, cherries, and we obviously had an old Bedford that would take our apples to the market and things like that. So that's kind of where I grew up with. And then my dad on our off season would go and cut potatoes for other farmers, and then go to convoys and stuff like that. But all I wanted to do when I was in high school was actually race motocross. So straight out of school, I went into motorbike riding, then found myself in a corporate career. But then in my mid-20s, my sister actually encouraged me to go trucking with her and my dad, and I just went into concrete mixers, like, you know, where you put the concrete in the back, it spins around in a bowl. That's how was my first full-time job in the industry. And then just had progressed my way up through the different classes and licenses and different types of trucking from there. And yeah, now find myself being able to haul some of the biggest story trains around Australia.
So this is kind of an interesting way to kind of end up there. It wasn't like you were thrown behind the biggest thing you possibly could imagine from the get-go. You actually worked your way up there. And in many ways, a lot of the American truck drivers who are listening this morning are going to completely get where you're coming from, because many of them either went through the military or, in your case, started on a farm. So you fall deeply in love with the industry. You love doing what you do. You get to handle these incredibly big rigs. And you have friends, right, who are basically like, CJ, what exactly is it do you do? So talk about how you started creating content.
Yeah, I was driving fuel tankers at the time and was really proud of where I got to, because I was, you know, got the biggest license and doing dangerous goods. And I actually went to HR because in the past, across the industry, normally it's a blanket rule. You're not allowed to film at work, you know, it's a liability and stuff like that. And I was getting really upset because I was like, how are we meant to get more people in the industry if they don't really know what it takes to do it? So yeah, I went to the human resources. I don't know if that's a thing in America, but and just said, hey, I have this idea. Do you support it? Can I just go ahead and post? And if you don't like anything, I'll take it down. And that was my foot in the door to start posting. I never in my wildest dreams imagined that it would take off how it did. I remember getting 900 followers and being like, wow, 900 people care about trucks, how cool. And now we are where we are. But yeah, it was just more so just to spread awareness, really.
Two quick things, by the way, make you feel better, show you that we're actually two countries who actually occasionally have a common language. Motocross over here is called motocross. That'll make you feel good. And then number two, oh my God, we invented the concept of human resources, and I have been regretting it ever since the first offices were ever set up, by the way. I think it's a highfalutin version of we're going to merge payroll with the legal department. But I understand and I get it. Okay, so you get 900 followers in the blink of an eye. There it is. It happens. But at some point, you start to get some real followers, and people who aren't just your friends and aren't just people interested in trucking start jumping on board. How quick at that point does it become a matter of, okay, I got to start making stuff that's funny and fun and ridiculous and interesting and compelling and great content? So how do you continue to improve content once you get started?
I've never had that thought process. So I've never created content for anyone else other than myself. So it's kind of been just a video diary, really. And I make videos that I would want to watch. And if other people like it, then that's great. But I've never gone and done the dancing or the singing or the miming or anything like that, because it just doesn't fit well with me. I just post what I do, and if people like it, then that's great. But it wasn't until this year that I've actually had to step away from full-time truck driving, my health. Really. And also social media's allowed me that freedom to now be able to do that, because I want to share the industry more broadly. So now I can cherry pick trucking jobs that I want to do, like little projects and things like that. It wasn't until this year that, I noticed that I was working 87-hour weeks in the mines and doing content every other minute that I wasn't driving, and it just burnt me out. So just taking a minute for my health now.
By the way, congratulations on that. It's well-earned and well-deserved. I'll make you feel really good, by the way. My co-host, who actually joins me in the second half of the show, she has a show called We Should Write, right? She just recently had a guest on there, and one of the things, CJ, that was so cool that I ended up hearing was this woman has had a nice breakthrough in her music career. And the breakthrough came in because she stopped making music for anybody else but herself. she asked herself that magic question.
Mm.
What would I like to hear? What would make me happy? And that makes a big difference. And with that in mind, given the fact that I've watched a lot of this stuff, you're incredibly informative as well. I mean, it's not, like I said, it's not just a goofball, kind of thing. This is somebody who actually knows the industry in and out. Now, we have the advantage of having our good friend Dean Croak, who works for DAT out of Boston, but he's an Australian trucker. He's got a 2.5 million mile Grumpy Pete Peterbilt. So we know a lot of stuff about your industry, but you know what is going on right now. Can you kind of give our American listeners, all these truckers that are listening right now, can you kind of tell them what the world of trucking in Australia is like?
Yeah, it's we're having a real issue over in Australia where there's not enough young people and not enough skilled people coming into our industry. A lot of my really good mentors and the people I look up to are all retiring because it's coming to the end of their career, and there's not enough people learning from these people. So that's my biggest concern at the moment for the industry. But it is a very profitable, like as a driver, you can earn quite a good income. I've been able to explore most of Australia. And things like that. So it's been a good career for me. I'm actually going to a lot of conferences now that I didn't even know existed. As a truck driver, kind of in the seat, you don't know what's happening in the industry. And I know that there's a lot of stuff happening behind the scenes at an industry level where they're trying to make it a lot better for all of us. So I'm very excited for that. It's an ever-evolving industry, isn't it? And I think that's the same over there. But I know that over there it's run a lot differently, like a lot more owner-operators maybe over there and things like that. So I don't know too much about America, but in Australia it's doing okay. I know there's a lot of companies going bust at the moment, and I'm not too sure why. I think there's a bit of undercutting happening, but from a driver's perspective, it's going really well.
It's interesting over here, by the way, and since you're sharing so much wonderful information with us, I'll give you some about what happens over here. Over 90% of all trucks on the road come from either small businesses, small companies, or owner-operators. There are very, for all the celebration of the big fleets, the big boys, you hear all that kind of talk. Over here in the United States, it is a lot of small business owners, and we love to tell people most of the trucks you see on the highways and byways are men and women inside of an office making their way down the highway. Now, you notice I said men and women. Less than 4% of all the over-the-road truck drivers, the ones that actually cross the interstate and the ones that cross state lines, are in fact women. From your perspective, and as somebody who actually is a terrific ambassador for the industry, are you concerned, are the numbers falling in regards to women over in Australia, or do you see any increase in those numbers? I know there's a decrease overall getting young people in, but what is your feeling in regards to getting more women on board?
There's definitely a growing number of women joining the industry, which is great. I normally focus on just young people in general, trying to get them in. But as a woman, there's a few of us. I think we're around the same percentage as you guys. I know at one stage we were about 2.5% of the industry women held licenses. But we've got to provide better facilities, I think, for women as well. Like I'm currently in New Zealand and trucking around, and we had to issue, like where we had to park the truck last night, no toilet facilities anywhere. We actually had to drive up the road, pull over, which, took time out of my partner's book for driving time just because I needed to use some facilities. But, there's definitely more women. I think people need to realize it is a tough industry, so don't join it thinking that everything's going to change and everyone's going to bow down to you. But if you're tough and you're willing to work hard, gosh, you can make such a good life for yourself. So I'm just trying to show women that, I'm quite small and I can do it. So if I can do it, then other people know that they can too.
I'm a big fan of adventure. In the time that, Dean and I actually spend on the air, a lot of our stuff kind of goes far afield. We take a lot of exit ramps as a kind of good way to describe our conversations. And I was kind of wondering, you've had a lot of different experiences out there, and a lot of people, who are from the United States don't get a chance to come down to your country, don't see a lot of the world. Of all the kind of strange things that have happened to you out there on the highways and byways of Australia, what are some of your highlights in regards to, like, that was amazing, and maybe one or two of, I never want to go through that again?
Gosh, these are really good questions, aren't they? Well, a career highlight was just what I've completed recently where, you know how you guys have got NASCAR. We've got an event that travels Australia called the V8 Supercars. And I actually got to drive a race transporter around the country for one of the teams. it was a last-minute phone call. I had to be down there by the end of that week to help them, and I was gone for 5 weeks. So I think that was a real career. Like, I really enjoyed that, and I've loved driving the big, like, triple and quad road trains. I don't know. I don't know about what would be an adventure that I wouldn't want to do again. I just think that there's some moments that are pretty scary out there in the middle of the night or in a storm and things like that, that you just like, you let this be over soon. But yeah, that's a hard one, sorry.
That's okay. That's not a bad answer, actually, because it actually sets up my next question and way for me to get more specific about this. Given the fact of how much Australian space is the great wide open that Tom Petty sang about, Under the Sky So Blue, I was kind of curious, rather than asking like a bad experience, what are some of the loneliest roads, the longest stretches that when you get out there driving, you really are kind of with your thoughts inside the cab for extended periods of time where you talked about being tough, right? So one of the toughest things is that isolation. Either you embrace it and kind of enjoy the wonder of the openness, or it really gets to you. What are some of the places in Australia that our friends here in the United States, because they can talk about Wyoming all day long, what can you kind of tell us about some of your favorite, like, I can't believe how beautiful this is? Like, it never gets old. I think maybe her bars have died out. That is a strong and lengthy possibility. We're going to have Madison pick up the phone for a second here and see if she is still on the air. We can also stop this right now in the recording, and we can pick up where we left off if you want to, Madison. Are you there, CJ? CJ.
Yeah, I actually just did a podcast recently with an actor called Shane Jacobson about mental health, and I was saying that there's some days that the wide open spaces of the outback can be therapeutic and it's very like peaceful, and then days when your head's not quite right, it can be incredibly excruciating out there. So I think that for me, if I can keep exercising, moving my body, practicing gratitude, listening to good podcasts and stuff, it can be really, really great. But I personally love it. Like, I've done one of the remotest places I've gone is right up in the Pilbara up in northern WA, where I didn't have phone reception for 24 hours, and I was on a dirt corrugated road where I couldn't max out more than 20 kilometres an hour. I'm not sure what that works out in miles, but very, very slow. And it can be very beautiful, but very tough as well.
Yeah, I can only imagine, like I said, I have a sense of wide open spaces, having driven, across Wyoming, having driven across Montana. I have some sense of that. But the scope of the fact that we're talking about a country that is a continent that is, in many ways, the middle of it is often the middle of nowhere, even along the coast. It can be a very long stretch of country to kind of play through. And I was wondering, in regards to, as you shift over away from trucking, I don't mean away from trucking in the sense of like that you're not going to be trucking again, you're still trucking, but in regards to your selectivity about being able to choose stuff, how are you choosing? I mean, what kind of jobs are you taking? Are they jobs kind of spent? Are you doing the same thing you did with your content? I'm going to start choosing things that I really, really want to do and really want to experience. How are you making those choices?
The universe kind of presents itself opportunities. Like last week, I was sitting at home and I was kind of miserable, and I got a phone call saying, "Do you want to come to New Zealand?" And I was like, "Yep." 3 days later, I was on a plane, and now I'm over here just trekking around in a truck, checking out the landscape over here. So just kind of, just follow what makes me feel good and see what comes from that. I'd like to see some more of northern Queensland. I've seen most of Australia. I'd like to do some logging in Tasmania. I'd love to come over to America and have a look at how things are done over there, maybe go to Europe. I actually used to live in British Columbia up in Canada, so I'd like to go up there and see what trucking's like up there as well. And just keep growing. Like every operator, no one knows how to do everything. So I'd like to just be the best all-rounded operator I can. So that means constantly learning, evolving, and growing.
Yeah, and by the way, one of the things, and maybe you give us a shout out on your social medias, and not for me, but if you in fact do that, a lot of our trucking friends will be able to find you. I'm of course giving out the socials you actually put out there for public consumption. So when you make your way to the United States, they can make recommendations. If you really want to see the country, look at this. If you really want to see the industry, look at that. I've always told people that you haven't quite lived until you've actually done the joint federal highway project that goes from Alaska all the way into the state of Washington, literally through Canada, is a really remarkable thing. The Pacific Coast, the I-5, there are a lot. I would have advised, CJ, staying out of Atlanta. Just trust me on this. It's like it has literally two of the three top bottlenecks in the whole United States. But there's some really great places. So you're in New Zealand, which is really terrific. A very different place geographically than Australia, despite what people think. Talk about you've kind of hinted at it already, but kind of give us a sense of what you're seeing and what you're falling in love with over there.
Well, I love mountains. So being over here, being able to see the mountains and all the snow on them, and there's a really beautiful road that goes along the coast. So you've got snow-capped mountains on one side and a rugged coastline on the left. And that's been really great. In Australia, I'm so used to flat, open, red dirt areas of the outback and things like that. And then over here, it's just very lush green, snow and all of that, which is really is beautiful. And it's just very different. The truck setups, they've got a lot of twin steers, a lot of truck and trailer combinations, where back home we'd have mainly your prime mover with the trailers hooked onto the back of that. But, the roads are very tight over here, so they can't have the long combinations that we do and that we can haul over Australia.
By the way, we used to have a regular caller on our old platform. Not only was he a truck driver in Australia and a truck driver in New Zealand, he actually ran trains in Tasmania as well too. Let me ask you what the market's like there. I mean, do they have the same shortages and the same issues? Are they looking for people to get behind the wheel? Are they looking for people to do the kind of, I don't want to call them dirty jobs. I want to call them dirty, rewarding jobs. The jobs where you get your hands dirty, but you feel like you've actually done something at the end of the day. Are they having the same issues there, or is it a tighter market?
Yeah, I believe so. I believe that they are always looking for drivers as well. I don't know enough about what their market is. I've only been here a week, but my partner's from New Zealand and he left, 12 years ago. And he's saying that there's a substantial increase in wages now over here. Like before, a lot of people would go to Australia to make a bit better living for themselves, but it seems to have really picked up here now. So the drivers are in a lot better position. I did come over here in March and went to a truck show, and it was really, really cool to see how many young people, like young kids, are really eager to get in the industry. So I think over here they support them a lot more, give them a lot more of a foot in the door and more of a trade kind of entry. So I feel really that this country's kind of got it a bit more figured out.
All right, a couple of fun rapid-fire questions. Well, not rapid-fire. Give you a chance to unpack all of these. Everybody always asks the question, what do you eat in regards to what do you keep in the cab with you? Because, man, there are stretches when you used to drive where there would not be a place to eat in sight, right? I mean, we're talking about long stretches. So what do you keep in the cab to keep yourself sustained? And the other question is, as somebody who actually takes care of themselves and understands that, how do you stay healthy? How do you actually live a lifestyle that doesn't, basically start racing you not only to your destination, but an early grave?
So food, I like to prepare food by going to the supermarket. I love getting yogurts, biscuits and cheeses, some pre-made healthy, high-protein meals I can put in a little oven. I love vegetable sticks and hummus. I love lots of fruit, so blueberries and things like that. And then for my overall health, I really need to prioritize sleep. That's one. Moving the body. I'm trying to get back into Pilates just to get everything kind of moving how it's meant to. And if I eat well, then that's a very big step in the right direction. And as you said, we can sometimes be days before we have a good supermarket or someone that can pull over and have a decent, healthy meal. So it's important that you prepare yourself for success, really.
By the way, I noticed you added a lot of anti-inflammatories in that diet. Good for you. I do have a question of language. Of all those wonderful, healthy things, the blueberries, the hummus, all the vegetable pieces, I noticed you said biscuits. Are you referring to our American cookies? I'm not sure if you get which one you guys use. I always get that one confused. Go ahead.
So over here, a cookie would be like a sweet, doughy, maybe some chocolate in it or something like that. Maybe I'm thinking biscuit like a cracker, so like a savory biscuit that you put cheese on top of. I don't know if that's what you'd call a biscuit. I can't remember.
Oh my God!
I've been over there.
Oh my God, you're making me laugh because literally a biscuit in Great Britain, of course, is a cookie. A biscuit in the United States is a giant, big, doughy thing that you can either put a sausage on or flip it and then turn around and put jelly on as well, too. Now you're telling me a biscuit down in your neck of the woods is actually a seasoned salty cracker. Terrific. Now here we go.
Yeah. That's so funny. Like, because when I lived in Canada, I had to relearn a lot of. We speak the same language, but we don't. And, just trying to get my head around all the different sayings. And, for us, we love stopping and getting a pie for lunch. But over here, a pie is pastry with meat filling, so maybe steak and mushroom or chicken and veg and things like that. But then over there, a pie would be an apple crumble or something sweet that you'd have as a dessert.
Well, it's interesting when you say pie over here, if you're talking about a pie with meat, you actually have to identify the meat. So it's got to be like a chicken pot pie, a meat pot pie. They love the term pot pie, as if somehow that, like any pie is not made in some kind of semi-pot. George Bernard Shaw said it, basically Americans, the British and the Australians and the Canadians are a common people separated by a common language is the best way to kind of explain all what we're doing. And like I said, the other thing about sleep too as well, because it seems to me that, the opportunity to kind of really make sure your sleep schedule is in order is, we talk about this all the time. How do you set the cab up in a way? Because I know you have to sleep in your cab for a lot of the routes you used to take. Yeah. How do you set the cab up in those wide open spaces so that you're able to get a good night's sleep while at the same time not hearing things howling in the distance?
Yeah, I always try and bring the same bedding that I'd have at home. So the same style of quilt, same kind of sheet, same pillow, so at least that bit's consistent. And then I have an app on my phone called Calm, which has like sleep stories, set like white noises and stuff like that. And if I'm struggling to get asleep initially, I'll put that on next to me, and then that can kind of normally get my body into some kind of sleep. I don't have a circadian rhythm at the moment very well because I've done years of shift work where I do like maybe 3 days of night shift, have 2 days off, go straight into 4 days. And then when I was at the mines, it was 7 days, 7 nights, and then 2 weeks off. So I just have to try and keep those kind of things consistent. And then if I can put that app on, then my body knows, okay, it's time to sleep. So yeah, I definitely think that not having consistent sleep has been probably detrimental to my health a bit, but at least we're on the right path now, trying to get some consistency and some routine.
I'm going to make you feel a whole lot better in a whole lot of a hurry. Unlike a lot of things that take forever to correct, it turns out that you can actually immediately restore yourself in regards to catching up on lost sleep. The moment you get 2 straight days of actual rest, it resets you and you got a fighting chance. It's one of the great breakthroughs when they realize that, not only can you reset your sleep schedule quicker than you think, you actually begin to reverse all the detrimental health effects, including the inflammation, including the breathing issues. They all can go away. So, by the way, as somebody who used to have to wake up and do this particular show at 4 o'clock in the morning on the West Coast of the United States, I'll tell you, I absolutely sympathize with you. I completely understand. Okay, we got time for one more question. CJ has been so awesome to join us here. My question for you is in regards to the content you create. We've done a lot of talking around it. You said you make things that you would want to see and you would want to enjoy. Can you give our listeners a little sense of what that content is like so when they jump in, and they will jump in, they get a better sense of who they're running into when they run into CJ?
Well, when you open my page, you're just going to see me for who I am. There's no act or anything like that. It's just a day in the life of me. I do bring another element of I love like cinematography. I love throwing my drone up and giving a different aspect to what we do. So a lot of drone work, a lot of follow along with me, some educational stuff about what road safety looks like in Australia. And I guess for your American followers and stuff like that, it's going to be that different element of towing the big road trains through the outback of Australia.
Yeah, I just wanted to say thank you so much for making time on the side of the road, making sure that you actually maintain that signal and keep those bars intact. Please tell the gentleman along the ride with you, thank you very much for making time for us. We know that while you are not as busy behind the wheel, you are busy out there making sure that trucking has a good forward face and a great voice behind it. We really appreciate all the time you've made for us, CJ. And all right, I'm going to ask you one more question because my co-host that comes in the last 2 hours would kill me if I didn't make it. How much time do I got left, Madison? What am I looking at? I got about 1 minute. Really quickly, what is your go-to song to listen to when you're on the road?
If It Wasn't for the Wind by Errol Langley.
Nicely done. Boy, that was quick, huh? Man, she came up with that one in the Blitzkrieg.
My favorite.
That's okay. By the way, well done, well said. Truckingwithcj.com, Instagram.com. You go to Trucking with CJ. That's going to get you there, make the miracle happen. And, of course, on the tube of you at Trucking with CJ. Thank you so much, CJ. Y'all be safe behind the wheel, and thank you for pulling over. It's a great value lesson.
Thank you.
We'll be back on the other side of this break. Road Gang Radio continues. Got to get up and truck down. Go to truckdown.com, get out of the ditch, and back on the road.
17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASC certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers.
Pro drivers, say hello to your perfect fuel stop, Racetrack. Perfect as in hello, everything you need on the go. Oh, hi there, dedicated truck lanes. What's up, hot and delicious grab-and-go food? And hello, cat scales, clean restrooms, and large, easy-to-maneuver lots. Racetrack has what you want so you can get in, get out, and get back on the road, turning miles into money. Next time you need to stop, say hello to the fuel stop built for pro drivers. Racetrack, whatever gets you going.
You know Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires, so hold on to that fifth wheel, because when you buy 4 Salem S624 EFTs, the perfect line haul trailer tire, mounted at Sapp Brothers, your price is an amazing $199.99, originally priced at $299.99, and prices are good through June 30, 2025 while supplies last. Save on 4 or more at Sapp Brothers, and nobody's going to beat that price. Salem Tires, advanced compound technology for maximum mileage and rolling resistance without compromise. When you think tires, think Sapp Brothers.
Road Gang Radio.
Oh, jump
We've
started.
talked about making a living. Now let's get a life.
Let's see.
No,
Get a
I
life,
don't-
Jimmy Mac.
No, I won't do that. Don't ever do that. Hey, guys, welcome back. Had a little bit of a misfire. You got to do it. You got to let it play through. You got to let it play through. You guys have heard me say the Braz before, and you wonder why I call Robert Braswell the Braz. That actually is an homage to a movie, Mad Max. Where they call the police in it the Bronze. They mean it with a great deal of affection and a great deal of respect and a formidable presence. Robert Braswell, of course, is the executive director of the ATA's Technology and Maintenance Council. He is here, as he always is, for Tech Talk with TMC. It is the longest running segment at RadioNemo.com of any show that Dave Nemo has gotten a chance to put together and curate, and Robert Braswell has been the driving force behind that for a considerable amount of time. We are, as always, thrilled to welcome him back. Hey, Robert, what's the good word? How you doing?
Well, good morning, Jimmy Mack. And people call me the Braz in high school and college, so don't feel bad about it. I'm kind of used to it. It's cool. It's all good.
Oh, good, my friend. And as always, we've got another. By the way, people have been saying on the socials, you've been killing it, as you always have been. It's been a lot of fun. You've got another great guest for us today. What's going on? Tell us what's happening today on Tech Talk.
So today, Jimmy Mack, we're going to turn our attention to what goes round and round, and those are wheels. And tires get a whole lot of attention, but when it comes to wheels, they're just as every bit as important as tires for safe operation. And wheels should be a major item of every equipment user's preventive maintenance and inspection program. So at TMC, we get a lot of calls about wheel maintenance and inspection, particularly about proper torque and installation procedures and fastener questions. So we hope this topic is going to be of great interest to our listening audience. And this week we welcome back to talk about all this for the first time in a long time, an old friend of Tech Talk with TMC, and that's Dave Walters, who's manager and warranty and field service for Alcoa Wheels. Dave has been a member of TMC for a long time, and he's one of the guys that literally helps us write the book when it comes to our tire and wheel portfolio of definitive guidelines. He's chaired numerous task forces in TMC. He's helped write our user's guide to wheels and rims. That's the industry's definitive manual on complaint cause and correction when it comes to wheels and fasteners. And he's both a TMC recognized associate and a silver spark plug. And he's won a bunch of other awards. I can't even remember to list them all, but he's a very important part of our TMC team. He's also one of the first guests we ever had on the program here, Tech Talk with TMC, back even before Tech Talk was a regular segment. So great pleasure to have him on the program. Welcome to the show, Dave. But of course, before we bring Dave on, as you know, each week we like to make a special offer. And this week it is our TMC radial tire and disc wheel conditions digest for drivers. It is available for the discounted price of just $20 plus shipping and handling. To order, you can call us there's a toll free, but it's 703-838-1763. Just mention RadioNemo. You'll get it for that special price. It's a great cause and complaint manual. It's just about 48 pages and it's pocket size, so it's great for having in the cab. Also, if you're an owner operator or a small fleet, you got 100 or fewer power units, we'd love to have you join TMC. You can do that for $150. And today you'll get our 2-volume recommended practices manual plus many other good benefits. So call that same number if you're interested in signing up. And at the top of the program, we always remind our listeners that any recommended practices we discuss reflect the consensus of our members. We offer them as recommendations only, and everyone must first determine for themselves if they are safe and appropriate for their operation. Please remember that TMC doesn't endorse any product, person, or service, and the opinions expressed on the show are those of the individual and not necessarily the opinion of his or her company, nor TMC, unless stated otherwise. And now, with all that out of the way, please welcome to the program, Dave Walters. Good morning, Dave.
Hey, good morning. Happy to be back again. I enjoy every minute of these shows.
So, Dave, we just get a lot of calls about things dealing with wheel fasteners, wheel maintenance, wheel corrosion. And, you know, in the media, every once in a while, you hear a story about an unfortunate wheel off. The fact is they're very, very rare, and they can be catastrophic if they happen. We don't want to minimize that, but you know, you can avoid almost all of these problems with right speccing and right maintenance, correct?
Absolutely, Robert. I mean, to do this right, and for, you know, the last 35 years or so at TMC, we've worked on the user's guide and worked on, you know, even RPs to say, look, here's how to help you with your torque fasteners and torques, and it's really great if you do everything right, and that's really what we try to do at TMC.
So if there's one issue that you see more often than not when it comes to wheel or wheel fastener maintenance, what would it be?
It's probably what we see more is over torquing. In other words, they bring out the 1-inch gun and they tighten and they even bump the lug nuts, and then they take the torque wrench and they go around and they all click. Well, what you've done is you've over tightened. You know, we call it, the tire and wheel guys call it good and tight. So you basically got them good and tight, but you probably stretched the studs to where you're in danger of losing clamp load. So I mean, it's so critical to get the correct torque. So we always tell you, you probably don't need a 1-inch gun on this. You can probably run it up with your 1/2-inch impact now and get them. And then you take the torque wrench and you need that nut to move, and then it click. And then we know we're at the right torque. And torque's very critical because we basically are using studs as springs. You stretch them every time you torque them, and then if you over torque them, they don't come back to the original shape, and then we have trouble. So we want that stud to stretch, go back, stretch, and go back. And it's critical to get the right torque on the wheels. So that's really probably the number one thing that we deal with is over torquing.
So what I'm hearing is that even though you might think that not tightening the fasteners enough is probably an issue, really it's over tightening the fasteners is the bigger issue that you see. And so sometimes some of the solutions that you see out in the field where they put a piece of plastic behind the fastener and that gives you an idea that it's tight or not tight or whatever, that could be a false sense of security because you could have over tightened that fastener when you did the installation. Maybe the little piece of plastic looks normal, but then you've actually the damage has already been done. The spring has been sprung, so to speak, and that's probably going to kind of start losing its clamp force because those threads have been stretched. Is that what I'm hearing?
That is what you're hearing, and most of the time when you put those little plastic things on, you're really watching to see if they back off. Well, they're probably not going to back off because you've over tightened them. But what might happen is your stud might break, and then your joint's going to loosen up, and you're saying, well, this is great because they didn't. The nuts didn't move. Well, you're losing clamp load, and by the time a lot of times they start turning, the damage has already been done. So, like I said, it's critical to get the correct torque on the wheels, and under torque is bad, but we don't see that much because the mentality of most of the people who do this is tighter the better, and these studs are basically made to, there are rolled threads on some studs in the industry and there's cut threads on others, and cut threads really can't take over torque as much as the roll threads. But again, it's what we have in the industry and we kind of deal with that.
So the best way to do this is to always use a torque wrench where you're doing the final check for the proper amount of torque on the fastener. And we say that you should double check that about 5 to 100 miles after you've done the installation. So let's say you do a job, you've done the wheel installation, you take it for a test drive it around for 5 miles, check that torque again. If it's in the right spec, you should be good to go at that point.
Absolutely. And we actually did an RP 237 and used actual fleets. And what we found is by doing that test drive between 5 to 10 miles and kind of settling the joint and then rechecking, those fasteners never lost any torque in 25,000 miles and even after that. So it's really, if you put them on right, you clean them up, you put the right amount of oil on the stud, the right amount of oil on the cap nut, you really don't have any trouble.
So if I'm an owner operator, I'm having my wheels serviced, I've got a wheel tire installation. Should they note on the repair order that they checked the proper torque, and should they indicate what that torque was? Would that be a good idea to ask for?
Absolutely. There's actually, when they put on the work order, there's actually some that can say, here's what we torqued studs to, you know what I mean? And with the day and age that we're in now, some of these impacts can actually run the nuts up, like some nut runners or, the electric ones, and actually put them to torque, so, and they're very good tools, and there's pneumatic tools that can torque them. So, I mean, there's a lot of ways, but you really want on your invoice that they torque them and they guarantee that they're torqued. And that's
and like you say, the tools have gotten a lot better. Some of the electric nut runners, pneumatic nut runners, they actually are torque control devices. So it's not like you have to use a manual or a click torque wrench to do it, although it's probably a good idea to check it against it every once in a while. But the tools have gotten so much better. There really isn't an excuse not to do it the right way. Let's talk a little bit about what that torque range should be, and how does that torque range vary depending on the kind of a wheel setup that you have?
Well, that's a great question, Robert. Years ago, we're going back 30 some years ago, we all got together, all the wheel guys, and we basically said, because every wheel manufacturer had a different wheel spec. And Peggy Fisher basically said, guys, we got to come up with something common for the technicians. And so we were calling back and forth to our offices, and we came up with the 450 to 500 foot-pounds we could all agree upon. Steel, aluminum, didn't matter. Didn't matter at that time. Ball seat wheels were still prevalent in the market. They're really not now, but it's 450 on ball seats, 450 to 500 on both. So we made it very simple for the technicians, 450 to 500 foot-pounds. And that's the torque we're looking for. That will stretch the studs far enough to basically get the clamp load that we need. And so that's how it all came about. But it was a TMC meeting that we all came up with and did this, which really helped the industry.
So you could do everything right. You could do the proper installation in terms of the torque and all that, but you still might have problems keeping clamp load right, because there are other factors that are at play besides the fact that you've applied the right torque. Like, what about the condition of the stud? What about the faster life? What are some of the factors that can affect clamp load besides the actual torque part of it?
That's a great question. The first one is keeping the wheels clean. And when we tell you keep the wheels clean, and it's going to be what the wheel goes on. If it's a brake drum, or could be a hub on a disc brake, that needs to be clean. The wheel face needs to be clean. Dirt and debris is probably your biggest enemy of causing some of the loss in clamp load. Not putting motor oil on your studs and nuts, and making sure that two-piece flange nut turns freely. You can just put them in the palm of your hand. If they spin nice and free, they're good to go once you put that little oil on. But if you can't spin those, that's going to help. They're going to drill into the wheel, not hit and then turn and clamp. So those are some of the big things that you look at. So make sure them two-piece flange nuts spin. Make sure they're putting motor oil on the threads, the N2 threads. And people always ask about anti-seize. Well, anti-seize has no consistency at all. So we had to define SAE motor oil because we know it's defined and the viscosity is the same amongst everything that we're putting on these. So these are some of the handy tips that you look for. And if you do it right, life is good. And we have many great TMC fleets that, read these RPs and they do them right, and they don't lose any clamp load through the whole, until they have to really take the tire off. So that's critical.
Most of the wheels now are hub piloted. Back when you used to see stud piloted wheel systems, or I guess they call them bud wheels, those were dry. You didn't put lubrication on the studs, right?
Absolutely, Robert. And the biggest thing about the stud piloted wheels was the inner and outer cap nuts would freeze. So the use of anti-seize was very prevalent at that time. And, over the years, I've seen the industry really get away from anti-seize. And that's good, because anti-seize is great on certain things, but there's no consistency amongst brands. If it's zinc-based or copper-based, it could react against the wheel or, certain things. And so we kind of moved away from that. But the inner and outer cap nuts would always seize up, and, they had the pork chop tools to try to get those off. And, it's so much nicer with the hub piloted system. You get so much better clamp load because you're clamping on the face of the wheel instead of on the radius of the nut in the wheel. So it's been a great step in the right direction. I can truthfully say that wheel offs has diminished greatly from the switch from bud wheels to hub piloted wheels. So that's some of the things that's transpired in our industry that is really going in the right direction.
You're listening to Tech Talk with TMC. We have Dave Walters here from Alcoa Wheels, and we're talking about wheel and fastener maintenance. You know, every once in a while, Dave, I still see an old Dayton or a spoke wheel out there, particular sometimes on off-highway or, vocational construction equipment. Do you still see sales of these units? Or, I mean, it's got to be a really, really small percentage of the population.
It is a very small percentage of sales. We never made those wheels, but our competitors, and the main competitor now doesn't make it, and there's only one wheel company that I know that makes it. There's still some, and most of them, like you said, will go into vocation industries. You still see some plow trucks from certain states and that kind of stuff still going into those, and it's just they've used them forever and they work. But again, I can truthfully say you can put a hub piloted wheel system on in place of those, which we have replaced most in the coal business and a lot of those, and they work better than probably the cast spokes, because the old way to get cast spokes lined up is they tighten this one, tighten that one, tight, and then they spin them around with a hammer, where your wheel run out is not going to be the same as a hub piloted wheel.
Here's a question we get quite a bit. So let's say I'm looking at a wheel. I'm just doing my walk around inspection, and I see one of the fasteners has got a crack on it. That obviously is a concern. Do I have to change all the fasteners that are on that wheel? What would be the recommended practice in that regard?
The recommended practice in the industry is if you have one cracked one, you're going to replace that one and the one on either side. And the reason why is because with that being cracked, it would transfer the load to the other two. Now, if you have two broken cap nuts or two broken studs, then you're going to replace all of them, because you basically lost enough clamp load to transfer the other pressure. So one, you replace them on either side. Two, you're going to replace them all.
And what about studs? Same issue with that if there's an issue with the stud?
Same with the studs. And like I said, the studs really act as springs. So every time you clamp those down, they stretch. And if you don't over tighten them, they go back to their shape. So if you're having stud life problems, you probably need to look at your torquing program. And again, like we said, there's torque control devices, some pneumatic, they're electric. I mean, when we do super tech and using those electric torque tools, they're right on the button when we're checking them with torque wrenches. So, I mean, they're very reliable.
Sometimes you can have problems with the studs just when they're brand new when you install them, because if you're using a hammer to set them into place, that's not exactly a recommended practice, is it?
No, you really are supposed to press them in. Take a stud press them in. And even removing them, a lot of people say, well, I can just beat them out. Well, you're beating on that hub, and that hub really wasn't designed to do that. So, you really need to press them in, press them out, and that's the way it is, So understand that stud's a very critical part, probably the most critical part of the wheel joint.
What are some of the conditions that you see on a wheel itself, particularly with respect to, in-service use, high impact, or maybe corrosion, that are the most prevalent that, let's say, an owner-operator or a company driver should really be aware of when they're doing their walk-around inspection?
Well, really, you when you're doing a walk-around, the first thing you always tell drivers, if you see rust streaks coming down on the wheels, that's a good indication that something's loose, so you need to have that inspected. And that's one of the most critical stuff. You need to look at the face of the wheel and see if there's any cracks or anything that could cause, that to happen. And people say, you know, if you do that, you know, wheels might crack, but they don't crack, you know, like really fast. It's like, look, I see a crack. I need to go get this fixed. Let's get it in, and it's okay. That's why, like in the CVSA, they have out of service conditions and they have violations. And violations mean, look, it needs to be fixed. Let's get it to a shop and fix it. But out of service is bad because we think that truck can't be run. So what I always tell the driver, you see a crack, say, well, yeah, I got to go get that done. But, you know, you can drive it to the repair shop and it's not going to catastrophically break. You know, I mean, now don't drive it 500 miles that day, but I mean, you have time to get it to a shop. And that's critical with these guys because road calls cost a lot of money and you can get it to a shop.
What if you see burrs or gouges or scratches in the rim? Is that something to be worried about?
You know, there are always going to be, you know, hitting curbs and that kind of stuff. So to me, you know, it can cause where they call them stress risers, where a crack can start. Now you can even take a flapping sanding wheel or sandpaper and smooth those out, because that's really what you're trying to get rid of is a stress riser where that might be a place where the crack starts. So to me, you know, these wheels are made pretty strong. Like I said, you can actually, you know, smooth them out with a flapper wheel sandpaper or something to take that away.
Sometimes you have a condition on. Oh, go ahead. Okay.
Yeah,
Sometimes you have a condition on a vehicle where you have like a brake fire, or maybe you have a brake dragging brake or a seized bearing, and there's a lot of heat involved there. And you know, you might solve that problem, but the wheel itself may have some hidden damage. You might have distorted beat seats because of that, right?
Absolutely. Every time there's a fire. Now, like on Alcoa wheels, we put a little sticker on one in the middle of the wheel and one down by the roll stamp on the inside. And those are basically heat stickers. So if you see that totally black, that means that wheel was in some type of heat event and basically should be removed from service. So what I always tell people, anytime you have a heat event, brake fire or anything, you need to make sure you check that wheel. And again, we made an RP at TMC that you can, you know, you can check it even with a carpenter square. There's 3 methods. So you can use a TRA tape made by Tire and Rim to measure it. You can basically use a carpenter square and go across and measure with like a credit card or 30 thousandths. And you can even on a flat floor roll it. If it rolls straight, it tends to be good. So, I mean, we have covered so many of these things in RPs at TMC to assist, you know, those type of instances.
And then sometimes conditions, you really have to have the tire off of the rim. It's got to be in the shop to check this, but it's very important. Like, for example, you know, rim flange wear itself. There's tools to help you check for that.
Yes. We make gauges, and you basically put the gauge on. You can actually take a grinder and smooth that sharp edge off. And as long as the gauge doesn't say that you need to take it out of service, you can continue using them. So, I mean, yes, there are times you're going to have to take the tire off the wheel. And when they do, it's a good time to check for rim flange wear. It's a good time to check for, you know, like the corrosion in the bead seats. And a lot of people will say, well, where does that come from? And that mostly comes from when you mount the tire. If you add a whole bunch of water, more than what is recommended, that pressure under the bead seat could start corrosion. So a lot of times you'll see corrosion around the bead seats. And so that's a time to clean that up and make sure that you don't have deep pitting, because, eventually that's going to cause the air leak. So, there's recommendations for, to use non-water based lubricants, but there's a lot that you add so much water, but if you add more water than recommended, you'll start getting corrosion at the bead seats.
And we can't add any more time to this segment because we're just about out of time here. But thank you so much for joining us, Dave. We did a whirlwind tour about everything you need to know about wheel and faster maintenance. We look forward to having you back on the program again real soon. And with that, just a reminder that today's offer is our Radial Tire and Disc Wheel Conditions Digest, $20 plus shipping and handling. Call us toll free, or not toll free, but you're going to be able to get to us at 703-838-1763. Get us on the web too, tmc.trucking.org. And with all of that, I'm going to turn it back over to Jimmy Mack in the studios.
I got to tell you, Robert, there are times I just feel like there is so much information that we're never going to get through all of it, but somehow you manage to get the stuff that is most important in there. What do you got coming up next for us?
Well, next week we're going to have Randy Patterson on the program from Bridgestone Tire. He's going to talk about TMC SuperTech in addition to talking about tire maintenance, because he is our competition chairman for this year's National Technician Skills Competition. So we're going to preview the event, and we're going to talk a little bit about what we might see and what we're looking for in the tire and wheel station on Tech Talk with TMC.
Robert Braswell, the Executive Director of ATA's Technology and Maintenance Council, has just discussed with Dave Walters wheel and fastener maintenance. You can hear all of this on replay across all of our podcast platforms and on YouTube as well. Robert, big thanks as always, and we'll talk to you next week.
See you then.
We'll take a quick break here, come back on the other side. Our friends from Torque are going to be on the scene. Walter Grigg, Director of Industry Partnerships at Torque Robotics. Hey guys, go to truckdown.com. Hook yourself up with the maintenance provider you need. You got to get up and truck down. They've been doing it since 1997.
St. Christopher Truckers Fund provides free health and wellness programs for drivers to help prevent some common medical conditions seen in the industry. These programs include diabetes prevention, Rigs Without Cigs, a tobacco and nicotine cessation program, Healthy Habits for the Long Haul, a 12-week total body wellness program, a vaccine voucher program that includes free flu, shingles, COVID, and pneumonia vaccines, and GPS, Get Preventative Screenings. That includes free at-home cancer screening tests. These programs are available to Class A over-the-road semi-truck drivers. For more information or to register for a program, visit the St. Christopher Fund website at truckersfund.org.
There are precious few nonprofits in the trucking industry, and even fewer that make a tangible difference in the lives of professional drivers. So thank goodness for the St. Christopher Fund. Since 2008, over 4,000 over-the-road semi-truck drivers have turned to the St. Christopher Truckers Fund when a medical issue took them out of work. The SCF steps in and pays necessary household expenses such as mortgage, rent, utilities, insurance, and vehicle payments. The SCF also provides free health and wellness programs for drivers. So find out how the SCF can help you, or help the SCF yourself. They'll turn your dollars and cents into that tangible difference for the professional drivers who need it most. Support our highway heroes with a donation at truckersfund.org.
You know Castrol for passenger car oil and racing, but did you know that they're in the heavy-duty over-the-road market? Well, Castrol CRB Multi 15W40 and Vecton Long Drain 10W30 are now available at TA Truck Service Centers nationwide. This is the partnership in preventive maintenance. TA Truck Service and Castrol, offering you premium products and performance at great price points every day. Castrol, performance for the long haul, guaranteed.
Back to Road Gang Radio with Jimmy Mack, Lindsay Lawler.
Give me a minute, y'all. I'm coming.
And you. Because if you're listening, you're in the gang. Go for it, Madison with a T.
We're all in the gang over here, aren't we, Jimmy?
Well, Walter Grigg is now an official member of the Road Gang. He's the Director of Industry Partnerships at Torque Robotics, and he is joining us here on Education Station as we make our way through another half hour of Road Gang Radio. Don't forget, Lindsay Lawler will be here, lean and mean and on the scene in just about 25 minutes or so. So look busy. Lindsay's coming. But in the meantime, Walter joins us this morning. Guys, I want you to go to Torque, TORC.ai. You can find them on Facebook at Torque Robotics, on the X, formerly known as Twitter, at Torque Robotics, and then on the gram of Insta at Torque put a space there, robotics. That will get you all the socials you need to find out about this particular company. Walter is an experienced professional in the field of operations and strategic management, and he currently serves as the Director of Industry Partnerships at Torque. Good morning to you, Walter. Welcome to Road Gang Radio. How are you?
Doing well. Appreciate the opportunity to be here.
How was your Labor Day weekend? You know, I always kind of like to open up with just, I mean, even the people who work too much and work too hard get to have a little bit of fun. I hope you did.
It was the weather was beautiful. So we're Torque Robotics is headquartered here out of Blacksburg, Virginia. So here in the foothills and the mountains, everything's still green, but we're certainly looking forward to the colors changing. But as all long weekends, it was still too short.
You know, it's funny because we live down here in the city of New Orleans. We do this from the Edgar Degas house at the Fastport Studios here. And for us, while the weather has not gotten cooler, it's gotten a hair drier. And the difference between what the weather down south, as you well know, because you live in that one of those great mixed ecosystems in the United States, when the weather gets a little bit less humid, it gets a whole lot more pleasant for everybody down here. So we're having a couple of good days down here. Let's kind of give people an overview of Torque, first of all, of Torque.ai. Give people a sense of who you guys are. A lot of people know, but it's kind of worthwhile to give us a 30,000-foot view.
Yeah, happy to. So Torque Robotics, this is actually our 20th year in business. We've been involved in this industry and doing the early research and development, advanced engineering, and now productization of bringing level 4 autonomy to the Class 8 space. So we've had experience actually starting going all the way back to kind of the hallmarks of on-road autonomy coming out of the DARPA Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency Urban Challenge in 2007. Spent quite a bit of time working on this technology with the Department of Defense. Just some of the reason we're maybe not as well known. They're not real big fans of advertising what you're working on for them. But we moved that technology into the mining and construction space. We've actually helped to transform surface mining in Western Australia with our partners like Caterpillar and Komatsu. And then ultimately in 2019, Daimler Truck Global, so in the North American market, owner of Daimler Truck North America, and then therefore the Freightliner brand took a majority stake in Torque Robotics, and we now act as an independent subsidiary of Daimler Truck on the global side with our primary focus of bringing hub-to-hub autonomy to the U.S. market, ultimately assuring that it's an inherently safe product. It cannot go on the roads and cannot be a product until it is validated, engineered and validated to be inherently safe. But also kind of the back end of this type of solution, it has to be commercially scalable. You know, one-off demonstrations are really interesting. There's a lot of smart people in this industry working on this technology, but also how you build your business system and business structure such that it can scale. Where do the parts come from? How does it get maintained and serviced? Who does that? And then ultimately it has to be economically viable, all the R&D that goes into it. And then what the unit costing versus just the natural economics of trucking. It's got to be an economically viable product as well. But that's a real kind of a short nickel stop tour. We've got offices all over the U.S. From all the North America, from Montreal to Ann Arbor to Austin to our new hub in Dallas-Fort Worth. And again, as I mentioned earlier, headquartered out of Blacksburg, Virginia.
One of the other things you guys do is you understand that when you want to learn about another industry, when you want to learn about the places that you are taking your technologies, is you actually go to ground. You actually do it with the people who actually do it. And from what I understand, and please correct me if I'm wrong, Walter, you guys really work directly with truckers as well. I mean, actually people who actually have done this for a long time in regards to the prompting, in regards to kind of figuring out the way to kind of speak the language of what it means to be over the road, what it means to have mass hub transportation. Did I get that right?
Yeah, absolutely. I appreciate you calling that out. So kind of a couple things feed into how we approach and kind of decompose, that's kind of an engineering term, how we decompose the problem and therefore solve it through implementing this technology. One, specifically, our very unique relationship with Daimler Truck, their industry wisdom. They made it very clear early in our relationship that we shall, it was a direct order and it was very wise, but we shall work with and interact with the industry to bring this product to an inherently safe, commercially scalable and economically viable solution. Our own background in history, again, with the Defense Department, mining and construction, from a manufacturing term, go to the Gemba. You go to the problem. You actually stand on the ground where it's occurring. And really what that leads into, you kind of put those two wisdoms and histories together. We employ many drivers that help us in the development of this technology, making sure and assuring that during the productization phase of this core technology, that we have highly trained, highly experienced, highly capable CDL drivers behind the wheel. But perhaps most importantly, the feedback that they provide us. Our engineers take their feedback. How did this perform? How did that do? What would you do in this scenario? How does this work? Was this okay? Did the truck behave right? What are you feeling? What are you seeing? All of that comes through our CDL drivers that provide that feedback.
Yeah, and that in that many ways is crucial because you talk about the productization of something. The idea that if it can't actually do what it was already doing, no matter how wonderful its bells and whistles are, it becomes pointless. If it doesn't speak the language of the road that it's merging into, it becomes almost useless regardless of how glorious the technology is behind it. And so there really is, and this really kind of spills into the education segment of this segment. The idea is that what you're doing is you're going to the ground, you're going among the people who do this stuff, because what you do is these industry partnerships are really about kind of mastering the vocabulary of other industries, whether it's mining or it's transportation. And by the way, those are incredibly interlinked, as most of our listeners know. But this really is a language learning process at its core. Is that fair?
That's absolutely right. So we actually have an advisory council of industry experts, major players in the industry that we meet with routinely on a recurring basis, but also we then break out into working groups and working teams and working sessions where there's a constant dialogue back and forth. So one from our own CDL drivers, but also industry players, those that help to lead the industry, all through the organization. So CDL drivers for sure, in terms of developing a product that we refer to as naturalistic. It performs as you would expect any other driver around you to perform, but also how it integrates with industry, from the back-end systems, your transportation management systems, all the way down to the nuts and bolts. And I mean literally the nuts and bolts. How does the parts distribution and supply chain work? How does maintenance happen? So all that's tied together, and we really believe it's one of our key differtiators, again, in our relationship with Daimler Truck, but also through the North American market, the ability to leverage the Freightliner brand, the Freightliner network. So that gets down to from the commercial side, but also service and maintenance. But you're absolutely right. The technology is really cool, and it's shiny and it's glitzy. But as a product, it must serve the industry in those three fundamentals. It must be safe, scalable, and viable. And the only way you're going to get that is interacting with and taking feedback in a product development perspective, taking feedback from who those core customers are going to be, and making sure it serves the purpose in that, what we call the design domain. It serves the purpose in what we're trying to solve for.
Talk up to me a little bit about, let's go back into what you just said, and the idea you have work groups and study groups and conversations. And of course, a lot of times when we say stuff like that, people's eyes will roll, the committee to form a committee to talk about another committee. That's not what's going on here. This really is about getting people on board on the same page and speaking the same language. Can you talk about the initial steps of anything like that? Let's just kind of talk about the situation with Daimler. So, you kind of step into that. Can you talk about how it is you guys, in your own role, but also across the company, begin to kind of figure out a way, okay, so where do we begin to share the vocabulary and the language to understand that as we begin to create these scalable products, that they're being created to integrate, they're being created to merge, to the pun fully intended there. What are the initial steps to kind of master somebody else's language? Because you guys are really working in a whole bunch of different industries with a core product. How do you go about kind of getting them up to speed on what it is you guys do from a vocabulary standpoint, but also learning what they do from a vocabulary standpoint? Did that make sense, Walter, by the way?
It does, and it's a really broad answer, and I'd probably run us out of segment time kind of trying to hit all of it in a meaningful way. Let me do my best to kind of give a summary. So The core technology itself, the autonomy, the automation, that's our expertise. We understand that, and we interact with our own industry experts in it, and how this technology advances, and how do you develop it, and how you validate it, and how you assure it's safe. That kind of gets into sort of the software meets operations world, which is our expertise. And we have teams that meet with industry, our own industry, to advance those causes, but also teams that meet with, call it the regulatory side. So when we actually put it into operation, how do we make sure, how do we assure and we validate that we're following all necessary regulations, all applicable best practices and guidances, all the way down to meeting with DOT, FMCSA, have interacting working groups with those. Even the CVSA, Commercial Vehicle Safety Alliance, I heard a guy just before me from the TMC side. We interact with TMC. How do we make sure that all of our pieces and parts and components were labeled correctly? We're working with them correctly. So that's sort of a segment, call it in our own, but also how we reach out operationally to assure that we've got the trust of those organizations and we're doing it the right way. Now, gear shift over, and it's really how you build your business ecosystem that ultimately makes this product viable. The automotive side, you have to have very firm belief, our belief system for an inherently safe solution. You have to have the base chassis, the Freightliner itself, the truck itself. When you interact with the automotive industry, a lot of folks don't interact with, so you don't really understand what goes on in the background, but it is, let me say it's non-trivial. Building an automotive product that is safe and scalable takes many, many years. You could even look at it measured in fractions of decades to build something inherently safe, and making sure we're communicating on the automotive side. How do we make sure we're integrating with the base vehicle in an acceptable and appropriate and safe way, all the way down to the core architecture of how our system communicates at the kind of the CAN bus level and all the other ways with the vehicle system. Make sure we understand the stability controls of the system, the other components. So that's kind of the OEM side, the automotive side, as well as kind of the operation and industry side, regulatory side. Then with our customers, so we sit down with them. How does your operation function? What are we solving for? And I think this is a really important thing to take away. Any engineered system, any solution, you have to solve for what can be solved for. You have to design for what can be solved for. So what are we trying to solve for? How do you minimize the complexity of the solution, that it doesn't have to, as an engineered system, doesn't have to do everything at all times, which really becomes infinitely complicated. So that is where our application of that hub to hub, that limited use case of it will go between these 2 points and operate on these interstates safely, and that's what it does. So we have to interact and interface with all those components, from the regulatory side, the industry best practice side, the OEM side, the automotive side of things, but as well as our customers. What are we trying to solve for? What do you need it to do? What ways do you need it to interact and communicate? What do you need in terms of support mechanisms, the way you need to be able to see the health of the vehicle, what communication methods do you need? I mean, all the way down to what data do you need off the truck? So kind of the communication of the telematics platforms. What do you need moving around? So that is where and why it takes many, many years from the automotive side, industry regulatory side, but also kind of the transportation industry side. What all these things we have to put together that ultimately form those product requirements that we then go out and engineer to. We must validate all of those requirements at the highest level, utmost safety, validate that it will do what we expect it to do, what we intend it to do. And that is how you bring a product to industry, where you're interacting, solving for industry, bringing them the product that they need, using the language that they use, such that it can be utilized, it can be integrated, it can be adopted with minimal change management.
So I don't know if you're a football fan or not, but there is a famous story about when Skip Bertman was the athletic director at LSU, and when he had to hire Nick Saban. And Saban sat down to have the meeting with them, and Bertman said, before I start asking you questions, I need to know, is there anything you need to know about us? And Saban reached into his briefcase and took out a legal pad with 50 questions on it, and began to slowly, methodically make his way through it. And Bertman said to himself, I think we've got our guy. because over half the questions ended up becoming answers to the questions that Bertman had. And it sounds like that part of when you are training up your partners to be knowledgeable about what it is you do, and when you're getting the chance to kind of learn what they do, it sounds like a great deal of figuring this out really is about going through point by point. As you said, the idea that this can be done almost in the micro, really kind of methodically moving through every aspect of the company to have an understanding of what it is you're going to be providing. It goes back to that great joke that whatever you don't like about the job, that's the job. Everything else is what you love to do. And it sounds like so much of what you guys focus on is figuring out ways to take the parts of the job out that often grind on people and to kind of open them up for prospects and possibilities. Is that kind of it?
Yeah, there's a lot there to unwrap, but that is right. In the end, a technology is a tool. A tool is designed for a specific purpose, and if you've designed the tool right and you've validated its use, it does that job very well, and that's the job that it does. If we can bring this technology to a use case where customers need it, perhaps where there are pinch points, pain points, where there's the grind, that is what it's designed for. That's what it's designed to do. What I like to say is, a Phillips head screwdriver screws in a Phillips head screw really well, but you don't use it to paint your walls. So just kind of remembering that tool does a specific thing. It's designed to do it very well. That's its job. But everything else, you'd have to have another tool for. You'd have to design for that. Now, can you expand the versatility of the tool? You sure can. You got the multi-tool, right? But not even a multi-tool do you paint your walls with. I've never seen one with a paintbrush. But that's the idea of designing a solution that solves for industry problems. You start with what is the one thing we're trying to solve? It has to be a problem, a pinch point, a pain point for the industry. It has to be solvable. It has to be able to do it safely. It has to be able to do it in a way that's scalable. Any business has to be able to scale, but also has to be economically viable. So that's the process that we ultimately go through, but also understanding kind of the use case. What is it designed to do? And that's what it does.
All right, I want to kind of move forward. We've been through kind of the basic foundational stuff. We've scaled up to this point. Talk about what's next. Talk about what is coming next, what you guys are really kind of ramping up for and looking towards in your partnership with Daimler, but also in the overall project of what Torque is up to. What is the next big destination for you guys?
Yeah, so we're been on this track, on this course for many, many years. So 2019 is actually when we began in that partnership with Daimler. But we are targeting 2027 for initial scaling, product launch, initial scaling. You may have seen in the news, we've actually opened our first hub in Fort Worth, Texas, and we will begin the product implementation between Texas and Laredo. So obviously leveraging the volume and the opportunity need there on the I-35, major port of entry, or probably most consequential now port of entry in terms of sheer volume, but the ability to move freight back and forth, again, targeting initial launch 2027. And then the goal is ultimately to scale from there.
And by the way, this is a massive site. By the way, I want to let people kind of be on. It's on the old Denton Road in Fort Worth, and we're talking about 18 acres of real estate here that you guys actually are kind of inhabiting. And it's not just for the equipment itself or doing the testing. I mean, it's a full kind of mission control. Kind of ironic that we would be in Texas talking about mission control, but this is scaling up. Is the best way to kind of conceive of what's happening over there, correct?
Yeah, the real mission control guys over at Houston may throw some side eye. We've taken many cues from a lot of the technologies and a lot of the best practices and methods that they developed actually from aerospace and whatnot. That's really cool. I really appreciate it is a significantly sized site, but I would put it a bit more modest, a bit more kind of mid-sized. But it is intended. So we do have our kind of back-end systems in operation we call mission control. That's where all the vehicle systems can be overseen and interacted with and kept up with. That will be happening out of that location. But also it's an in and out facility. It's a hub facility. So it's where the trucks will be coming in and out of. Obviously our partners and customers will be bringing their freight in and out. So it'll be a very active and hopping spot.
One of the things I'm actually interested to talk about the next time we get a chance to talk, Walter, and I really hope we do, is that mission management room. Because, the idea of those people need to be trained, those people need to be brought up to speed as well, despite whatever backgrounds and kind of experience they have. What exactly, can you kind of describe mission management, mission control, what that looks like, and, what kind of world exists inside of there to kind of project out into the real world?
Yeah, maybe to back up just a touch, and I appreciate kind of the intro on that concept. But again, come back to any technology is really a productivity multiplier. It doesn't supplant work effort, right? So it just makes you a little bit more efficient, gives you a little bit more capability to do what you're good at, while it kind of handles the easier, the simple stuff. So to implement this technology, to have this technology at scale, there are going to be all sorts of support needs, from those mission controllers, the people that are ultimately overseeing the trucks. If these trucks need human interaction or human engagement, remember, they're Class 8 commercial vehicles. If you're interacting with them on behalf of the behavior of the vehicle, or supporting any special decision making or anything like that, most certainly you're going to have to understand how a Class 8 commercial vehicle operates. And it would certainly stand to reason that a CDL or something equivalent, which we don't know what that is, but something equivalent, so therefore a CDL, to be able to oversee these things. You still got to bring the trucks in. Nothing changes about the core competencies of trucking. Trucks in, trucks out. Got to move freight, right? Burn diesel, get them down the road. So folks are going to have to be receiving the vehicles in. There's going to be inspections. This is kind of where CVSA, Commercial Vehicle Safety Alliance, comes in with their new guidance on, or enhanced guidance on autonomous inspections. You're going to need people to do that. There's still going to be service and maintenance. These are vehicle systems. They're engineered systems. They will require maintenance. Inevitably, things will break. They have to be repaired. So you'll have a whole ecosystem pretty much identical to what is there today. It's just who's doing which job and at what scale. How much have you been able to increase the productivity of every individual? Kind of the customers can do more, but same people needed, same skill sets. And then with a little bit of kind of uptraining on what are the systems, but we also understand kind of folks today, kind of the jobs they do, a little bit of uptraining on what are the systems, what do you need to be thinking about, but also designing in such a way that it operates as similar as possible to transportation trucking today.
By the way, Torque is not a sponsor. This is actually me just giving them some praise here. The one thing about you guys that kind of separates you is there's a constant awareness that despite the fact that there may eventually not be somebody inside of that vehicle, there is an understanding, though, that there's going to be somebody inside of it from a distance, and there's also an understanding that the one thing you can't automate is soccer moms driving little girls to both school and to soccer practice. And so there seems to be a real understanding that you are interacting with a lot of human beings out there on the road, and that making sure that the people who are actually putting this together are actually working with the men and women who actually do this on a daily basis, keeping people safe. Walter, we're out of time. I want to give you the last word, so go ahead and fire away before we shuffle off this radio coil.
Absolutely. So certainly appreciate the opportunity to be on, kind of talk with your audience. I think to understand that we will not, cannot, shall not release a product that is not safe, that has not been validated as such. We understand where the industry's pinch points are, and that is where we are looking to bring this technology to bear and bring it in. And we're going to need a whole lot of people over the time period to help in the development and productization of the technology, but also the implementation, the commercialization of it. So the future looks good.
Along with all the socials, Facebook, the X, formerly known as Twitter, and Instagram, and the like with Torque Robotics, you can find them at Torque, TORC.ai. You can find them over there. Walter has given us time from his very busy schedule. He's the Director of Industry Partnerships at Torque Robotics. Walter Grigg, you're welcome back anytime. Thank you, sir.
Appreciate it.
We're going to be back on the other side of this break here, guys. We've actually talked about making a living. And by the way, as you hear there, we've always said, too, you ain't going anywhere for a while. They've actually said that as well. And they're going to need you and your expertise to keep this whole thing moving forward. Hopefully it means, as I believe, more jobs rather than less. Speaking of more jobs, we got a job coming up for you. You get a chance to give us a call at 615-292-636. Lindsay.
Check out the new over-the-top lineup at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants. 3 gigantic sandwiches loaded with flavor. Try the chicken parm stack, the big country combo, or the ultimate smash melt. The ultimate smash melt. 2 delicious smash burger patties, surrounded by 2 grilled cheese sandwiches. 2 sandwiches in 1. Visit your favorite Country Pride or Iron Skillet restaurant and come hungry.
Available for dine-in only at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants inside TA or Petro Travel Centers.
Did you know it's extremely easy to join the Wreaths Across America mission to remember our fallen heroes, while at the same time honoring those who are currently serving our country and their families? Plus, you're helping to teach our younger generation about the value of freedom. With just one $17 donation to Wreaths Across America, you're sponsoring a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. They've really become a symbol of America's respect for those who bravely served and are no longer with us. To sponsor your wreath, just visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
Okay, you've heard the horror stories of how folks have lost their life savings when the market tanks. Is there a way to invest and make money without risk? Believe it or not, yes. Since 1995, Americans who cannot afford to lose their investments have used fixed index annuities. You get guaranteed income and protection from market downturns. It's a win-win for you and your future. And to learn more, dial pound 250. Use the keyword Truckers Wealth to get in touch with them today.
Let me just get this straightened out.
Road Gang Radio. We've talked about making a living. Now let's get a life. It's Jimmy Mack and Lindsay Lawler with the best stories, the ultimate road trip, the concert of a lifetime, and a home when you're not at home.
What?
The wheels have come off.
Oh no.
But we're still rolling.
Maintenance matters.
It does. It
Somebody
does.
call Kevin.
Where's Kevin Lindsay when you need him? Paging Kevin Lindsay.
Our wheels fell off.
They're trying to steal. Zebulon 5 is trying to steal Kevin Lindsay's services. He's
I
not
don't know
having
what
it.
Zebulon 5 is.
It's a very distant planet, Lindsay, where they have a trucking show that they claim is the greatest trucking show in the known universe. But you know that's not true.
Oh, I know that's not true. So they're in this universe, you're saying?
Yeah, they're in this universe, by the way. It's run by a bloviating blowhole named Dr. Phil Estratus. He runs it, and, he's got his little thing going on. But
Is this real, or did you make this? Is this a Star Trek reference?
No, this is just something that's coming out of the, I'm just bloviating.
Oh, okay.
I'm just bloviating things into existence. Actually, the real story of Zebulon 5, although somebody else appropriated the name, I actually went to a burlesque show about 20 years ago. And this guy came out, and he was one of the greatest MCs I've ever seen, Lindsay. And he looked at the audience, and he goes, "This is the greatest burlesque show in the known universe." He goes, "I know. Some of you guys are saying, wait a minute, what about Zebulon 5 and its 3-breasted ladies?" Nope, not even close. And he just dropped it in there randomly. And the audience, it was a delayed laugh because he just kept going. He didn't stop to linger in the Zebulon 5. There are things that don't get a laugh if you stop. But if you keep on talking and just drop them, there they are. They linger.
Okay. That proves to me the point of just say whatever you want and people will believe it. Some won't, some will, but the ones that will fall. You can literally, like that. This is the best trucking show ever. There's somebody out there that heard that and is like, oh, I didn't know, but now I do know. Granted, we believe that is true. But you know what I'm saying? Anything, I can be like, oh yeah, I am the greatest singer of all time. Now, listen, that is obviously debatable. But somebody listening was like, I can say, oh yeah, I that was on a chart that came out. It was a survey that came out. I won it. No one goes back and looks to see if that's true or not.
And even if they do, somebody will always be out there to refute their actual presentation of genuine facts. That's that's not a cat. No, this is a cat. Well, in your opinion, man. I mean, everything is now in your opinion.
In your opinion. I got to tell you, you've seen my dog, Mimi.
Mimi.
She's not here right now, or else I would hold her up, and when she gets back, I'll hold her up and show you. We were with friends this weekend. This dog, Mimi, she's called a Blue Merle.
I have thought for now the year that we have had her that dog is black and gray. That is what I believe wholeheartedly. 6 people I was with this weekend were like, "Oh, your dog's so pretty. Look at that pretty brown." And I was like, "What do you mean? She's not brown." Everybody that I was with is like, that dog. And then I started asking random people on the street, "What color is this dog?" And they're like, brown and gray. I can't see it. I can't see a lick of brown. I'm not colorblind. I'm looking at all the colors going on with you in Madison right now. Plenty of colors. I think that dog is black. Everyone else thinks it's brown. Everyone else thinks it's brown, except for my daughter, but only because she's siding with me, because probably she feels bad for me. I don't know what's happening, but it's like that. Remember the dress thing? Is this dress the dress that was
That's
held
what I
up?
thought of. That's what I thought
Yeah,
of. It's
that's
by
what
the
I'm
way.
thinking of right now. What is that?
By the way, your dog. When I remember your dog as black. Do you know, by the way, that the blue Merle is named after Merle Haggard?
The blue Merle coloring in an animal?
No. That when they call it the blue Merle, it's named after Merle Haggard.
Why?
I just made that up. You see, you were willing to go there, though. You see.
Well, that's different because See, I think you're the smartest person I know, but you could be full of you know what, and I just believe you all the time.
Two things can be true at the same time, Lindsay.
That's true, because you just bloviate like a blowhole on air all the time, and we all believe you because we don't have the patience to look it up. I would rather believe you than go do the work to figure it out myself. That's where I'm at in my life. That's not a great place to be.
That's the secret of radio, by the way. If you disagree, by the way, I have to tell you, sometimes saying absolutely incorrect things and then saying, if you disagree, 615-292-6366.
Oh, I do like that. That's good.
That's it. If you disagree, we invite your reply. There was a guy that used to do editorials on the local news about local politics and all that kind of stuff. But at the end, they would have the voice, the television radio voice would come on. But this has been a statement of opinion from WWL. If you disagree, we invite your reply.
I see. I guess if you say it later, then you figure out who's actually listening or not.
Yeah, that's what it comes down to. That's it. So I would tell you guys 615-292-6366. If you disagree.
615-292-NEMO.
Yeah, we'd like to hear about it. We'd like to hear. How was last night? What did you do?
Took my daughter to piano. Nothing exciting. And came home and cooked leftovers, and then did some prep for today. Got ready for We Should Write, which is today with Morgan Miles.
Never heard of him.
And yeah, her.
That was the gag. Now you got the gag.
Yeah, she's great. Looking forward to that today on We Should Write. Jim, so let me just tell you, to give you a brief sort of introduction to Morgan, why I thought she would be so great on the show, outside of the fact that she's awesome and a killer singer. She was top 3 on The Voice a couple years ago, but she'd been in Nashville singing a long time before that. Everyone, that's the thing with these competition shows. Now, when you're on one of those shows, that becomes the first thing that people lead with. It's like, oh, and it's like, hey, how about what I was doing 20 years prior to when I was on The Voice?
It's a killer.
It's a killer.
It's a killer.
But it is what it is. But why I thought she would be so awesome on the show. And basically her heartbreak becomes great content for We Should Write. And she'll back me up on that. She was engaged, and they bought a house back in January. They moved into the house, and then they called off the engagement 2 weeks later or something like that, the timeline. So she sold the house that she had just bought with her fiance, sold it like 2 weeks later. And then on top of it, Jim, she went to go a couple months later, got the message that her wedding dress had come in, that she'd kind of forgotten to cancel that order.
Ooh.
So she goes to pick up the wedding dress. She's like, well, I guess I'll just try it on because I'm here. Tries on the wedding dress, goes through the whole process. And she's been documenting this all online. She's been ugly crying online and writing songs about it and putting out music around it. And so, boom, there you go. And I was listening to one of her older songs. She talks about crying on the bathroom floor. And I'm going to ask her today, and I'll say this to you, Jimmy. Is crying on the bathroom floor real or metaphorical? Now, I've done it personally.
Well, then it's real.
But for other people, I've cried on the kitchen floor. I've cried, but like we say things sometimes, and then it becomes I was so sad I was crying on the. It's like, were you actually crying on the bathroom
So
floor?
you're asking, is it simply when people say they're crying on the bathroom floor, are we supposed to immediately take them literally, or is it in fact such a common term now that people use it metaphorically for being like the wailing of women and gnashing your teeth and pulling your hair out? Is that what you're asking me?
Yeah.
I think crying on the bathroom floor. I think crying on the bathroom floor actually has enough cultural cachet to actually be metaphorical that people don't immediately assume you were literally crying on the bathroom floor. I think it is a metaphor. I think it can be used as a metaphor to the point where you have to qualify it the way you did was, I was crying on the bathroom floor. No, really, I was crying on the bathroom floor. You do have to add the addendum that you actually were doing the thing itself. So yes.
Yes.
That's what I. You got it?
I got it.
Okay, good. Locked in. There we go. Crying on the bathroom floor is now a metaphor for your life completely unraveling and having to create an album called Therapy. I'm just going to simply say that and put that right there. Which, by the way...
Have you listened to Morgan's music?
I have, actually. All jokes aside.
So you know she has an album called Therapy?
Yeah, that's what I was... Yeah, I was literally crying on the bathroom floor when I discovered that. I was like looking for something. No, I mean, that's exactly. I am not that lucky, Lindsay. I have, by the way, and because I was getting ready for her before, she actually was supposed to be on an earlier show with you, but she had one of those good problems to have. You actually were able to make the adjustment and get somebody else.
No. You're confusing people. That was Sunny Sweeney who had to shift.
Oh,
Morgan's been scheduled since day one when we launched We Should Write. Actually,
oh, fantastic.
I'm only correcting you because I don't want her to. She did not cancel. Sunny Sweeney did have to shift. She was the one, and we filled her in with Brooke instead.
And by the way, her name's been in the calendar for a while, hasn't it? Morgan's name's been in the calendar for a while. Yeah, because I've been trying to kind of catch up to speed on some of these folks. Like I said, I did not know Morgan Miles until they became on the schedule. Not because they're not fantastic, not because she's not great. It's just because I got a lot going on in my head. But I was delighted.
She was on with us on that other platform a couple of years ago. Maybe 2 years ago or something, and that was right after she had right after she had finished The Voice. She had come on with us.
What was her experience on The Voice? Remind me. Or you guys would be talking about that on We Should Write.
We will a little. I don't want to make it like the anchor, the whole deal. For me, that's kind of I want to touch on it, but I have to be real careful with We Should Write and be like it's not this isn't an interview. This isn't a promo of what they're doing. It's a straight up conversation anchored around We Should Write. So I want to make sure everything comes back to that. So if it as it pertains to maybe songs she wrote because of that experience, but that would be one thing. But she got down to, she was season 22. She was in the top 3. She kicked off what really blew them away. Her version of Hallelujah. Is mind blowing. It's really, really good. And that's what got her the chairs to spin for her on The Voice. And if you haven't seen it, go Google Morgan Miles Hallelujah on The Voice and buckle up, as Jim says. But yeah.
Were you a fan of The Voice?
Yes and no. You know what's funny about it? I have a friend named Julie Roberts, who is a country singer. She had that song "Break Down Here." I'd sure hate to break down here. So good. So she had that hit. She had a #1 with "Break Down Here." Had a great career, and then, like a lot, the things happened, kind of fell off, and have a harder time finding success. So she goes on The Voice, and something happened when she was on it. Her voice locked. It was very bad. I mean, you can watch it and see it. She'll tell you it was bad. She's like, I don't know if it was what was going on. Something happened, and no one turned around for her. And this is a girl who was widely known, had a hit on radio, and then doesn't even get one chair to turn around for on The Voice. So when Blake Shelton turned around at the end, just when they realized no one was going to turn around, and then he saw her, and he was like, "Oh my God, Julie," because he knew her, like they'd played shows together, and he was like, "Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. Had I known it was you," but that's the whole point of the show. You got to sing, or you got to be good. But also in that moment, it was painful to watch. I felt horrible for her, because it was mortifying for her. But you also realize, like, people mess up, and you only get one shot, yes, but also no. Like, it's a tough pill to swallow. It's saying when people like mess up the Star Spangled Banner, it's tricky, man. Like, sometimes we're human, and you pause, you lose focus, So I don't know. That show for me, any of those shows in general are, if it works for you, great. But if it doesn't, move on. It wasn't meant for you. I guess that's all.
It's a crapshoot.
It's a total crapshoot.
My mom, by the way, is a devout follower of America's Got Talent. It's like her one must-see TV of the and watches it live Like none of this
Yeah.
like recorded stuff. It's like it is her must see TV, and she roots for everybody. She's not one of those I hate them, they're not any good. Sometimes it's like not my cup of tea. She'll say that, but she's always like people are so talented, and I'm just like delighted to kind of see all that kind of groovy stuff. It's her one night of must see TV, and I actually watch it with her now simply to watch her joy at watching it. I have to tell you something though, Simon, I almost consistently agree with him. I can't believe
100%.
how much I absolutely agree with the dude. I'm always like, yeah. I mean, and there are times too, by the way, that I watch some of this stuff and I listen to the crowd like boo people, and it's like, dude, I'm just giving somebody a note here. You know what I'm saying? You picked the wrong song. I mean, everybody knows you
Yeah.
picked the wrong song. It's like, we love you, and maybe you'll get the votes, but there is some career development that goes on there, and they've gotten notes from people, by the way, that have kind of made a big difference. Sorry, we got completely in the weeds here. It's because
No, but it's true in the song. That's a little Nashville insider scoop. There's a NSAI, which is the Nashville Songwriting Association. Their tagline is "It's all about the song," or "It all comes down to the song," something like that. And it's true. You can have the best voice in the world. It doesn't matter if you don't have a song that's going to connect. There is a method to songwriting. Unfortunately, to the ones that are going to be commercial and be on the radio. Listen, if you just want to go be an artist and don't care who listens or not, that's sometimes when the greatest things happen. But in general, as far as it comes to, commercials or relatability, there is a formula behind it. And I think that's where people really lose out sometimes. And it's, Jim, it's not like that's that balance of, well, I just want to, I want to get discovered and then I'll write the songs I want. That's not very authentic. Or I'm going to write the songs I want and trust that the people that are supposed to find me will find me. But it's a balance if you really want to make a career out of it, of any form of art.
Yeah, and I'm gonna give you an example of somebody that I'm pretty sure you know. You know Will Oldham, Bonnie Prince Billy, the American singer-songwriter. He is, and if you get a chance, listen to Bonnie Prince Billy. He wrote the song. Actually, Johnny Cash covered one of his songs. I think Johnny Cash covered one of his songs. I can't remember. Oh, I See a Darkness. He wrote I See a Darkness that Johnny Cash covers on one of his albums. And so Bonnie Prince Billy is, when I tell you something, Lindsay, this ain't popular music. This is the literal definition of bourbon and barbed wire country. I don't know what it is. Matter of fact, when you listen to it, I would ask you to come back and tell me, call me at home and be like, dude, I don't know what this is, or this is this. He is very much interested in being an artist. If he's successful or not seems to be a certain level of irrelevance for him. He just has that compulsion to create. And that is something that I would tell our listeners out there. If you decide to write books, if you decide to write music, if you decide to do any of it, make sure you're doing it because you want to do that thing. If you're simply looking to get attention, there are a lot of easier ways that aren't illegal to go about doing it than making music. That's the absolute truth. I tell people all the time, there are a lot of easier ways to draw attention to yourself and to be the talk of everybody that don't involve actually having demonstrate actual talent. But if you feel compelled to write music or to tell stories, then you should do that and let the chips fall. And I think you know what I'm talking about here. It's very different things. Popular success does not make you a great artist, and being a great artist does not translate into popular success. Herman Melville died in a clerk's office, straight up. There is no guarantee of that kind of success, and there's a lot of people who confuse the two, that it's like, oh, tens of thousands of people love me. They love Menudo, too. There was no artistry in that.
Menudo is so good. I have to bring up, because Tara just reminded me of this, that Julie Roberts, who I was talking about, used to be Dave Nemo's next door neighbor. Like when the floods happened here in Nashville. And he helped her and her mom. She lived with her mama there. He helped her. I think he helped her. I think they, checked on each other during that. And I'm going to have her on. We should write at some point. I need to reach out to her or have her on this show, maybe even with Dave. But I keep forgetting about that. Yeah, but they used to be neighbors, and I love that little tidbit.
All kinds of fun tidbits. Here's a fun tidbit. I actually went to high school with Harry Connick Jr. There's my fun little tidbit, and he was my ride to school his senior year. when I was a junior.
Pretty cool.
He actually was my ride to school, and basically he made my junior year before I got my car an absolute joy because it was no longer taking the bus. It was like, hey man, get in this groovy car, let's go to school.
Did you look up to him and respect him? Was he like the?
No, I liked him. I didn't look up. No, because we played tackle football against him when we were growing up in the same neighborhood before we even got to high school. So my understanding of who Harry was he was the jerk kid who we played football against, who we eventually ended up becoming friends with. And the rule we had when we played tackle football, this was absolutely true. His dad would come out and watch those games, and literally we had one enforceable law. You could beat the holy hell out of him. If you touched his hands, you were in terrible trouble. You were in terrible trouble. There was almost like this protective...
It was so ridiculous, though. Like, you're playing football. Like,
Yeah, but
right?
here's the thing. I'm talking about.
Shouldn't you pick which you're going after?
I mean, it's like, people doing some really rough stuff. I mean, we're talking about 1970s neutral ground sort of. I mean, our listeners probably know what I'm talking about. I mean, some pretty brutal stuff. And the rule.
Yeah, but if you're that precious, you'd be like, beat him up, but just don't touch my baby's hands. Maybe you shouldn't be playing.
I know. We thought about that too, which is why we always thought he was a namby-pamby. But what was so funny about it, remember, at 11 years old, he was going on the radio and playing stuff. I mean, that's really crucial. Harry Connick Jr. was already a celebrity by the time he was 11 and 12 years old. His dad is a pretty good singer himself, the DA of New Orleans, and so his dad was famous when he would run for re-election of going places where they were doing fundraisers, and he'd take the stage and sing, and then Harry started playing piano for him. That's all.
That's cool.
It was really cool. And it's really funny because, as you know, kids go from 11 to 12 and a lot of stuff changes. And in the blink of an eye, everybody got cool and everybody liked everybody else. He would do this really fun thing where he would actually go on stage before the musical theater practices would start. He would come in, go sit down at the piano, put his feet up on the piano while simultaneously playing the Charlie Brown theme. He would be Schroeder.
That's pretty badass.
He came out one time with a big blonde wig on and was Schroeder. It was really fun.
Well, I don't know about badass, but that's fun.
It's pretty. Actually, it is kind of badass because he was actually playing with his feet up on the piano. So even though it looked goofy and like Schroeder, it was still like I can't play a piano, much less with my feet up and my my blood flow restricted from having it up on top of a grand piano. Just cool stuff. He was a cool dude.
That is cool stuff. You know, it's kind of cool too. We got cut off during country and western music news yesterday, and you said you want to pick up. Yeah, you said you want to pick up, but I will, just because we were talking about The Voice and therefore Blake Shelton. So one of the stories that we didn't get to yesterday actually falls in here. So I'm going to share with you because Gwen Stefani and Blake Shelton, their love story might be following a little yellow brick road here. I don't know if that's good or bad or what that means. But anyway, so Gwen Stefani, Gwen Stefani and Blake Shelton, they aren't announced as cast members yet, but they are on board to produce a Wizard of Oz remake. We might see them show up on screen too soon, TBD, but it's called Dorothy. And it's from the 13 going on 30. That's a terrible movie, so that's a bad reference. Anyway, the producer, Gina Matthews. But it's being developed by Prime Video. The series, Jeb, it's a music-heavy, young adult retelling of The Wizard of Oz. Now, first and foremost, I don't understand why Blake and Gwen would be producing this, or why Blake, but because I don't know. Anyway, okay. We'll come back to that. But Gwen Stefani, her acting, she's not really acted. She had a tiny part in, do you remember in The Aviator, the Leonardo DiCaprio movie?
Yes, I do.
She has like it's very small little one, very, very small role there. And Blake Shelton, like he did voiceover star. He was Earl Pig in the Angry Birds movie. I don't think that qualifies him as a screen actor.
My God, I can't forget that performance. It's emblazoned in my head. I have no doubt they're going to make a good movie. I'm sorry, I couldn't resist that.
I know.
Go
he
on.
did, but Blake also, by the way, he did get a role in Reba McEntire's short-lived comedy Malibu Country, in which he played her wayward brother named Blake, a role that was basically just him in his everyday life. But anyway, the creator of it brought the idea to Blake Shelton, and then he thought I should include my wife, of course, and in turn, so she called, and then Gwen said, said that the character Dorothy was such an inspiration. Of course, she's trying to get the part as Dorothy. Blake's like, I want this is where, whatever. I'm not really saying much.
Is it
but I'm saying a lot.
animated? Is it animated?
No. The series, it's going to use the book or film's famous Yellow Brick Road as a metaphor for challenges and choices facing young adults today. So this is cool. It sounds like the series may stretch beyond the plot of the film to include elements, they say, from Baum's other Oz books. He wrote 14 of them, by the way. They have not announced any cast members or air date yet. But yeah, it's going to be geared toward, it's going to be, this one of these namby-pamby, make good decisions, live your life kind of thing these days. But I'm curious to see if they end up in it. I don't know. We'll see.
I just wonder if they'll make any reference to what the Yellow Brick Road really is all about. It's the gold standard. I know that's just like, why are you doing this, Jim? But it really is about the gold standard. That Dorothy is the American people, red, white, and blue. She's helped by an industrialist who has no heart. She's helped by a farmer who has no brain. She's helped by a presidential candidate in The Lion, William Jennings Bryan, who could only become president if he found the nerve. And William McKinley is the Wizard of Oz, with Mark Hanna as the man behind the curtain. Craig, it's a giant political allegory about 1898 America. Come on, people. I'm sure they'll make reference to that.
But let's shift it so it's inspiring for children.
Yeah. And by the way, my father will tell you when he went to go see The Wizard of Oz at the movie theater, he said half the audience of kids crawled under the seats when the monkey bats arrived. They're terrifying.
No, I could see that.
That movie
it's very
is
scary.
Terrifying. By the way, the turtle says sometimes we just need to leave the classics alone. Sometimes we don't need remakes, sequels, or prequels. That's just my opinion. I agree, unless it's Andor or Rogue One and The Godfather Part 2. But those are exceptions that prove the rule.
It depends. I mean, I hear both sides. I think it depends on what it is. There is something to be said for leave 'em wanting more, and it's a classic is a classic for a reason.
Leave them wanting more. That's what I'm saying.
I mean, well, Tara the turtle. If that's the case, what do you think about Wicked?
Yeah. And by the way, what do you think about what the movie does to the book? There's another crazy thing, too, because that book ain't the movie, and that movie ain't the book. I mean, here we go. I mean, leave the classics alone, unless, of course, it's a classic that I really want to see changed, and I really enjoy what they did with it. Then I'm all in favor of it.
Well, yeah, I'm waiting for Tara to say something, because I know she loves Wicked, because she loves Ariana Grande in it. So just waiting to see what we got there.
Put a little knife. By the way, Joe J. agreed. Marshall Platter says, for your information, check out Gabriel Iglesias. Finished 6th place in Last Comedy Standing, and he's the only one who wound up with his own comedy special. Good for him, man. Good for him. Nicely done. Well said and well done, by the way. Did you know that Trucker Bosun's cousin Elaine went to church with Dave and Casey Phillips? Now that's celebrity faith.
I did not know that.
There we go. Lindsay, this is so cool who our first guest is. This is kind of awesome. I'm kind of excited about it. Are you?
Yeah, you should be. She's a badass, man. She lives here in Nashville, too. Stacey Huckaba, internationally recognized photographer, writer, speaker, filmmaker, has photographed everybody from Dolly. Her photos itself have graced the covers of the book Dolly. David Bowie, Pearl Jam, Public Enemy. Like, she's photographed all these people, but she's also made beautiful films. She's also a writer. She also is a public speaker. She's an activist. This is an incredible human who's done a lot, seen a lot, but everything in her work, Jim, is, I know that you noticed, the through line through it all is making people feel seen for who they are, not who they feel like they are supposed to be because of this damn business. And that's pretty cool. That's why someone like her has been doing this from, as she put, she expanded her career during the early 21st century. Like, that's, when I read that, I'm like, I don't even know what that means anymore. It's 20s. I don't know what century this is. I think it all kind of meshes together. But she's been doing it a long time, Jim, and she ain't going nowhere. She's here to join us and tell us about the whole career.
Yeah, and it's and her editorial photos, guys, by the way, whether she's just taking portraits, as Lindsay said, or whether she's actually editorializing in the photos. And by the way, editorial photo does not mean offering a political opinion. It means more than just simply a lovely shot of the person. Her editorial photos are really striking, really grip your attention. And what's also really kind of cool, Magul, too, is her new book. And I want to talk to her about that, along with all the other amazing people she's gotten a chance to photograph. She's actually tracking the gentrification of the neighborhood she lives in. And I'm really interested, given the nature of these amazing photos, what she's going to do with that. There's a lot of groovy stuff to kind of dig into here. And we are really excited about Stacey Huckabee joining us in just a few moments here on Road Gang Radio. Sorry, Lindsay, I took you completely into the weeds on this half hour. There was a bunch of other stuff we could have actually gotten a chance to cover, but I just kept thinking about my mom watching America's Got Talent and how much.
Did your mom ever? Did she see Emily West on America's Got Talent? Then you'll have to ask her.
Yeah, she did. She did, and I think she liked her very much. It's like one of those things. My mom has watched all of this stuff over and over again. So it's kind of groovy going on. Madison with a T. We've got to take ourselves a break here. We've got to head into break, so we're going to kind of bounce on there. And guys, don't forget that at some point during this show as well, the phone lines will go open at 615-292-6366.
That's 615-292-NEMO. Yo, check it out. And you know what you should also do? You should truck up and truck down. Head on over to truckdown.com. Got to get up and truck down. They've been doing it for a long time, since I've been born, in all 50 states. They'll get you home.
Get $25 off on your next preventive maintenance service. Stop by TA Truck Service and save when you choose Castrol oil and a Fleet Guard oil filter. Now through September 30, 2025. Enjoy premium performance with trusted brands. Castrol, protection for the long haul guaranteed. Fleet Guard, run cleaner longer with filtration science. Our ASC certified technicians are ready to deliver expert preventive maintenance and more. TA Truck Service, Castrol, Fleet Guard, your partners in preventive maintenance.
The mission of Wreaths Across America is unwavering, remembering our fallen heroes, honoring those who are currently serving, along with their families, and most importantly, teaching the next generation about the value of freedom. And you can join our mission with a $17 donation that sponsors a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. Each wreath will be laid in honor of a veteran who gave the ultimate sacrifice for our nation. To sponsor your wreath, please visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
Pro drivers, say hello to your perfect fuel stop. Racetrack. Perfect as in hello, everything you need on the go. Oh, hi there, dedicated truck lanes. What's up, hot and delicious grab-and-go food? And hello, cat scales, clean restrooms, and large, easy-to-maneuver lots. Racetrack has what you want so you can get in, get out, and get back on the road, turning miles into money. Next time you need to stop, say hello to the fuel stop built for pro drivers. Racetrack, whatever gets you going.
You know Sap Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires, so hold on to that fifth wheel, because when you buy 4 Salem S624 EFTs, the perfect line haul trailer tire, mounted at Sap Brothers, your price is an amazing $199.99, originally priced at $299.99, and prices are good through June 30, 2025 while supplies last. Save on 4 or more at Sap Brothers, and nobody's going to beat that price. Salem Tires, advanced compound technology for maximum mileage and rolling resistance without compromise. When you think tires, think Sap Brothers. In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jazrawi.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
Pro drivers, say hello to your perfect fuel stop, Racetrack. Perfect as in hello, everything you need on the go. Oh, hi there, dedicated truck lanes. What's up, hot and delicious grab-and-go food? And hello, cat scales, clean restrooms, and large, easy-to-maneuver lots. Racetrack has what you want so you can get in, get out, and get back on the road, turning miles into money. Next time you need to stop, say hello to the fuel stop built for pro drivers. Racetrack, whatever gets you going.
Okay, you've heard the horror stories of how folks have lost their life savings when the market tanks. Is there a way to invest and make money without risk? Believe it or not, yes. Since 1995, Americans who cannot afford to lose their investments have used fixed index annuities. You get guaranteed income and protection from market downturns. It's a win-win for you and your future. And to learn more, dial pound 250. Use the keyword Truckers Wealth to get in touch with them today.
It's a trucking, transportation, and lifestyle show like none other.
Man, you call this a life?
Road Gang Radio is back for another half hour of the best transpo show in the known universe.
We come in peace. Well, actually, we're falling to pieces.
Whew, get us out of orbit, Madison with a T.
Oh, girl, I'm trying. How you guys doing on this lovely morning?
It is a beautiful Wednesday here, which means it's also a We Should Write Day. It is September the 3rd, 2025. I got to tell you, Lindsay, I am so glad August is over. August is the longest year of my life. There's no other way to kind of describe it.
Especially if you live in New Orleans. God, it's hot there right now.
Yeah, no month should have 58 days. They've mercifully come to an end, and I'm just kind of glad to be here in what I hope will be a merciful September. The weather is drier. We are working on getting our phone lines back online to get Stacey Huckabee, internationally recognized photographer, writer, speaker, and filmmaker, here on the scene. But in the meantime, a couple of quick reminders about tomorrow's show I want to dig into here, Lindsay. If, in fact, we ever get the phone lines working again, we are going to have a couple of great folks in the second half of the show, and I want to kind of dig in and talk about them. David Kravitz and Larry Wolf are going to be joining the show at 9:30 in the center, 10:30 in the east. They are the founders of Super Aging Incorporated and the Super Aging News Network. It's exactly what you think it sounds like. And then immediately after that...
What? I don't know what I think that sounds like. That makes it sound like I'm just getting old really fast.
Oh, you think it makes it sound like, you're aging at a super pace?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Why? So,
I mean, I know what it is because I have done the prep work. But in general, I don't think you could just say it's exactly what you think it is.
How about if I say it like this? Super aging.
No, now I feel like a really old superhero.
Welcome to the dazzling new world of super aging, where everything you've been taught about aging is challenged. Getting older does not mean the end of accomplishment and growth. For super agers, the period after age 65 can be one of the most productive and fulfilling times of life. How about that?
Okay, now I'll listen. Now I'll tune in. Thank you for clarifying.
You're welcome, by the way. And immediately after that, we're going to be talking about the Eureka Room.
Eureka!
With Mike Miles. We're going to find out the inspiration for it, how it was built, why it was built, how he runs it out of his house, and reactions to it. The Eureka Room is a 100-square-foot room of absurd and fun participatory activities. It is a boutique, immersive experience filled with light, sound, and fun participatory absurdity. The space measures a cozy 100 square feet, and the groups that it actually entertains are 6 to 8 people. And we'll be talking to Mike Michaels.
This sounds like an escape room situation.
Yeah, that is kind of the initial blush of it, but it is more absurd, incredibly unique. And by the way, it's funny because the words indescribable have been used. There are no puzzles to solve. Nothing scary happens, so it's not a dark ride. And you don't have to wear, hold, or learn any kind of technology. There are no trust falls, and there are no personal or emotional questions. So we're going to have to wait and find out exactly what the Eureka... We kind of know. we've kind
But he also, the guy that we're having on who started it, he also runs HalloweenLocal.com and ChristmasLocal.com. So this is a guy this is a festive guy. This is a guy who likes to entertain, who's festive, who's festive.
I mean, this is a guy who's kind of got it going on, and all of that will be the section of the show where we go about the business of getting a life, kind of getting our, going out there and making that life happen. I've actually, been trying recently. I was telling you yesterday that my mom watches her shows, watches 2 hours of America's Got Talent. What I do with my Tuesdays, and I'm rather sad about this, I have a favorite podcast, a favorite fictional podcast, and I've really taken to watching Alien Earth on FX. And it's become kind of my must-do evening. I'll come home, have dinner with my family. My mom will watch America's Got Talent. But yesterday, a new edition of my favorite podcast came out, but it was a season finale. So what I do is, right towards the end of America's Got Talent, I go for a long walk, put my headphones on, listen to the latest podcast come on, and as I make my way down, walking my way down, listen to the podcast, and then come back and watch Alien Earth. Have you ever had this happen where a season of a show or a series finale happened and you actually felt sad at the end of it? That you weren't going to get a chance to listen to it anymore, or listen to a great album and got to the last song and thought, I'll never hear that again for the first time?
Huh. I don't know. I don't know if I've ever thought about it like I'll never get it for the first time. Certainly sad because there's things like, I think about like from a TV show like Lost, when that was over, because that was set for Seamus and I. We watched that right when we moved to Nashville. We didn't have any friends, and that was like what we did, and we would watch till late at night till like our eyes were bleeding, but it was such a journey. So stuff like that, sad that it's something like, because there's certain things like a show like Lost or certain podcasts where you can't listen to it again. Albums I can listen to over and over again and could run them into the ground to still get that feeling. But I can't do that with a podcast where I already know, a podcast or a movie or a series where I already know the ending. Albums to me have no endings.
I am a little bit better when it comes to revisiting television shows when the episodes, and they might have a big, larger story kind of contained inside of them. Person of interest comes to mind. But if they have enough episodes that are self-contained, Lindsay, I actually am fans of those. I can go back and rewatch that from pillar to post. You know what I'm saying? The idea, if the episodes are in fact contained episodes, meaning that there's a beginning, middle, and end, and everything gets wrapped up, I often can get enough distance with enough seasons to kind of make my way through that and to kind of get to the other side of that, if that makes any sense. There was something I wanted to kind of talk to you about because you brought it up yesterday, and I didn't know if we would have enough time, and now it seems we kind of do have enough time. So I kind of wanted to ask you about this. You were talking yesterday about the idea of letting people know that you're going to do something for a living, and that is going to take you away from them from a long period of time. And one of the things that you and I addressed in that conversation briefly, and it landed with you, is the idea that if I don't do this, you're not going to like who I become. And that is one of the toughest things to kind of articulate to people, to say, you're hurting my heart, meaning not allowing me to do this, or not letting me do this, or not doing this the way we've kind of talked about, is basically rupturing our friendship or our relationship. Have you ever encountered, and I'm going to give you some time to kind of mull on this if you need it, because I actually want to talk about this for a while. Have you ever encountered anybody where you literally couldn't reconcile the difference in either the friendship or the actual relationship because they weren't down with what you wanted to do with yourself and where you wanted to go and the places you wanted to be? Because I've run into that twice in my life and really liked these people, both one as a friend and one as a possible romantic partner. And just when it became apparent that they took no enthusiasm for both what I was doing, but more importantly, took no enthusiasm for the way it took me away from them, I had to kind of call it off. And one of them, I didn't even realize it was happening, and the relationship unraveled in resentment. But have you ever had that experience in regards to a relationship, friendship, or beyond?
I think I'm experiencing that a little bit right now, not in a way like, not in a way where it was ever like a breakup, like I don't agree with what you're doing or I don't see that, but more like what you're not, because I went from the person that was always available and down to clown, so to speak, And then A, moved out to the woods. B, had a kid. C, decided I didn't want to, the things that I used to do with friends, I don't find fun anymore. So I think I've my focus has changed. And so it's changed my relationships where they're still there. They're in my life, but I don't see them or talk to a lot of people like I used to. So I don't know if this is what you're talking about, but a little bit of where I'm like, I had to get real focused, and the going out and the partying and the just meeting for coffee and drinks just because, like, I don't have time just to hang out because, and not that I don't have time. We all have time to do whatever we want. It's not a priority anymore. So I think that once I prioritized myself, my family, and my work, it shifted a lot of my relationships. Nothing like dramatic where it had to be a conversation. I just noticed there's sort of organically distance was put between me and a lot of my relationships.
I think the beginning of that is there's a realization, and by the way, this is one of the reasons I quit drinking, and it really lands with you. If I don't get serious about the thing that I claim I want to do, if I don't really buckle down and do the kind of additional work about the thing that I claim I want to do, it's not going to happen for me. You know, Madison and I were talking about it this morning. One of the things is I know people where they are a sleep schedule away from conquering the world. I mean, I know people, you're talking to one of them, who are literally a sleep schedule away from conquering the world. If they could just square the circle on sleeping properly, everything would change for them. And at some point you realize there are things in your life that you want that if you continue to do the things that you are doing, you are not going to get them. And it's a hard moment where you kind of, and from an addict standpoint, it's a little bit simpler where it's like, if I don't quit drinking, all of these things, you know, a healthy relationship, children that love me, the job that I want are never going to happen if I don't stop doing this particular thing. But I think there comes a moment where the toughest element of it is exactly what you're talking about. Yeah, you could function at a certain level and have a reasonably happy life by most people's standards. But if you keep going out and keep making time to go have all these fun events with your friends on a regular basis, you're never going to be able to create space in your life to do the thing that you want to do. And it's a tough moment because there are people that you are cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs about. And if you don't get a chance, if you don't get a chance to do the thing that you want to do, you're going to be very resentful of them. And we start to get resentful of people who are taking us further away from the things that we claim to want. And the decision has to be made at some point to say, I've got to move on. And it's tough when they haven't done anything wrong. That's the worst one. When they're actively, like, even if it's unintentionally, taking you away from the things that you love, that's a problem and a different thing. But you know what I mean? Where it's like, no, this is fine. I mean, we like our lives. But you're like, I don't like my life and I love you, but I have to kind of move on from this because if I don't, I'm never going to be at the places I want to be. And it's like, you won't like me where I will end up if we don't kind of take care of this problem. And it struck me when we talked about it yesterday, at some point, either you do the thing or you don't. And it's okay if you don't, but if you decide whether it is owning your own business, whether it is, having your own authority, becoming an owner-operator, becoming a professional singer-songwriter, whatever it is, there's a point where your friend David Mallory said it, at some point you have to let go of plan B. That's really what it kind of comes down to. You have to let go of plan B, and that makes such a difference. And I was kind of struck by that yesterday and was hoping we get a chance to talk about it. It's unfortunate that this is the circumstance of which we'll get those phone lines back up and working and maybe see if we can get Stacey Huckabee on the phone, but maybe we'll have to reschedule that at some point. But that's kind of where I was kind of left at the end of that with the country and Western music news thing. That came up, man, and at some point, I know there are people who get to the end of their careers and wish they'd spent more time with their kids, but I often tell them, if you had, might you then be angry at your kids for not allowing yourself, for letting your own kind of sense of responsibility create resentments at people who don't deserve it? And you're actually doing them a favor sometimes by staying away because it makes you a better you when you are there.
Well, you say you're either gonna not like me now, or you're not gonna not like me later. Which is it?
Yeah.
Not like me now. You can get through it. Go live your life. I'll get out there and bust my butt and build us a great, hopefully. I mean, there's no guarantee when you set out for something in creative land, but my goal in doing this is so that to make myself happy. So therefore I make the whole family. Well, or you can not like me later when I'm an old curmudgeon that's regretful and has resentment toward my family perhaps. Not that it's their fault, but I'm saying the universal me. I'm not talking about me personally, but but it could be.
But here's the flip of the script, and we actually touched on this yesterday. I was thinking about it this morning. A lot of the people who get resentful of their spouses, of their husband or their wife or their children for keeping them away from the thing that they loved, I would actually say to them, did you ever have a conversation with those people? There's a very famous author who went to his wife and sent her and his son on vacation. It was Tom Clancy, who basically said, if I don't finish Hunt for the Red October, I can't promise that I'll ever speak to anybody again. I can't promise I'll ever be happy. But he was honest about it. And therefore, they picked up their stuff and they went on a vacation for a month while he sat at home and finished that book, Lindsay. And I think a lot of the people who end up in that situation, and this is really what it kind of comes down to, because I've been thinking about this all the time. I don't know how many marriages fail, how many relationships fail, how many friendships fail, because people hedge their bets and don't invite the person they're supposed to love at the center of life on an adventure. Does that make sense? The idea that it's like, I'll never get a chance to do those things. Well, have you ever sat down and talked to your wife about this is important to me? Have you seen the movie City Slickers with Billy Crystal?
Sure.
It's his wife.
I'm going to go do that.
Yeah, it's his wife who saves him. Remember, she said, I need you to go do this. Because, Bruno Kirby's character says, let's all go get on horses and ride our way across the West together. And, he's just humming and hawing and being just kind of a pain in the ass about it. And then finally she says, I want you to go do this. She saves the marriage because she says, I want you to go do this. And when you come back, I want to see your smile again. I want to see you smiling again. And that's kind of the center of it all, is the idea that, at some point you have to either invite the person that you supposedly care about on the adventure with you, or you have to say to them, I need to go off on an adventure by myself, but it doesn't mean that I don't love you and that I won't come back. But I need to find the person that you fell in love with. That part of going out there and chasing that dream is also, if done right, if communicated properly, God, I just got completely off in the weeds here, but if communicated properly, and by the way, I've communicated to Claire these things. This is not like me rehearsing a speech I have to give them. But this is a moment where you kind of have to look people in the eye and say, I got to do this. If I don't do this, there's not going to be an us. And that's the truth of the matter. I mean, I know you've had those conversations.
Well, God, we have them all the time, because if there's enough love there, it doesn't matter if you don't spend a few days together. And by few days, in the scheme of things, that could be months or whatever it is, like you and Claire are doing right now. But it's, I said for a long time to Seamus, because he travels for much longer stints than I do. And I said for a long time, I was saying to him how he's gone. And I enjoy my time when he's gone, actually. I like the space. But I was saying to him, oh, I miss you. And I was like, not that I didn't miss him, but I was like kind of forcing the miss you, like he needed to hear it. And he finally said to me one day, it's really hard on me when you tell me how much you and Freya miss me. And I was like, what a strange thing to say. He's like, no, hear me out. Like, of course we miss each other. We wouldn't be together if we didn't miss each other. But I'm gone. I'm working. This is how I make my living. You know that. You signed up for it. If you constantly remind me that the things that I'm missing back home, it makes it a lot harder on me to be gone, me meeting him. Right. And he had to say it like kind of forcefully and sort of almost hurt my feelings so that I would hear it. And I realized in that moment, it didn't hurt my feelings. I realized I was saying it because I thought he wanted to hear it. I was fine. Yeah, I missed him, but whatever. Like, I'm confident enough in our relationship that I'm like, yeah, he's gone for a while and that's cool. It gives me time to focus on my stuff, take care of Freya, do what I need to do. He'll be back. He's working. That's a positive thing. I'd much rather that than not. And so, but I had to be sort of smacked in the face by him saying, stop telling me you miss me. I know you do. You're making it harder for me to be gone. I was like, oh, okay, well, go screw yourself. No, but like it was a real moment in our relationship.
I'm going to tell you something. That is such an important conversation, and it's one that I hope our friends out there are listening to, because that sort of honesty and the way you received it ultimately is such an important moment. Because here's the thing, and I'm going to say this, and tell me if I get this right. You were telling him that because you wanted him to know how much he was loved and cared for. It wasn't about, I need you home, you're failing your duties as a husband, where are you? It was, we know that you have to do the thing that you have to do, and we miss you terribly. His response is just as good. He's basically saying, I know exactly why you're telling me that. I know you're not dropping a guilt trip on me, but I already feel what you feel. So let's acknowledge that I feel it. Let's acknowledge that I know you miss me and that I miss you. I need to be able to kind of compartmentalize that, because if I don't, I won't be able to stay out here on the road and get anything done with any joy or productivity. And that is such a big deal to kind of get that done.
It helped with a little bit of my resentment too, because if I'm being honest, and I've talked about this, it's really hard, especially when Freya was really young. Now she's got activities and goes off to school, so I do get more space. But when Seamus was gone in the beginning and Freya was little, not even a baby, because when they're real little, I mean, she was just with me. Listen, Freya was strapped on me on stage at 3 weeks old. Like, here we go. When they're that little, they can go everywhere with you. She was at the bar with me. She was on stage with me. She was at meetings with me. She was in the car with me, everywhere. As she got like in the toddler years when he was gone. And granted, yes, he was working. It was great. But then but then he'd still get his time when the job was done for the day. They'd go to like great dinners or go out and have a drink, or he'd get to sleep alone in a bed and not have to worry about a baby waking up in the night, get up in the morning whenever they work long hours when he's on the road. But you know what I'm saying? Like, he would have his own space. And I didn't even want to talk to him. I didn't even want him to call when he was gone. But then I also wanted, I'm like, I'd be like, what are you doing now? Don't tell me. I mean, that was such a typical woman thing. What are you doing? Don't tell me. What are you doing? I don't want to know. Like, I want to know where you are, but as soon as you tell me, I'm going to get mad because I'm annoyed because I'm back here. And it wasn't like I'm not a stay-at-home mom. I also work. So I was also working and handling the kid. And it was so much resentment. And he knew it. He could sense it in my voice all the time. And we, as it got further along, we'd talk about it. But it was a real problem. I finally had to like really realize, I'm like, listen, he's working. You know, this is his job. He's getting paid. It's not like he's on vacation. He's getting paid to be gone. So why wouldn't I want somebody I love to also enjoy himself when he's on the road? Of course I do. I want to enjoy myself when I leave and travel. I want to go to dinners and do things and connect with my friends. So why wouldn't I want that from him, for him? But it's a real, you really figure out if you're dating someone or married to somebody who travels for a living, and listen, that we're clearly speaking to our audience right here. You have to really decide, do I really want to be because you can make it work with a lot of people in the world. Is this person really worth? I don't believe in, I don't know. I was going to say I don't believe in soulmates. I believe we have a lot of soulmates in our life.
There it is. I like that one. I mean, you haven't missed your chance is the way I kind of feel about it, guys. You may have missed one soulmate down the road. There's another one coming. There's a lot of people who connect with you that you can make some wonderful things happen
Yeah.
with, you know?
Yeah. And I believe like, and if you're having issues in your relationship, it's like, listen, do I want to be here or not? Figure that out. And then move on. Do I really want to make this work? If so, yes. Now we deal with the other things. But you have to really comes to a point where you have to be like, take a real inventory on yourself and your relationship and your situation and say, as opposed to always complaining. And I'm talking to myself in the mirror right now. If I want to be here, if this is the person I want to do life with, then stop complaining and just figure out how your current situation does work in your life, not how it doesn't work for your life.
Let me kind of frame this, by the way. Guys, we're not taking phone calls right now. We do have plenty of opportunities to chat for those of you out there on the Book of Face and for those of you out there on YouTube. Many of you guys spend time away, not just from your significant others, like Lindsay was kind of referring to. You also kind of spend time away from children, away from good friends that you maintain long-term relationships with. And so if you want to take the time to write over in the YouTube chat or any place else where we can find your comments about how it is you cope with those long distances and the strategies you employ, do you kind of, when you meet somebody new, especially you guys and gals out there, when you actually meet somebody and they do something for you, they get you a little stirred, they get you a little bit, a little dilated. how do you kind of tell them about your schedule, your hours? How do you make all that stuff work? Just type it out there. We'll read that on the other side of the break. It's one of those things where I'm always interested in the strategies that people employ, because I'm beginning to realize something, Lindsay, and this is a piece of wisdom that I wish I had really kind of thought through when I was younger. The idea of actually articulating not your best foot forward. I don't mean like your warts and all, but I mean your most honest sort of reality. What is picky about you, what is necessary about you, the things that you absolutely need, not just in a relationship, but what you need in regards to be the best version of you. And I don't think people articulate that at the top of relationships or in relationships on a regular basis. And not because they're hiding something bad about themselves, is we've been taught not to do that. And I think it's really important to say, this is what I need to be the best me that I can be moving forward. Just something worth thinking about.
Be all you could be, Jim. Be all you could be in your relationship, in your job, on Road Gang Radio, on the road. Be all you can be.
You can even be it better if you go to truckdown.com and get out of the ditch. 97, they've been doing it since. 50 states, 8 provinces. Get up, and...
Truck down. Yo.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jazrawi.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
The Joshua Chamberlain Society is unlike any other veterans organization. It's truly a family, and I know that firsthand from working with them myself. Their mission is to make wounded veterans and families of deceased veterans feel the support and appreciation of their community for life. Our veterans' injuries are permanent, and so is the JCS support. From monetary assistance like paying utility bills or college funds to helping our heroes find purpose, JCS is a family that surrounds and supports the heroes who have sacrificed so much. Learn more and make your donation at chamberlainsociety.org. That's chamberlainsociety.org.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
If someone tells you they need to get a life, tell them to join us here at Road Gang Radio with Lindsay Lawler and Jimmy Mack. Hit those turbos, Madison with a T.
Woo, them turbos are going crazy. How you guys doing?
Rumbling, bumbling, stumbling, and fumbling our way to the finish line here in the fourth quarter of Road Gang Radio. Lindsay Lawler, Jimmy Mack. Good morning to you, Lindsay, over there in Franklin, Tennessee. I wanted, before I actually get to some trucking headlines, and then we'll bounce on back into just kind of the lifestyle conversations that we have. I wanted to say I had a thought about your sleazy comment, Nashville sleazy.
Which one? I have a lot of sleazy comments around here. Hey, no. You're talking about from the Big Easy to Music Sleazy.
Yeah.
Yes.
Music
Go
sleazy. I thought the way to kind of describe the kind of sleazy you're talking about, I think I have it right, is I call it 70s sleazy.
Yeah.
When being a little sleazy was chic. You know what I'm saying? When, being sleazy was a little bit of the wee touch of, it's okay to be sleazy. That sort of Bob Evans, you bet your ass kind of thing. You know what I'm saying? Where sleazy was kind of a stylistic thing. We're talking stylistically sleazy. We're not talking about the guy that comes up on you in the movies in the dark and goes, We don't mean that. Is that kind of it?
Yeah, sleazy meaning cool. It's kind of like when you say you're fat with a PH. good fat. Or this, oh my God, that was badass. Like, cool, not really bad. Good. Good sleazy.
No, I got it.
I'm not walking the streets anymore.
I think I got it. So tell me to have a great day, and you'll see me later.
Have a great day. See you later, bud.
Take it sleazy, and if you can't take it sleazy, take it light. Something like that. You mean kind of like that?
Yeah, that works.
That kind of works.
Yeah,
Okay.
keeping it sleazy. Because it's like gritty. It's gritty. I think that's a bit like if you're not sleazy, it means you're too vanilla for me.
So I'm asking this for a friend. So if I say 70s sleazy, that kind of works for you?
Yeah, that works.
Yeah, he's not sleazy. He's 70s sleazy. Okay, I can go with that. I'm gonna make a note of that. That's important for something I want to do later on. Not today, but in the future, marking that down. We are, by the way, the best transportation show in the known universe. And before we shift back to lifestyle issues, let me just kind of let you guys know what's going on around the horn. In the wake of the August 29th federal court appeals ruling that struck down most of his tariffs, President Trump has to pivot. He's got to pivot a lot. He's got to pivot. He's got to pivot. He told reporters that the U.S. would appeal to the High Court for relief, meaning the Supremes, as soon as September the 3rd, because it would be a devastation for our country if the appeals court ruling was left in place. In the blink of an eye, all of these tariffs that the president has imposed, which he has done under wartime powers, could all go away, which means we'd be back to square one. Although I can tell you right now, guys, he would begin with his lawyers to figure out ways that he can enact similar policies under the rule of law based on how the Supreme Court defines it. We'll be following that with great intensity. I just wanted to keep you guys up. We'll have a few more bits of trucking news over the course of the next half hour. But Lindsay, let me turn it over to you for a second while I cough my ass off.
Cough your ass off. Welcome back to Road Gang Radio. Our phone lines are down, guys, which is an issue going on over there in New Orleans. It's beyond our control. They're down, so we can't take calls right now. But what we can do is have you go over on the chat, which people are commenting over on the YouTube chat. Trucker Bosun saying, having FaceTime on Messenger helps when I'm gone for multiple weeks. At least we can see each other and not just talk. And I love that. And of course, Marshall Platter, twice divorced. Yes, Marshall, we know, still hanging in there. But that's a guy who loves the road so much that he don't even care that he's twice divorced. I mean, he does, but he does, like, in a loving way. He's chosen his path. He's comfortable with it. He's confident. I think Marshall said, and correct me if I'm wrong, Marshall, I think he said he's still even friends with his exes, but I might have made that up. That speaks volumes when you can still be friends with exes, I will say. But back to Trucker Bosun, talking about having the FaceTime and Messenger and all these other angles that ways, like, that's something that the sleazy 70s did not have. Or, Jem, when we were able to talk to all the veterans coming back when Fastport took them over and Brad Bentley took them over to Vietnam 50 years later to kind of rewrite their own history, their own memories, their own story. I'll never forget one of the drivers saying it was such a big deal, the fact that when I went to bed in my hotel room at night, when we were just there, I could call my wife to say goodnight. And that landed on me so much that they didn't have that option. Say didn't have that ability 50 years ago. I mean, obviously we know that, but we don't really conceptualize what that means. The idea of, like, I can't call her to say, I'm good, I'm safe, I'm going to bed now. And now we have so many ways to communicate, and too many, some might say. Too many, I will definitely say, because now I don't know. I'm like, did I talk to you on Facebook, on Instagram, on text, on the phone, on email? Which text thread which thread of communication are we talking on? And that is a whole nother thing. I mean, I feel like and I have some actually ongoing conversations with some of my best friends on Instagram, because it starts like they'll respond to something I post, and then we get into a conversation, and then we'll have the wherewithal to say, let's take this over to the phone, like call me or text me, because I get confused what's what, But back to Trucker Bosun's point, you really have, there's so many ways that you can stay in touch. You don't have to pull over to find a payphone to call, which would have been also, by the way, late at night, pulling over to a payphone, that could be sketchy. That's 70s sleazy right there as well. And that was a whole. So anyway, I just, the communication piece, there's plenty of ways, too many ways to stay in touch, but it's met with I don't know. We have way more options. I don't.
Actually, it's a really great point. Actually, I have actually a rejoinder to what you just said. So this can be absolutely confusing and overwhelming, as you pointed out, and I agree with that. By the way, it can be too much. It's like it's too much. This is too much. We need to kind of maybe cut down on how we're all communicating here. But what it can do, which is really neat, is that you can figure out, given the fact that you can text, you can email, you can FaceTime, you can phone call. There are multiple options here. What is really groovy is that you can often figure out the best way to communicate with somebody. I don't know if this has been your experience when I tell you, I enjoy talking to Claire. I really love texting with Claire. I really love emailing with Claire in particular. I find her emails funny, engaging, thoughtful, rapid in response. And so I really enjoy that. There are friends that I hate talking on the phone to, Lindsay, and I think without texting, I might not have been. And I'm great in person with them. I don't mean that they're terrible in person. They're just not good on the phone. You know what I'm saying?
Well, that's just being a present friend, partner, whatever, knowing somebody's best communication, how they communicate best, and not forcing Claire to be on the phone with you if you know that's not her strength, or vice versa. Seamus is the same way. He is not a phone talker. I get yes, no's. So I'm like, we could have done that on text. So I agree with you there. But that's knowing the person, both who you are and who they are, and being like, how do we set ourselves up for success in this communication and not fault you for not doing it my way?
But I'm going one step further in the sense that I'm saying there are people who might not have been our friends if we had tried to maintain a relationship with them over the phone. And which, of course, 30, 40 years ago, if you were long distance, it was the only way you could have done it. There are people, by the way, I know who are terrible on the phone, but great in a Google Meet or a Zoom. I mean, I know people that are like, there's a guy who works in brokering that just literally on the phone drives me crazy. Lindsay, I sit there doing the whole thing where, you're talking to somebody and you're doing your hand gesture the way I'm doing it so that you can see right now, like, wrap this up. I get him on a video conference. He's an absolute joy, because I can contextualize what he looks like when he's talking the way that he talks. He also sees visual clues really well and lets other people actually get their opinions in. And it's really, really neat. And I wonder if, in fact, we've opened ourselves up, if we're mindful about it with how we communicate with people, to actually maintaining better long distance and long-term friendships by doing exactly what you just said, taking the time to say, look, you're terrible on the phone, dude. Why don't we just jump over to text? Well, look, you're terrible on text, so why don't we do an email here? Oh, let's go over to a Zoom. That seems to work for both of us. And it can be a really fun thing. I have a couple of friends where we have a weekly, Justin Wellborn is an example of that. Justin and a couple of other friends of ours will get on a group meet and be able to kind of shoot the breeze in ways that on the phone, once again, just can't see the visual clues to stop talking.
Did y'all do that? Did y'all start doing that after COVID? Was that a COVID thing?
Oh, very much so. And
yeah, and that was my favorite part of COVID. Strange thing to say, I know, but we started having like happy hours, get-togethers with people that I didn't like, people that were close to me. I spent more time with them in COVID, not face to face, but camera to camera, video to video. We would do we'd have 3 hour. My friend Mark and Emily, we would once a week we would cook dinner together. So we'd feel like we were eating together. We'd turn the screen and we'd cook, and then we'd sit down and actually eat. And we felt like we were having dinner with friends, and I actually got more quality time and conversation doing that than like trying to force a get together at a restaurant.
You met my friend Michelle and her wife Liz, who's also a friend. They came both to your concert at the Degas House, and then they came to the party as well. We during COVID, because Liz is a tech nerd, so is Michelle, and Claire is a tech nerd, we actually would play a board game together because we both own the same board game. They set it up. Like Liz and Claire ordered things that gave us a camera above the board. So we set a camera up, a video camera up above the board, so that we were able to match each other's moves, and we played Betrayal at House on the Hill. And we played the entire game, and we would just move the stuff. And Claire and Liz, who were both just absolutely ferociously organized, we did the same thing with a game called Whitechapel, where it's 5 investigators trying to track down Jack the Ripper in the streets of London. It's a very, very fun version of Clue that's actually played at at real time and in action. It's really, really fun. But the amount of ingenuity the two of them came up with to make that a complete evening. So, Lindsay, we had like big screens, and we could see all four of our faces on the screens at the bottom, and on the big screen on top of it, you had the board itself. And so, and we had two boards, our board and their board, and we would both move stuff to make sure it matched, take a moment back, say, boards match, let's keep going forward. So much fun. And just solving that problem that night was a lot of fun. Watching them kind of come up with the solution and spend time on the phone being like, we need to do this, we need to do this. Do you have this, do you have this tripod? Do you have this stand? And at one point, we kind of at Christmas swapped gifts that allowed us to kind of, continue playing that way. Some technology stuff that made it even more fun. There's a lot of fun stuff we learned during COVID. I wouldn't want to go through it again, but ended up... No. I can't believe I walked out.
I would go through it again if I knew no one would get sick or die and we knew there was an end to it, because it was a little bit like an extended snow day for us. Now, I know I have to be careful. I mean, it sucked because neither Seamus and I were working, so financially it blew, but we were grateful we were together and we had our health. I'm well aware of all those things, but it did. Seamus said it sort of once we knew that we weren't as scared, we knew we were taking our proper precautions and whatnot. It felt like an extended snow day at the time. And listen, it was the first and only time I went on TikTok. I made like a couple videos and then I never did it again. I love TikTok during COVID. And we dressed up, Seamus and I would dress up in onesies a lot. I found the liquor delivery. There was a liquor drizzly I didn't know about. I did. Let me be honest and say I don't drink a lot now. I did drink during COVID. That was like when happy hour came around. I'm like, oh, it's time for our social hour. But yeah, when the liquor delivery guy pulled up, that was a good day. I'm not going to lie.
I actually got asked at one point by my mom and dad. Remember, because we all forget how crazy that was in the first couple of months. And my dad actually said, "Is this a shotgun on your front lawn sort of situation that's developing here?" Because it looked like that for a little bit. The idea that somebody walks up to your house, you're like, "What's your purpose? What's your business? Why are you here?" You know what I'm saying? I mean, like hit the bricks. Once we got past you don't have to spray down the bag of chips that you bought at
don't have to rinse your Doritos.
Oh my God, do you remember that? It's like, and like Claire gave up that ghost. It took her a long time to give that one up, man. That was
It took me one day to give that up. I'm like, if this is what it takes, take me. This is dumb.
Well, by the way, I gave it up in the sense of, it called the Claire's Not Looking perfunctory wipe. Began to kind of start. Speaking of 70s sleazy, Trucker Bosun, he says that 70s sleazy is great, just don't bring back the 10-inch lapels on the polyester shirts with leisure shoots. Actually, I would go with everything but the polyester.
Well, it's contradictory because our fearless leader, Dave Nemo, just texted and said, it's all about the polyester pantsuit, which gives me such a visual right now, Jim, of Dave Nemo in a polyester pantsuit, and it makes me very happy.
I will say this, that I think that Lenny Kravitz, how did I get there? I think that Lenny Kravitz proved that those fashions were great and that polyester isn't. Because if you look at what he wears, it's all 70s style stuff. It's all just made from actual fabrics that aren't like plastic.
It's really hot. Polyester is really unbreathable. It's about the most I passed out on stage twice. One was wearing polyester, one was wearing leather pants and a leather shirt.
Oh my God.
Which, by the way, is just bad. That just sounds terrible. That's on me.
When I was in really great shape for about 5 minutes in my 30s, I wore leather pants to a party one time, and they looked good, and I realized that people who want to look really, really good are physically uncomfortable while they're doing it.
Oh, yeah. My old hairdresser used to always say to me when she was ripping my hair out or putting extensions in, and I'd go, ow! She'd go, do you want to look good or do you want to feel good? She was very forceful about it. Do you want to look good or do you want to feel good? I was like, Bo, why can't I have both? You cannot. You can't have both. It's one or the other. Got it.
No, and it's really funny, too, because there was a moment in the 70s that could have gone the other way, and somebody decided, you know what, people need to feel bad when they're looking good, because there are some fashion styles from the 70s that are, I think, better than what we wear now. Stuff fits better if you look at the stuff back then. Stuff hangs better, the hang and the drape and all that kind of stuff, and it looks a hell of a lot more comfortable as well, too. I would tell people there are a couple of movies, like They All Laughed comes to mind, from the 70s, Fort Apache, The Bronx, The French Connection. Go back and watch those those movies and watch how people dress in those movies, because those things are shot on the actual streets of New York, Lindsay. So it's wintertime, but you see a lot of New Yorkers. People aren't wearing like disco fashionista kind of stuff.
Disco fashionista.
It's not that kind of look, and I think there's a lot of stuff from the '70s that looks a whole lot better. So '70s sleazy is definitely making a comeback here at Road Gang Radio. I am 100% behind it all.
Speaking of sleazy,
Okay.
you and Claire went on a honeymoon, right? I'm not saying your honeymoon was sleazy.
Yeah, we
going
went
somewhere with
11 days. 11 days.
Where'd you go? You went to
London.
London,
Yeah.
right? Because you got married. You were there like cozy, kind of Christmassy time.
Well, what we did was, and I'm glad you asked, we actually got married over the Halloween weekend, but we then decided to wait about a month and a half and then go to London. We got back about 2 or 3 days before Christmas. We went there but it was Christmas time in London, dude. It was Christmas time in London, and that place
How romantic.
it is the capital of freaking Christmas over there, dude. It's up there with New York and Vienna. It is like Christmas. Every last block is.
That's that feels like a cool. You don't hear that a lot from a honeymoon perspective, but that feels like a cool, very intentional time, like doing making memories rather just sitting on a beach. We just went and sat on a beach, which I also love. Different kind of memory, but that feels very intentional.
Outstanding. Can I tell you just a couple of quick things about that trip? Not that people want to hear about
Please.
my boat, but this is really fun. So we went to go, not in order, we went to go see Rhea Fons, who plays Luna's dad in Harry Potter, play Ebenezer Scrooge in one of the best productions of Christmas Carol I've ever seen. David Bowie's music was made for a cartoon called The Snowman. They did it as a pantomime at another theater full of children, and you haven't quite lived until you've heard David Bowie's children's music play while a snowman and a little boy literally fly over an audience. We went to the Warner Brothers studio where we saw all of the sets and the football-sized field model of the Harry Potter movies. We did that. Went to the Tate Britain, the Tate Modern, the British Museum, the Tower of London, and we did everything. The reason why we went for so long, and we actually ice skated. Claire had never ice skated before. We ice skated in front of the Natural History Museum. And then we went to a beer garden German Christmas celebration in Hyde Park. And
You did stuff.
It was planned, and the
Yeah.
plan was really simple. One thing in the daytime, one thing in the evening. There was no attempt to race through Shoreditch and check everything out. It was one thing in the daytime and one thing in the evening, and that's how
that's a lot of planning though.
Yeah,
For an 11-day trip.
And and then we even had a couple of days. We actually took a punk rock tour because Shoreditch is the home of punk rock. So we got a walking tour of Shoreditch and where the Sex Pistols first played. The hotel we stayed at was right across the street from Vivian Westwood's boutique. Did a lot of really fun stuff, a lot of great stuff. And I know London well enough so that Claire was able to kind of check with me and be like, we're going to do this. This is what we should take. And I'd be like, yeah, that's the right way to do it. We called in advance, knew every single restaurant would be able to meet her dietary needs, which isn't hard when you have a lot of Pakistan and Indian food in London. It made it really easy. The hotel was ready for us and had like a big list of all the neighborhood restaurants that would satisfy Claire's dietary needs. It was a masterpiece of planning, and there is a wall in our house. You've seen Claire on the video. She actually does it when we have our meetings. She's often doing it from my desk. If the camera panned right, I put up a collage wall of all the tickets and the programs and all the things that we did while we were there. The trip meant a lot to us. And my screensaver picture that I had on my phone for the longest time until I got a new one was Claire at the airport the day we left to go to London. When I tell you, it was like being with an 11-year-old going to Hogwarts. That's how excited they were. And it was a great trip.
Cool.
It was a great, like I said, you can tell. It continues to this day to kind of be a touchstone for where we want our lives to go. So I don't know why you asked it, but I'm glad you did because that was my honeymoon. And I would really encourage our listeners, here's my piece of advice. Figure out something that you did with the person you love that is a real touchstone. And you're going to get this question, Lindsay. And every once in a while, when you're aggravated with them, when they get on your last nerve, or as Marshall says, when your second wife would hire a hitman if she knew how, but every once in a while, check in with yourself and go back to a really great touchstone of the relationship and remind yourself why that was so wonderful. You'd be
Hang
amazed.
on, I'm calling Marshall's second wife. She sounds like someone I'm going to hang out with. One
Yeah,
second.
we can give her a ring, by the way.
No, I asked the honeymoon question. Well, it came up because I saw a story about the Southwest Airlines pilot, Captain John Arvin is his name. He pulled off a really ultimate dad move. This made me think about something in my honeymoon. But he's a pilot, but he secretly piloted the flight that was bringing his newlywed daughter and son-in-law home from their honeymoon in Cancun. They had just said, "Can you pick us up at the airport when we got home?" He said, "Yes, check." But he did a one-upper and he piloted it, and then he made a whole welcoming them on the plane, everyone cheering for him, surprised that it's their dad flying him. It was a whole deal. Very sweet. If you like that kind of thing. If you like your dad. If you don't, you'd be like, "Dad, why are you at my honeymoon? Go away." But it made me think about Seamus and I. So when we were living in LA at the time, we got engaged, and then we were going to get married in Dallas and then go back to LA. But during that time period of our engagement, we decided to move to Nashville. And we hadn't talked about it. I knew it was if we were ever going to move to Nashville. I'd been coming here and recording demos, but I knew if we were ever going to move to Nashville, it needed to be Seamus's idea. I couldn't push him on it. So I stopped asking about it. I stopped pushing on it. And one Tuesday, I will never forget that. I know it was a Tuesday morning. Living in LA, we were about 2 weeks out from our wedding. Seamus texted me and said, "If you want to move to Nashville, let's go." And I was like, what? So I raced around. I made a few calls, found out that my lease at my apartment would transfer. I talked to my landlord, and she's like, if you can find someone to take over it, I'll let you go. I did. I found someone to take over my lease. They moved in the next week, moved all our stuff out, back to Texas, got married, knowing that. So we drove from LA with all of our things to Dallas, got married, and then we were just going to continue the drive to Nashville, not knowing where we were going to live, etc. But we go on our honeymoon, went to Mexico for our honeymoon, and when we got back, we were homeless. I mean, we were fine. You got to be careful with that term. We were fine. But we didn't have a place to live at the time. All our stuff was in storage or in a trailer behind
without
my
address.
car.
You were without your own address.
Correct. Okay. Without our own address. So when we got back from our honeymoon, you're on a high when you go on your honeymoon. We came back and we had to stay with my parents. Grateful to have a place, had to stay with my parents until we're moving to Nashville. And so we came back, and my bedroom at my parents' house, they had put like a sash over the door that says like "just married" or something. And I was like, listen, no part of me wants my honeymoon suite to be at my parents' house with a sash on it, like "welcome." I'm surprised they even did that, because my parents are not, we're not sappy. That's not our thing.
That ain't them. In
No.
particular, that ain't your dad. But it ain't them.
Not at all. Like, to the point when I bought my wedding dress, my dad came with me I'd been trying them on, but when I picked the one I wanted, he came with me. Probably because I used his credit card, if I'm being honest. It was a long time ago, but if I remember correctly, that was one of his wedding gifts, of course. They gifted us a beautiful wedding. But when we were there trying the dress on and I picked the one, all the women come out and they played da 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 da. They played with a little boombox, play "Here Comes the Bride," and they were all blowing bubbles at me, which is not my thing either. And my dad and I were like, "Stop. You need to stop it now. Stop." And they're like, "Don't you want to celebrate this moment? You want a picture?" And my dad and I were both like, "No, stop." They did not like us because we were not into that. But so the fact that they put the sash up on our door as well, it was so strange. But I've been thinking, I bring all that up, A, because I wanted to hear about your honeymoon, B, because that pilot dad surprised me. But I've been thinking a lot about my honeymoon, because Seamus and I just had our 18-year wedding anniversary. We're coming up on 22 years together next month. And the only real trip we've ever been on was our honeymoon 18 years ago. Now, this isn't a woe is me. We travel a lot. We do a lot for work. A lot of our trips are going to Cape Cod to visit his family, which is a beautiful place. I've gotten to go on his work trips. He's gotten to go on mine, and our work's fun. But that one other time we took a couple days and we went to Mexico and checked out, but it was with another couple of friends. I was constantly checking in with my mom about Freya. I was also working. I was on the phone sending stuff back. So Seamus and I, since our honeymoon, have not been you and me go get away and do a trip. And I've been thinking about that a lot, because I think we really need it, could use it. and I'm not even talking about something fancy and extravagant, although, I love that, but anything. And just what a reminder it is, whether it's a dinner with your partner, especially someone who travels a lot. This comes back to the original conversation, how we all got into this, finding those quality times. People say they make, a weekly or even monthly date night, those trips, those getaways, those things, that the check-ins where it's so much easier to get involved in your life and get, down the road, and you realize you're too far down the road, and sometimes you're too far gone. And I just think I don't know. I have to figure out what that looks like for Seamus and I, but we need more of that. And whether we need to calendar it, it's not really sexy to calendar a date night, but it does work, and we've got to be better about it personally.
And by the way, it's not unsexy to calendar a date night. It can actually be like being back in grammar school and looking forward to Friday. Remember how you used to look forward to Friday? Your sleepovers would be coming your way, the really fun things you were planning on the weekend, all that kind of groovy stuff. That there's nothing wrong with it. It gives you an anticipatory kind of thrill. A couple of really quick things. We'll keep this conversation going on the other side. On this very interesting version of Road Gang Radio, the bridal chorus is by Wagner. It's from an opera of his, Lonergan. Just want to kind of point that out, that dum, 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 ba-dum, and it's a famous wedding scene in that opera. Exactly. And so it's been kind of incorporated everywhere. And Marshall points out that they say Happy Christmas, not Merry Christmas in England. I'll tell you why on the other side of this break, by the way, guys. We got to take one now. Madison, hit that music. We'll be back on the other side. It is Road Gang Radio. And we'll be back. You got to get up and truck down. They've been doing it since 1997.
Get $25 off on your next preventive maintenance service. Stop by TA Truck Service and save when you choose Castrol oil and a Fleet Guard oil filter. Now through September 30, 2025. Enjoy premium performance with trusted brands. Castrol, protection for the long haul guaranteed. Fleet Guard, run cleaner longer with filtration science. Our ASC certified technicians are ready to deliver expert preventive maintenance and more. TA Truck Service, Castrol, Fleet Guard, your partners in preventive maintenance.
The mission of Wreaths Across America is unwavering, remembering our fallen heroes, honoring those who are currently serving, along with their families, and most importantly, teaching the next generation about the value of freedom. And you can join our mission with a $17 donation that sponsors a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. Each wreath will be laid in honor of a veteran who gave the ultimate sacrifice for our nation. To sponsor your wreath, please visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
Okay, you've heard the horror stories of how folks have lost their life savings when the market tanks. Is there a way to invest and make money without risk? Believe it or not, yes. Since 1995, Americans who cannot afford to lose their investments have used fixed index annuities. You get guaranteed income and protection from market downturns. It's a win-win for you and your future. And to learn more, dial pound 250. Use the keyword Truckers Wealth to get in touch with them today.
We're going where you want to go so you can be where you need to be. It's Road Gang Radio with Lindsay, Lawler, and Jimmy Mack on RadioNemo.com.
Do you like that music or do you hate that music? I love that music.
I love these funky beats.
I love that music. I love that.
I just want to dance.
Yeah, it's like gangster grass. Is that what it's called?
Redneck gangster.
Redneck gangster.
The alternative.
Yeah, redneck.
Y'alternative. I love y'alternative.
That's what I call myself.
I like
y'alternative.
I like y'alternative, and I like cowpunk. I'm a big fan of cowpunk as well.
I like gangster grass too because it's got bluegrass
I haven't heard that.
in it.
I haven't heard that. I haven't heard that.
Yeah, because it's got bluegrass in it. It's got elements of like OG country, which therefore bluegrass, with that just kind of dirty South beat, and I like the combination of the two. That's #balance to me. It's like keep it authentic, but keep it cool. Come on. Keep it sleazy.
Keep it sleazy. 70s sleazy. Keep that in mind. Hold on to that for dear life, because that's going to play an important part as we make our way down the road on Road Gang Radio, and this whole thing finally comes into focus. Literally, we have lived up to our billing. The wheels have come off, but we are still rolling here on Road Gang Radio. A couple of quick things, by the way, and I'll end with an explanation of Merry Christmas versus Happy Christmas. There is a loophole the size of Texas when it comes to English proficiency in Texas. I would actually suggest that people head over to all the trucking trade magazines, our friends at CDL Life, our friends at Transport Topics, our friends at Landline are all kind of taking a look at the fact that the fault might not lie in our stars. It might lie in what is going on in the books in the Lone Star State. Data or delusion on truck parking. I don't know if you got a chance to hear it this morning, Lindsay. I do know that you listen a lot from almost pillar to post, depending upon where you are in getting young ladies out the door.
She listens to it. Frey, in the morning, I'm cooking her eggs, and she goes, "Is that the news?" She said this morning as I was listening to it, "Is that the news?" And I was like, "Well, kind of, but kind of not." I said, "Well, it's my work." She goes, "What do you do for work?" She goes, "Oh, you mean like the radio?" I'm like, "Yeah, that's my job."
Oh my God. Oh my God.
She's 6 and already giving me crap. I was like,
everybody's a critic. Everybody's a critic. By the way, Tyson Fisher has one of the best opinions pieces I've read in a while on this. Opening sentence of his Data or Delusion, Flimsy Research Tries to Erase Truck Parking Crisis. This is the opening line. "It's insane that the following sentence needs to be said, but here we are. There is absolutely a truck parking shortage." Our friends at Truck Parking Club, and we like some of the people over there, tried to suggest in a tweet on the X, formerly known as Twitter, that there is no truck parking shortage. What they're really saying, Lindsay, is
that they're on drugs.
Yeah, they are. But they're also saying that there are enough parking spots across the country for every single truck to have a parking space and beyond. That is like such a skewering of the fact. It's like if there are, hundreds of open truck parking spaces in Montana, but you have to get to the Port of Baltimore, that's a truck parking shortage. That is not, what I'm saying? That is like that. It's like that commercial. That's not how this works. That's not how any of this works. Nice little piece there, by the way, if you get a chance to check it out over in Landline. And finally, just to let you guys know that Louisiana, Mississippi, and Arkansas are teaming up for roadside inspections. I'll be giving you more information about that tomorrow when Road Gang Radio's portion of Making a Living continues to roll on down the highway. Okay, Happy Christmas versus Merry Christmas. Before I say this, Lindsay, do you know why this is the case?
Well, Mary is drunk, isn't it?
Bingo, boom, lady got it. Give the lady a cigar, and Marshall probably has one.
Listen, I know every word for drunk. Trust me.
But if you read A Christmas Carol, at the end of the book, everybody kind of skips one of the last big paragraphs in A Christmas Carol where it says, "And Scrooge became a member of the Temperance Union." He stops drinking. I mean, basically, what A Christmas Carol is, it's an alcoholic hitting rock bottom and having a moment of clarity. And if you really read it, he consistently blames whatever is happening on the fact that he's a nasty old drunk.
You know what would be awesome with this? So when you say Merry Christmas, essentially you're saying drunk Christmas, which makes me think of drunk history, which makes me think that a great drunk history would be about this exact topic, about
That's
Scrooge,
pretty good.
About just Christmas and the history behind Christmas in London in general. You can throw Scrooge in there. You can throw It's a Wonderful Life in there. That's not London, but you know what I'm saying? Like that would be a drunk Christmas would be a great drunk history.
But Drunk Christmas, by the way, It's a Wonderful Life does fit in there because the really dark moment is that he starts pounding drinks at Martini to the point where Mr. Martini, who owns the bar, says, "You got to go home." And he's not angry at him for being belligerent. He's like, he just knows he's in a bad place. And he's like, "You got to go home." I mean, it's just like so sad. I'm glad you brought this up, as a matter of fact, because I'm actually putting together a list. We won't get into it in depth here, but I was putting together a list of like the top 10 best examples of people praying on screen, praying in movies or television, where I actually believed that they believed. I don't mean that I actually...
Why were you putting that together? That's very specific.
Well, I was thinking about like the idea of how deeply emotionally moving it's one of the hardest things to do on camera. It is. There's been a number of actors who have said, watching people pray on camera is often cringeworthy because they just don't get it right. You're just like, no, that's not how. No,
It goes back to the beginning of the show, the crying on the bathroom floor. Same idea. That's hard to fake.
It is great. What is that? Oh, okay. That's awesome. That's awesome. I know what that is.
Truckers.
I
don't
know
know
what
what's
that is.
happening. It
That-
sounds like it literally sounds there's a semi driving up my hall right now.
That is like awesome to hear that though. It's like, 'cause I know there's a lot of studio work going on over in your neck of the woods.
That's a practical effect.
And we're really excited too, Lindsay, because we're almost finished over here. I've sent you pictures. We are literally now down to the making things pretty point here at the studio at the Degas house.
I'm doing it the other way around. Y'all got technical then pretty. I'm getting pretty, hoping that technical will show up at a later date.
Which, by the way, is right on brand. Speaking of the studio, I do have to do this. I do want to do this. It's been a while. This is all from the New Orleans end of this equation, from the Fastport Studios. We want to give a big shout out to our friends at Fastport. They're out there solving America's toughest recruiting and workforce challenges through research, technology, and people. From registered apprenticeships to veteran readiness, our friend Brad Bentley and the entire crew over at Fastport know how to do those things. You can learn more at fastport.com or nationalapprenticeship.org. Did you know, Lindsay, that they're actually, I think they're going to have a drunk Dracula this year that we're supposed to go see in Washington, D.C. while we're there for the Vet Ready Summit and for Reason Across America. Somebody's actually going to do a production of Dracula drunk. I think that's what's going on.
I would go to that. I would 100% go to that. It makes me think of, have you seen Forgetting Sarah Marshall, one of my favorite movies of all time?
I have seen it, yes.
You know, when he's writing Dracula? Die, why won't you die? The whole thing is so good.
A puppet version of Dracula. It's
brilliant.
It really is. I like that kind of stuff where people are just like, I have a theory about that movie, and it's about a number of things in regards to being creative, and I would really encourage all of our friends out there who are thinking of being creative. It goes back to Mark Graney's wonderful idea of the backyard full of cars that are not complete unto themselves but have different pieces in them. I really feel like the Sarah Marshall movie is about 3 or 4 movies or 3 or 4 sketch ideas or 3 or 4 kind of interesting ideas that they didn't know what to do with, and then somebody said, well, we can connect all this stuff, right? We can bring all this stuff together into one movie. And I feel like there's like, I think it's a great movie. It's wonderful.
So funny.
It's so funny and
the
wonderful.
characters are so good.
But you think about like a lesser comedian or a lesser group of talented people, less talent, trying to make each one of those ideas into a movie and extend it. You following my thinking here?
Yeah.
And
there are a lot of vignettes that all go together to make one big, that make all the characters come together because they're each playing their own little short kind of film out.
Well, boy, that's exactly it. And what's really cool that I think makes it work is that they take the vignettes and they make them intrinsically linked to different characters, so that each one of the characters' vignettes actually helps develop their characters. So when they bring those characters together, we're pretty clear on who these people are as they try to work out their own particular Shasta in that movie.
Got the Paul Rudd character, the stone surfer. He's like, hey man, it's like, if you get attacked by a shark, are you gonna go back in the water? He's like, well, no, I probably won't. As a matter of fact. Or he's like, oh man, he's like, I don't even wear a watch anymore. I'm on island time, man. And the other guy goes, oh, that's so cool. You don't even wear a watch. You don't even care what time it is. He goes, oh no, it's just I can see it on my phone, man. So he's like, oh, well, that's the same thing then. So never mind.
And by the way, it's crazy as it sounds, every single one of us has had that friend. He doesn't always come as a surfer. He doesn't always come as a stoner. But we've had that friend who has logic that only makes sense to him. I don't know what
he's out in my studio right now. My friend Todd is that friend in my life. Like, that makes no sense, and yet it makes perfect sense to you. All right, let's go.
Let's go. Let's do it. Where are we at the studio status for you? The floor, do you have to pour more epoxy, or are we done with the epoxy?
They're painting over the epoxy right now with a darker color because we didn't get enough epoxy the first time. The measurements were off. So now they're painting it over it to keep it dark. And then we had to reorder the second batch, so it'll get poured soon. I think the ceiling's finally going up today. We were going to put wood around the walls, but we had to scrap that yesterday because it was going to be an additional $1,000, and we've already spent more than we can. So we were going to they put up sheetrock and mudded it. Did get a little ledge to put some of my little hippy dippy accoutrements around. Need some shelves in there. It's coming along, but it's kind God, finally, I said to them yesterday, like, I got to get to work. So just wrap it up. I'm the person that like wants all the things, but don't tell me about it because I also just want to get going. If you can't get it done in 2 days, I probably don't want to do it. It's not a great way to live, but it is how I am.
I want to get back to what you're saying, but I want to make a confirmation comment here. Our friend Gina Harrison wrote that Drunk Shakespeare in D.C. was amazing. She's seen it twice. She can't wait for Drunk Dracula. There you go, Lindsay. I was right. It's confirmed.
Shout out to Gina. She's become a really, not become, she probably always was, but has become a really great listener and participant in the show by commenting, listening. She's somebody that I've been talking to on Instagram. She's been listening to We Should Write, and she said it's giving her some inspiration to do some things in her life, which to me, if no one ever says anything about We Should Write again, sold. The fact that it's inspired Gina, but that's not true. I'm getting some really cool. Our friend Susan Fall has been listening to every show. Just some of the people, both people in trucking and people outside of trucking, have all been coming together on it. That's why I really like We Should Write, because it's our first show that A, that's long form, B, that's not trucking focused. And you might say, hey, why are we doing that? You don't have to listen if it doesn't speak to you. That's fine. But I think there are things in there that will speak to you on how you can inspire, find more about yourself. That's a whole idea, that as we write or speak or talk or share, write that word can be interchangeable. I'm just talking about getting your stuff out, sharing it, talking about it, discovering, learning more about yourself and what you want to do, so that you don't end up at 77 years old or whatever and be like, what have I done? I didn't, all I did was work. I didn't have time for my family. I didn't find hobbies. I think you'll learn yourself. And I bring that up, Jim, because I saw this story over on Business Insider about this truck driver, Hank Faber. He's been a trucker for almost 40 years, Jim. And he actually turned to trucking after bad weather forced him to sell his farms back in the 80s. Then he got into, now he regrets having to sell his farms, but he did what he needed to do at the time. And he's still at 77 years old, still trucking, because he says he can't afford to retire, and he really regrets selling the farms. But he also really regrets the fact that he bought this is strange to me, he bought a vacation home that he regrets doing, but it's in Kentucky, a vacation spot in Kentucky that he had never had a 401k. So he spent all his retirement savings years ago on a vacation spot in Kentucky. That kind of sounds like, and if you believe that, I got some oceanfront property in Arizona. I'm not quite sure what's going on there. But he said there were weeks when he drove a little less, and his wife said, hey, we're running short. You need to drive a little more this week. And he said at the time with this interview, he said that his Volvo semi-truck, which he bought in 2009, it had 999,740 miles on it. And during his more than 35-year trucking career, he's driven more than 4 million miles, accident-free, earning him the Landstar Roadstar Award for safety and professionalism. And still, he says, with all that, he's like, I'm living paycheck to paycheck. I wish I would have explored a little more when I was younger and not done the thing that I thought I needed to do. I don't know. It's having regrets of any kind. I'm not saying writing is going to solve all regrets, but I am saying it might help you. Even just if you go back and read over years your journaling or your writing or your notes or your scribbling, you might start to see a through line or a pattern of like, oh, I kept doing that same thing over and over, and that's why I'm here today. Or I didn't do this and that, and that's why I'm here today. That's why I think writing is so important, because if you don't look back tomorrow, don't look tomorrow at the thing you wrote today, but 6 months or 6 years look back, and you'll see a real through line that I think will help you evolve.
By the way, this is one of the great things about writing for me, is that if you write on a daily basis, if you're a regular journaler, and I don't mean like Dear Diary, although you could do that, God bless you if you do, but if you're just like, today I did blank, 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 you accumulate enough of those or of enough days and go back and take a look, you may see, Kevin Lindsay was on yesterday talking about the idea of learning to actually understand what the lights on the dashboard actually meant. And it was funny, but it was also really informative. And the idea is that, he wants you to get to a point, Lindsay, where the light is going to come on before it does, and therefore stop it from ever coming on. Okay? One of the great things about journaling, if you do it on a regular basis, is that often you can begin to see patterns develop in the writing of, wait a minute, man, there's a series of events that I've always found that when they take place lead me to a certain destination that I don't like to be. And if you recognize the pattern through your writing, you may have organized your thoughts enough to actually avoid where you were headed. You may be realizing that you're drawing the same map to the same destination that you don't want to end up and course correct because of it. It really can organize your thoughts and help you realize that you might be making the same mistake you made before. I always say life is about new mistakes. Make new ones. Stop making the old ones. And writing can really help with that. It's really kind of groovy. I also wanted to add one other thing that you were talking about, the idea of, don't have those regret moments. It just feels kind of, maybe a simple thing to say, but if you make more time for yourself, you might find that you have made for more quality time with your family. I'm not saying that you're going to get more time with your family, but I'm saying that the time is that once you make a determination, you need to spend time working on yourself and the thing that you want to work on. It might make you really come to cherish the time you spend with people you care with. It might be limited, but you
because you're happier. You're not a jerk when you're with them.
Yeah. I mean,
you're not put out at everything they say. I'm currently in the place where I'm put out by what. But at least I recognize it.
That's
Here's the
important.
good news. I recognize it. So I'm able to shift it real quickly. I get quickly annoyed and I tense up, and then I realize it. I'm like, why do I feel bad? That's on me. I can choose to feel bad in this moment, or I can choose to feel good. And choose your own adventure. If I look left, my day goes one way. If I look right, my day goes another. So at least I recognize it, because for a long time I would just lose my not knowing why. Now I'm like, okay, I know why. This is on me. I can shift it. I can tell people what I need, and I can tell people what I need from them. They can tell them what I need from me, and we can work with this as a team, or I can just be a big old jerk the rest of the day.
Well, the other cool thing is, by the way, on a very similar note for me in the last week and a half in particular, and the phone lines are working, by the way.
Now that the show's over.
Yeah, 615-292-6366.
That's 615-292-NEMO. You got about 10 more minutes to call in the show.
Did
Go
some
on.
wizardry over here.
What I do think is really cool, though, for me, Lindsay, it's kind of the opposite thing. The idea that what I've been doing recently over the last week, and Madison has been not subject to it, is a bad way of putting it, but being like, hey, I don't like that. Don't do that. Don't do this thing. It's supposed to be like, no, it's okay. No, it's okay. No, it's okay. And then it's like, Hulk smash, as opposed to being like, don't do that. I did that yesterday. And I was like, don't do that. And the person was completely reasonable about it, Lindsay.
But that goes back to the original being like, I'm going to tell you when I don't like something. It has nothing to do with you. Doesn't mean I'm scolding. It's just like, hey, if we want to get along, please don't do that. And you can say the same to me. Yeah. Tell me not to do that.
Well, since we're here with only just you, me, and like Gina Harrison listening, why don't
yeah. I've prepared a list. Hang on, let me pull it out. Wait, it's more of a novel. One second.
Let me get this going on. Really quickly, too, Marshall on the thread actually has one of the films that I have in my top 10 list for prayers. Patton has the best prayer. I don't list them in order, Marshall, because everybody's got their preferences, but the prayer in Patton ends with one of the greatest punchlines of all time. And somebody go get that chaplain for me. I'm going to give him a promotion. That man is in right with the Lord. It's one of the best prayers of all time.
Are there any prayer scenes in a hospital that fall in your movies? That somebody's like laying in their hospital or on their deathbed and a priest comes in?
No.
No?
No, not yet. But thank you for making me think of it. I'm at number 6 right now. I've got 6 of them. I do have one by a priest. There is one by a priest, and each one is different in its own way because they're different kinds of prayers. Some of desperation, some of gentle kind of persuasion of the universe. The prayer in MASH that Father Mulcahy gives over the Jeep is like so unexpectedly moving. They're just kind of walking out to the Jeep to kind of leave the movie at the end, and he finds a prayer. He finds a prayer for the occasion. He said, "Please, God, bless this Jeep," as you said to the man from Ethiopia who gave you a ride in his chariot. And it's like just so sweet. And he means it. He's like the only decent, sweet person. Everybody else is horrible in that movie. And he's so decent about it. There's a prayer for everything if you look hard enough. And I try to give different examples because the one in Patton is basically Patton tells the chaplain, I need you to pray that we kill a lot of Germans. And the priest
That's a strange prayer.
And the priest is like, I don't know how to do that. And he goes, well, if you're in with the Lord, he'll help you out. And the prayer he writes is so moving and so an affirmation of Christianity rather than using Christianity for warmongering. it's beautiful. It is
I would just love for you to find when somebody who's at the end of their life, their deathbed, to see what a good prayer in that moment, when it's like, when I know this is the end, what is the prayer? Not even out of desperation, but more out of peace. Be like, make that I made peace with what I've done. I know and hope I'm going somewhere different, hopefully better. I'd like to see that movie and that film. And God, I got to tell you, my prayer a lot, by the way, and especially when I say to friends who are trying to, or like get advice on something coming up, I love the prayer of this or something better, because sometimes we get in when we pray, it's like, I want this thing so bad. But if you say this or something better, then it means if that thing doesn't happen, it was only setting you up for, there was something better to come. It was clearing space for something better to come. But man, speaking of prayers and end of life, I watched last night, per your recommendation, The Discovery, the Robert Redford movie about that he makes the discovery that he proves that there is an afterlife.
Wow.
So everyone starts killing themselves to, as they say, to get there.
Mm-hmm.
Dear Lord, that I did not go to bed.
It's rough. I didn't tell you life affirming. That's not what I told you.
No, it's not life affirming. I didn't get to the very end, by the way. We were falling asleep, so I'm going to finish the rest of it tonight, because I'm sure I don't know if there's a twist or something that wraps it all up in a bow at the end or not, or if I'm going to feel the same way that I feel right now about 3/4 of the way through. We'll see.
It's rough.
That movie is rough, but it's also inspiring, oddly. I mean, the reason I say it's inspiring, because what I was thinking about in that moment, if somebody proved to me, I mean, I believe 100% I personally believe there's something after this. What that looks like, obviously nobody can say for sure. But in that, I was thinking about it. I'm like, okay, if somebody proved to, if there really was proof that there was something on the other side, I would, not only would I not want to kill myself now, I'd want to like really do it up while I was here, because I know that whatever's coming next is even better. Like it would give me so much power, so much more power in this life. Because if there's something after this, which again, I believe there is, that means there's so much more going on behind the scenes, even in this life, that we don't realize.
Right.
And that's a place of power, to be like, cool, if I know something else is going on, let's play with it while I'm here. Let's get weird. Let's get funky. Let's figure out all the things I can do while I'm here, because the things we can do in this realm, on this earth, and this planet are going to be different from what's on the other side. So why would I throw away what I get to play with here, knowing that if it goes on for eternal, then I want to make the most out of each plane, out of each dimension, each whatever you want to call it. Right?
Right. I mean, it's just, it is so thought-provoking.
Makes me want to stay here more.
It's incredibly thought-provoking, because I don't know if you know this, but there are a number of quantum physics theories of immortality. Genuine theories, mathematically shown what immortality is. And there is one that argues that the 21 grams that leave the body are our souls, in much way like this movie, dropping through a black hole, a miniaturized black hole, and emerging in an alternative version of our life where we get to make different choices at a particular moment in time. And that is something kind of... it's an extraordinary think piece. I'll tell you that right now. That movie.
Have you seen it, Madison? The Discovery?
Yeah.
As a filmmaker, watch it. I'd like your take. I don't know. I mean, I don't know, man. I don't know if you're what point you are in your filmmaking career mentally, Madison, but to like, well, I'll ask you this. To you, what's more important? They're both important, yes. Mm-hmm. But in this moment, what's more important? Visually creative or mentally stimulating?
Ooh, I feel like it needs to be both if it's
It
gonna
does.
be successful.
It does. But if there's a gun to your head and you have to pick one,
well,
which comes more naturally to you, I would say. You're an artist.
Can I ask a question
Yeah?
to you, Lindsay? Are you talking about what is the difference between kind of well, the thing is that doesn't help though, Madison, because she showed her a beautiful picture of her storyboarding something. But is that a question of, are you saying, is it more importantly to kind of go with the flow and let the images lead you, or is it important to have intellectual rigor in the creation of the art?
There's definitely there's like a fine line, because you do need to be prepared enough to where you get on set and you have the answers for everything. But I do also think there's a beauty in like having things happen organically. It's a line for sure.
Terrence Malick, there he is. by the way. Lindsay, you know Terrence Malick, the filmmaker, he made The Thin Red Line, Badlands, The New World. He just shoots, and then it's in the editing process. He made The Tree of Life with Sean Penn, and he kind of just shoots forever and ever and ever. And then he kind of sits down and slowly but surely puts the thing together in some kind of poetic rhythm of inspiration from images. And when it works, it's great. And when it doesn't,
Well,
I'm
I
like,
could
what?
say the way I could equate to it would be from songwriting. Same thing, where in the beginning I wanted to write, because it's a different. So am I doing what comes naturally? My best instinct to me was like, for Madison, you're a great artist, so incorporating those kind of visuals into your films, I would think is important. Is it what lights you up, or what you think is going to light the audience up? And there's a big shift that comes with maybe not age, but with just your own wisdom to be like, oh, I got to stop making it for other people. I got to make it for myself and trust that the right audience will find it. However, there is, we could talk about this a long time, of course, but it also, that's what with songwriting, when I shifted, it was like, I got to write stuff that I want to hear, and then trust the right people will find it.
That's the philosophy I try to follow. I want to make the stuff that I would want to see, because I know if I would want to see it, there's people like me out there who probably also want to see it. So just staying true to myself, and that's what makes your work good and unique, you know?
The showman versus the artist. The showwoman versus the artist is the really big
The showman
difference.
must go on.
Yeah, exactly. Is it Cecil B. DeMille or Cecil B. Demented? And that's really what it kind of comes down to, of course, because John Waters made movies that only he would want to see. Turns out there are other sick people out there.
Right.
My favorite John Waters line is he used to teach creative writing at the Baltimore prison system, and he would walk in there, and the first day in the classroom, he would tell the inmates, he'd say, like, I'm going to teach you how to take all those thoughts that you have and act on to instead write them down. I think that would be a better productive use of those thoughts.
Oh, he could be on We Should Write.
He would be. You should reach out to him, by the way. John Waters still hitchhikes across America meeting people, and is still doing his thing and still telling stories and still writing. He would be a great get. He would love you, by the way. Talking about 70s sleazy, John Waters is the epitome of 70s.
If he would come on We Should Write, that would be cool. That's why I love that's why I love the people that come on the show. You can tell, especially people I'm reaching out to, that I'm like, they'll never, I don't know if they'd do it. I'm getting a response, because it comes down to, once you're at a certain point in your career, you do things you want to do, not because it's like, how many followers do they have? It's like, oh no, that sounds interesting. That's cool. Yeah, I'll do that. So the people that are saying yes versus the people that are saying, I haven't gotten any no's yet, but I haven't maybe been responded to, but a couple people that I never thought would respond have responded right away. I'm like, that's just somebody that's somebody choosing their point in their career that's like, I just want to have interesting conversations and do cool stuff. And that's it. I'll do that. Why not?
It's Patton Oswalt with Strange Studies and with Strange Stories. It's like, nope, you're talking about things that I want to talk about, so let's talk about them. And sometimes,
like Road Gang Radio, we talk about things that we want to talk about. So hopefully you'll want to talk about it too. Everyone's been really great over in the chat today. Just to wrap up here, Trucker Bosun said Pat O'Brien and the Fighting 69th, that was out in 1940, says a Jewish prayer over a dying Jewish soldier and respect for his faith, even though he was a Catholic priest.
That's a great one. Oh my God, that's a great one.
That makes me think of Arlington Cemetery, what we do at Wreaths Across America, and still paying respect to not putting a wreath on, say, maybe a Jewish stone, if there's a Jewish star there, or if they were Muslim, not putting a wreath there, but still going and paying respects and, saying their name, having a presence there. I think that's cool that you don't have to believe in the same thing, but it doesn't mean that you can't still give that human grace. We hope that we've given you grace. Please give us a little grace for when we have technical difficulties. We are all getting through this together, guys. We're all just trying to walk each other home here on Road Gang Radio. Jimmy Mack will be back tomorrow at 7 to 11 as we are every day. And today, don't go anywhere, because coming up next is a replay of last week's We Should Write with Laura Tremaine.
Right.
And then a new live one at 12 o'clock today with Morgan Miles. She's a superstar. We're going to get deep, Jim. You'll be there.
St. Christopher Truckers Fund provides free health and wellness programs for drivers to help prevent some common medical conditions seen in the industry. These programs include diabetes prevention, Rigs Without Cigs, a tobacco and nicotine cessation program, Healthy Habits for the Long Haul, a 12-week total body wellness program, a vaccine voucher program that includes free flu, shingles, COVID, and pneumonia vaccines, and GPS, Get Preventative Screenings. That includes free at-home cancer screening tests. These programs are available to Class A over-the-road semi-truck drivers. For more information or to register for a program, visit the St. Christopher Fund website at truckersfund.org.
There are precious few nonprofits in the trucking industry, and even fewer that make a tangible difference in the lives of professional drivers. So thank goodness for the St. Christopher Fund. Since 2008, over 4,000 over-the-road semi-truck drivers have turned to the St. Christopher Truckers Fund when a medical issue took them out of work. The SCF steps in and pays necessary household expenses such as mortgage, rent, utilities, insurance, and vehicle payments. The SCF also provides free health and wellness programs for drivers. So find out how the SCF can help you, or help the SCF yourself. They'll turn your dollars and cents into that tangible difference for the professional drivers who need it most. Support our highway heroes with a donation at truckersfund.org.
Get $25 off on your next preventive maintenance service. Stop by TA Truck Service and save when you choose Castrol oil and a Fleet Guard oil filter now through September 30, 2025. Enjoy premium performance with trusted brands. Castrol, protection for the long haul guaranteed. Fleet Guard, run cleaner longer with filtration science. Our ASC certified technicians are ready to deliver expert preventive maintenance and more. TA Truck Service, Castrol, Fleet Guard, your partners in preventive maintenance.
Well, hey there, it's Lindsay Lawler, y'all, and welcome to We Should Write, a show about the healing power of writing. I'm your host, Lindsay Lawler. I'm a songwriter, a performer, and a longtime radio voice. I'm also a storyteller and a proud advocate for the incredible men and women of the trucking industry. And let me tell you, they've got stories. Okay, so We Should Write is where sarcasm meets soul. It's equal parts vulnerability and absurdity. We talk to songwriters, authors, and creatives of all kinds about how putting pen to paper help them heal, grow, and work their stuff out. Because let's be honest, writing is cheaper than therapy and way more, dare I say, honest. So take a breath. Now, let's get it out. Let's get into it because we should write, right? We should write, right? Right? Right. Guys, today, thank you for joining episode 6. Now, I hear somebody told me this, and I'm sure it's not true because nothing anybody ever says is true. We all just make stuff up and you choose to believe it or not, right? So I was told that it takes 7 episodes to see if the wheels are going to fall off and you're going to continue to do it or not. And then it takes 100 episodes to see, is this going to actually be a thing or not? I'm going to ask my next guest that, who's done way more than that, and see her take on that. But guys, today's episode is extra, extra, extra special. I know I say that every week. I know I say you're my favorite girlfriend, but today, you're my favorite girlfriend. I mean it today. I guess she isn't just an incredible writer, podcaster, and author. She's my soul sister in every sense of the word, which also comes up in her second book that is out now, which we will talk about. She was my college roommate. She was my partner in navigating those first big leaps into the world from college to LA when we lived together as well. She's my dancing and woo girlfriend. She's my wedding co-conspirator. Both we got married a couple months apart, and we're in each other's weddings. She's the person I can look at across the room, and we just start laughing, which makes our husbands equal parts roll their eyes and giggle. They probably don't giggle. They smirk is a better word for our husbands. But she's written books that help women and men, by the way, to connect more deeply and share your stuff. I'll go first, as well as the Life Council, 10 Friends Every Woman Needs. And as we talked about this morning on Road Gang Radio, these are archetypes that, yes, can also apply to men. They might have different titles, but that's still valid. She's built a career in podcasting that has touched thousands and thousands, and she's lived a very full life that includes bold moves and big stories, things I highly celebrate. But before all of that, she was just Laura, my roomie, who was always able to make the most basic things dramatic while sharing 150 square feet in a dorm room. She's the one who has been through every season of my life since I was 18 and I hers, and the one who makes me braver, funnier, and more myself. So guys, I honestly don't know how or why I would live in a world that didn't contain Laura Tremaine. She's the truest definition of soul sister, that archetype, and I'm beyond thrilled to share her with our audience today. So please make welcome to the show my best friend and soon to be your friend as well, Laura Tremaine. Hi, Rumi.
I fully believe I'm your favorite guest so far.
You should.
Absolutely. After that intro, I think we all believe it.
We could just turn the show off and be like, you get it, we're great, go home. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Well, this is funny, Laura. You know, I actually came out to LA a year or two ago, I'm not sure, and sat down with you. Like, we went to lunch, and I had this full-blown, I wanted to do this whole production of We Should Write, which it's been in the making for 17 years, but I've never really known what it was, and I thought, maybe it's something you and I could do together. I'm always in the back of my head trying to think of ways you and I could work together. And so you being on this show today is the first step to maybe us creating something later. But when I asked you to be on the show, you were like, well, I was kind of wondering when you were going to ask. Ding dong. So thank you for being here. In your busy, busy world, thank you for being here.
Well, we are good on the microphone together, but people should really see us off the microphone together. I feel like... No, we have a good chemistry. We talk about things that matter, you know, for 30 years now, which is a shock of a number, but for 30 years now, we have been talking about like the deeper parts of life. And I have a lot of friends, you have a lot of friends. We're both social people, but I don't have that many people that I can talk about the kind of things that you and I talk about, which is like spiritual and creativity and struggles, and we can be really vulnerable with one another and still come out of the conversation loving each other. And I think that is special when you have that in a friendship. So we have it. I love the things we talk about, and I love, you know, being with you whenever I can.
I love it. Yeah, I agree. It's hard to have that, to find the vulnerability and know that you'll still be there tomorrow after I say the thing that I maybe shouldn't, quote unquote, shouldn't say. Mm-hmm. Because listen, if you wanted to leave this relationship, you could have done it many, many times and perhaps should have, but we're both still here. All right, Laura, so I always like to start the show with taking a breath together, because if not, I'll just like that, which I've already done. So we start the show. Let's take a breath. I hope everyone listening just took a breath as well. If not, I'll let you do it here. Okay, Laura. Now we start by pulling out our make-believe, or maybe real if it's sitting there, journal. So pull out your journal, can be fake, and we're going to hypothetically go to the gratitude page, Laura. And in this moment, if you were to write down what you're grateful for at the top of your head right now, what are you grateful for?
Well, the creative part of me hates this generic answer, but it really is my family. I have 2 teenagers, and you know when you have little bitty kids, you just feel like... And
do you want to die every day? Yes, I do. Oh, that's not what you're going to say.
Well, you just feel like I'm always going to have little kids. I'm going to change diapers for the rest of my life, or I'm going to be getting a snack. Like, this is the new me, snack me forever. And that is really what you think. And now I have a 15 and 13-year-old about to be a sophomore in high school, about to be an 8th grader. And it feels like it didn't go fast. I don't believe parents that say that it goes fast. It did not go fast at all. But it's fleeting now. And it feels like any second it's going to be, you know, not the 4 of us under one roof. And so my gratitude is constantly looking at my kiddos, and it has affected my writing. It has affected my creative work and output, because when they were younger, I was constantly trying to find time to write, time to create this thing I wanted. I had these big dreams, and now I'm like, the writing can wait. I want this time with my family. I'm going to leave at 2 p.m. to go to a volleyball game. I do not have time to do that in my work life, but I'm going to make the time because that is the priority. And that has been a big shift for me from a creative standpoint, and also from a motherhood standpoint, actually.
What's
That's
fascinating,
my gratitude journal.
Well, that's a big one. And before I get to the other side of the coin of the gratitude journal piece, how we start here, I want to say what a big deal that is, because especially for someone who like you, who your creativity was sort of on hold, being married to a person who is in the creative world, and you had to, when they were little, your career took a back seat. Which we can get into. We've talked about it before on your show, but so that's a big deal to be at a place where you can say, I have to pause a little bit right when I am sort of you're on the incline in the best of ways, like things keep coming, and to be able to stop really takes gratitude I would say, to step back and say, what's most important here? What's my priority? Because if you don't get those in line, nothing else really matters. I mean, who cares if you're writing books, but you're alone while you're, and not a part. So anyway, I just want to say that's a big deal, because I know you came through that season, which maybe just touch on here a little bit for our listeners. I wonder does writing help you stay on point on your from gratitude? Like, can you see themes of gratitude throughout your daily journaling?
Yeah, I mean, I used to follow a girl who, like, her whole tagline was "Gratitude is my religion," and that phrase, even if that's just like a hashtag, it has really stuck with me. Actually, as my religion has deconstructed, it has really stuck with me to stay in a place of gratitude. I also have a life where that hasn't been a reach. It's not hard for me to stay in a place of gratitude, and I am grateful for that also, that I have had this really beautiful life experience, not without struggles, not without hardships, not without things I have to work through, but I just always want to acknowledge that it's sometimes easier to stay in a place of gratitude when you have so much to be grateful for.
Yeah.
But I've made the effort to, because from a mental health standpoint, from just a tendency to I like dark things and angsty things and brooding things, like that's just like my taste level in like the art that I consume and sometimes the things I want to write, and that can put you in a weird headspace. So staying in a place of gratitude and light, not that everything has to be love and light all the time, but maybe it is an effort from a personality standpoint, if not from a environmental or external standpoint.
Well, but wait, I keep saying we're going to move on, but there's so many things in this. What, can you talk a little bit about, because the fine line between being both inwardly and outwardly grateful for all that you have and being like, and showing things online. Let's be honest, you show, I mean, you just online you had the trip of a lifetime, a safari in Africa. You are so blessed that you get these adventures. Some are through work, some are through just personal and family. But I do know that you have, I'm not going to say lost friends, but some friends have disappeared through your world because they weren't okay with that. And it's, people see people doing things, and obviously sometimes there's jealousy or whatever it may be, but how do you stay of a place from being like, I am talking about my experiences? Your whole thing is share your stuff. So if you build a career on share your stuff, then you got to share your stuff, the highs and the lows. But how do you balance that, like kind of not giving a crap about what other people think, and just, I've heard you talk about like your friends' selfies. So this is kind of plays into that as well. Like being like, I'm going to share my good stuff and my bad. You choose to tune into whatever you want, and not really caring about when people are like, oh, well, of course you, like to your point, of course you found gratitude because you're in Africa on a safari. But that's not what it's about. Like why should you not share that? You've got to a place in your life where you should be able to experience that.
Well, I do care what people think, though. I don't know if it comes across as if I don't, not in a bad way, but like I look to other people sometimes and think, God, like how are they able to not care about the criticism in their comments? And I'm not that way. I do care. And I try not to be tone deaf to what I'm sharing. Like, not to go too deep on it, but one of the reasons that I listed my family as gratitude in your first question was that we have had some loss in our community. my 15-year-old daughter lost 2 classmates in the last few months. And so it has made me super aware of family and time and everything that I already said. It has also made me aware that the things that you share online, like how it can hit other people, there is a balance that you have to strike between sharing all of your joy when people are going through something really hard. Like, I don't want to be tone deaf to that, and I don't want to ever, like, not be sensitive in my words or sort of in the posture that I take publicly and privately. And also, you can't constantly be thinking about every other person's experience of what you are sharing, because then you will just be crippled and paralyzed of not sharing anything. You'll just refuse to share anything because you don't want to hurt anyone's feelings. You don't want to appear tone deaf. You don't want to share joy when things are hard. You don't want to share things that are hard, when other people are experiencing a lot of joy. You don't want to kill the vibe. So there's all of these things that I think about constantly in what I share. I do care about what people think. And you just have to do it anyway. And you're going to misstep. Like, sometimes you are going to share, you are going to be tone deaf. You don't know what the tone is. So you don't know that you're deaf to it. And you're going to share something and someone's going to react with, like, wow, I can't believe you shared that today, or you didn't acknowledge your privilege in the situation or whatever. But when I find myself, and I have found myself over compensating in what I'm sharing by, like, having a tone of apology for it. Like, I'm sorry I'm sharing this beautiful trip that I'm on because I'm trying to be sensitive. When I'm giving all these caveats, these subtle apologies, or these, all of these things, it hinders the message. It actually obliterates the message.
Or highlights what you shouldn't, highlights youth being like, sorry, I'm doing this. And people are like, oh, you're right, you shouldn't be. Now you've called it out. Yeah.
Exactly. No one else would have thought of that,
No one else thinks as much of you as you think they do.
Exactly. And I overthink everything. And so if you're going to do it anyway, with caveats or not, but if you're going to push through and do it anyway, share your art, share your stuff, share your stories, you're going to mess up sometimes. And I think that is very scary in this world where you're worried about, like, getting it wrong, getting canceled, the pitchforks coming out in the comment section or in the reviews or whatever. I mean, I hate that. Who wants any of that? But it's just kind of part of the deal. And so if you can just sort of hype yourself up enough to be like, I'm going to do this anyway, that if you can get to that place. And I go in and out of that place, by the way, because I will go through full phases where I'm like, I just can't share right now. I'm just not in the right space. I'm not hitting the right note. And so I need to sort of step away. But you have to, I guess, know if you're stepping away for yourself, like, I'm not, the vibes are off, or if you're doing it for other people to please them, to kowtow to them, to accommodate them.
Yeah.
It's really hard, actually, I think.
But again, to your point, you just push through and you do it. Like,
you just have to do it. You have to do it.
So I know that you also, you have a real regimen in the morning before the craziness of life gets going that includes, quiet time, meditation, journaling, reading, some stretching, that whole deal. I think it's, what is it, like a 7? What is the morning routine?
I don't do this exactly, but it's now that you've asked me, I forgot the name of it. But
what is yours? What is your morning routine as it comes to, like, mindfulness before you get out into the craziness of the day?
So the one that I loosely base most mornings off of is like I do. It's called SAVERS is kind of the acronym, and I do, like, silence, affirmations, visualizations, and then the E is supposed to be exercise, and I skipped that part.
Oh yeah, I do. SAVERS.
And then you can do, like, some writing, which is journaling. And I just do a loose version of that, and I go through it very quickly. You don't have to spend 30 minutes meditating, 10 minutes doing a visualization. Like, I don't need all of that. I can kind of do it sort of quickly, but just to get myself in the right spot for the day. If you start to skip steps like affirmations, which I'll go months and skip affirmations, and then I will feel it. Like, I will be like, oh yeah, I need to get back to some of these things that do help me, give myself a little pep talk. Let me share myself with the world. Let me be the best mom, wife, human I can be. When you start to skip steps, you'll feel it. It's like skipping your vitamins, I feel like. And you don't have to do all of those steps. Like, just whatever is going to get you in the mindset. Because I have gone through phases where I was only doing the journaling. That's all I had time for. I had little kids. Or I was only doing the affirmations because you don't always have time to do an hour morning routine. Let's be honest. And mine doesn't always take an hour because I said, like, I can go pretty quickly now. But just whatever few steps for you, you'll feel it when it hits right, and then you'll feel it when you're not.
Some of it is the fact that you do anything at all. That's enough. The fact that you just acknowledge, I need to do something before I run out and throw food at children and get into traffic. Like, it's acknowledging the fact that that could literally be that you took a pause when you put your feet on the floor and you got out of bed. You just took a quick pause. That could be it. And listen, guys, cliches are cliches for a reason. It works because it works, And so, like, just that moment of mindfulness at risk of being woo and like, here she goes again, just think nice and then everything will be great. I mean, kinda. I mean, there's other stuff going on we have to deal with, but it's that moment for yourself. Okay, so the other side of the coin, in the gratitude journal, we wrote on that page, the reason I'd like to do both of these, both the gratitude and then the next question I'm about to ask you, is because the whole idea behind writing, especially automatic writing and flow writing, is to get some of the clutter out so you can get down to the core of what you really want to talk about, what your heart really wants to say, whether that be creatively or just finding yourself. So I will say the other side of that, Laura, what feels, as you take out your pretend pen and write down now, what feels heavy on you right now?
Well, I already
that you're willing to share.
Yeah, I already talked about some of the stuff my immediate community is going through. That feels really heavy. But from a creative standpoint, because I do want to talk about this because I haven't yet really, is I closed my podcast after 6 years. I closed it in June. And that was the right decision. I was at the end of that project, like 6 years, almost 400 episodes, like I was definitely ready to bring that weekly show to its conclusion so that I could do something else. So now the what's heavy part is what's the something else, like what's next. And I have, several ideas. I have a few things that are starting to march forward. But it all feels a little like shaky. It all feels a little uncertain. And so every day I'm trying to figure out which path is the truest one without letting the world get in the way. So not that there's anything wrong with using this criteria as you choose your path, but like I can't get so spun up in like which is going to make the most money, which is the most marketable, which is the most like pleasing to an audience. Think about those things. You have to think about those things. There is a work this is work, but trying to stay in like a lot of heart alignment, a lot of like, what do I truly want to get up and do every day? Because I'm not working 50 hours a week right now with my kiddos. I don't want to work at that pace. I only have time for a certain amount of work every day. And so what do I want that to be? Now that I've taken the podcast off of my plate, I want to pursue something with a lot of intention. Do I want to write another book? Do I want to start another show? I have a lot of ideas and options, but sometimes you just don't even know but which one do I take? Which one makes the most sense?
Well, and the really cool thing about it, so it's funny that you bring this up because I've been thinking a lot lately about the things that have to be cleared out in order for the new to come in. That's kind of the biggest theme in my life right now. And one of my dear friends here, not as dear as you, don't worry. One of my dear friends here says a lot, and I love this. Lindsay, if you're redecorating a room and there's a desk in the corner, you can't put anything else there. And that always lands on me from such a visual perspective. I got to move the desk so I can put the bed there or whatever. And I think that goes for people in our life. I think that goes for opportunities coming in, adventures coming in, whatever it may be. So a lot of people make these decisions, like say with you with the podcast, it's like, I'm going to keep doing the podcast while I figure out what's next. Well, no, the new thing can't come in while you're focused on the other thing. So the fact that you had the wherewithal to say, I have to shut this, I have to breathe. And, I think is it speaks a lot. And my other favorite quote, besides the chair desk thing, which I think applies to you so much right now, came from a very famous, his name will come to me in a second, film producer. And he was being interviewed on NPR. He's like in his 90s. And they said, so can you tell us in this moment what has been the definition for you that has made you successful? And he said, oh, very easy. 2 words, over and next. And if you can put a hammock in between the two, then you're really living. That has landed on me and just stuck for so many years. So you're in the hammock right now. And that doesn't mean, listen, hammock doesn't mean easy breezy, smooth sailing life. It just means you're taking rest, whether it be with your family, and clearing the old to let it come in. So I wanted to share that with you because it's been, really a big deal. And so I'd love for you to expand a little bit, and then we're going to read a passage from a book. But just expand on that before we take a break, the idea of being in the hammock and allowing yourself to be in the hammock and present enough so that what's coming can come.
Well, it's scary to close something without knowing what's next. And a lot of people can't do that, right? Like if your work is, paying your mortgage, as it is for most people, you can't just quit with no plan. I am able to do that. And yet it is still scary because I love what I do. I want what I do to be successful and relevant. And closing something that was successful and that did well for a number of years without knowing what was going to happen next, it did feel a little bit like a free fall. It also felt right. Like it felt exactly right in my spirit that I was like, this is over. And I think a lot of times people have to close things before they know 100%. It's a huge leap of faith. It wasn't necessarily a leap of faith for me. It felt like this is time. I have no doubts this is time. But the what's next piece, as I'm in the hammock, the what's next piece, not knowing what that is, not feeling like I can talk about that with any kind of surety, does bring up all those questions that artists ask of like, what's my worth in the world if it's not my output, if it's not, being judged, if I'm not making money, like what's my worth if I can't say I'm a podcaster, I'm a writer. Well, I haven't written a book in a few years and I closed my podcast. So,
you're nobody, Laura. You're nobody right now. Get in the hammock.
I'm in a nobody hammock is what it feels like a little bit. But that does bring up stuff of like, okay, well, who am I and what's my worth and what's my value? And it's something to take to the journal.
Something to take to the journal. Thank you for saying that. And remembering this is We Should Write, a show about the healing power of the writing. And that is the biggest thing. If you clear stuff, write stuff, you will find a version of yourself, I guarantee you, in writing by getting out. By the way, over in the chat, people are commenting, and Trucker Bozen reminded us it's Norman Lear. That's who I was looking for, who, of course, an iconic producer, produced shows like All in the Family, Good Times, and The Jeffersons. He's the one that made that comment. And it worked pretty well for him, guys, so I'm just saying. We have to take a quick break here. We're going to come back. My guest is Laura Tremaine, author of Share Your Stuff, I'll Go First, and The Life Council, 10 Friends Every Woman Needs, and Man. We're going to dive into that more. When we come back, Laura's going to share a song and a lyric that means a lot to her with us. She's also going to share a passage from her writing, something she never thought she'd share with the world. And then she published it and shared it with the world. talk about scary. This is We Should Write, guys. A little quick break for our sponsors, and then we'll be back with more. Dre, take us away.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jazrawi.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
There are precious few nonprofits in the trucking industry, and even fewer that make a tangible difference in the lives of professional drivers. So thank goodness for the St. Christopher Fund. Since 2008, over 4,000 over-the-road semi-truck drivers have turned to the St. Christopher Truckers Fund when a medical issue took them out of work. The SCF steps in and pays necessary household expenses such as mortgage, rent, utilities, insurance, and vehicle payments. The SCF also provides free health and wellness programs for drivers. So find out how the SCF can help you, or help the SCF yourself. They'll turn your dollars and cents into that tangible difference for the professional drivers who need it most. Support our highway heroes with a donation at truckersfund.org.
To find out more about Laura Tremaine, head on over to lauratremaine.com. That's how you'll remember it, because it's her name.com, lauratremaine.com, guys. Okay, when we went into break, I mentioned that we were going to talk a little bit about something that you've written that you put out in the world that you never thought you would. And so, you know, you have built this career now, not just a job. You've built a career, a brand, a name, a personality around honesty and vulnerability. So I'm curious, and I have heard you talk about this, but as it pertains to maybe this passage, whatever passage you're going to read here, deciding what's private versus what you're willing to share publicly. Because I will say, I know, for instance, I have a song that I've written that, first of all, I never thought I'd write. I never thought I'd go through the experience that I would be able to write the song, or have to write the song, rather. And it's like, you never think that, first of all, I never thought I'd even talk to something, you know, say it out loud. Then I never thought I'd write the song. Then I definitely never thought I'd go and record the song. Then I 100% never thought I would release the song. And then you do, and you're like, oh, I made this out to be a way bigger deal than it was. Like, I released it, nobody cared. Nobody cared. I mean, it's like they did, but like, you know, whatever. But it is a navigation of what I share, what I don't. So what is the thing that, and kind of set up for us what you're going to read, something that you wrote, and what were you feeling when you're like, this is for me? And then also that moment you're like, oh, this has got to be for everybody, actually.
Okay, well, I'm about to read from my first book, which is called Share Your Stuff, I'll Go First. And the whole premise of that book is that sharing yourself will make you less lonely. And I wrote that book after writing on the internet for years, blogging on social media, and then having a podcast where, for me, I got out of seasons of loneliness or seasons of, you know, mental health dips or all the things by sharing myself. And not like the deepest, darkest skeletons in my closet, not like exposing my loved ones or anything like that, but just sharing my own experience, my own like thoughts and stories. And I feel really deeply about that. So then I wrote this book that's like telling everyone to do that. Share your stuff. I'll go first. And each chapter in the book asks a big life question that the reader is supposed to answer, and then I answer it in essay form. And I felt like I was just putting everything out there. Like, I wrote some things in that book that were so tender to me and so sensitive to me, like about losing my virginity and like really
Wait, what?
things.
My
Yes.
parents are listening right now, Laura.
I regret to inform them that I've had relations with people.
They'll never look at you the same.
I wrote about these things that were so sensitive to me in the book. And I wrote a lot of stuff in the book. Obviously, it's a book called Share Your Stuff. But then what the readers reacted to, the stories I got emails about and DMs about, and all the things that people were like, I can't believe you wrote about this, were not things that were sensitive to me. When I tell
Like
you I've not
what?
received a single email about that virginity story, I'll tell you that right now.
I'm typing a strongly worded letter as we speak, by the way, as is my
No,
mom.
the things that were hard for me to share, and I'm glad I shared them. And I'm not saying that the things that are hard for us won't always get a reaction. I'm just saying, like, what we think, what we hold as so tender might not be the way that people are going to receive it. Like, people are like, yeah, like, life happens, and some of the things that were not as hard for me to share, but that were vulnerable, but they were just my stories, sort of my, I don't know, quote unquote, more regular stories, that really resonated with people. And that was a huge lesson for me. And I published that book after having been sharing myself on the internet for 10 years. And it was still a big lesson to me that just sometimes sharing our more normal stuff, I guess, can make such an impact.
That proves the point.
Yeah.
That proves the point of why you should write. Like you were holding on to something so tightly, strangling it, that you thought was such a big deal. You wrote about it, you got it out, no one cared. The world didn't end, and you moved on, and now it's out of you.
Yeah,
that
and now
proves
it's out
the
of me.
point. Yeah.
But the passage I'm going to read is something that I did actually get a lot of reaction to, and it really surprised me. I hadn't written about it extensively at all, so I guess for some people it was new to them, and then people who are reading the book who had never even heard of me, maybe they were glad to hear someone talk about this issue. But when I wrote it, it was not one of the things that I thought was super tender, and yet it's what got the reaction. Should I start reading?
Yes, that'd be great. This is Laura Tremaine from her first book, Share Your Stuff, I'll Go First. You can find it anywhere you get your books, or head on over to lauratremaine.com.
This is from the first chapter that asks the big question. This is a big question. Who are you? Is the title of this question. And I'm explaining in the book a little bit about like how to answer that question. And this is what I write. My name is Laura, and I pull my hair out. I have so much anxiety that it comes out in involuntary self-harm. That's the first thing I want you to know about me, because it takes any doubt about my weirdness off the table. I've always been a hair puller. I started pulling my hair out at the roots sometime during the toddler stage. It's a coping mechanism that feels like part of me, evidence of my messy mind, right there on display on my messy head, from as far back as I can remember. Why would anyone choose to pull out their hair, causing her to have bald spots and broken follicles? Because it's a soothing, repetitive motion, that's why. It calms me to feel the tug and then hear the rip. It's a faint sound, but I'm attuned to it. When it suddenly became brave to talk about mental health struggles, I got very chatty about my lifelong anxiety and the existential fear I feel in my bones every single day. It doesn't bother me to tell you about any of it. I've always separated my mental health from my self-worth. I've never viewed it as something to be ashamed of. My fear, my hair pulling, these things are facts about me, the same as telling you where I went to college or my eye color. My lack of pretense around it comes, I suspect, from my parents. They acted like my anxiety was just part of my personality. Wasn't embarrassing, wasn't something to be treated either. It just was. Little Laura worries a lot. And it's true that I've always been afraid of something. I am scared all the time that someone is going to die, that there's going to be a loud noise, that I'll be found out as a fraud, that I did something bad or wrong and I just don't know it yet. But someone is going to let me know in a really awful way any minute now. And then, when someone does die, or I do something bad or wrong, I do not then think that the worst has passed. Sometimes, depending on the weight of the situation, I don't even let it sink in this thing I've been thinking about has now happened. Instead, my mind simply leapfrogs over the moment and the cycle of fear starts again. Because someone is going to die. There's about to be a loud noise. And I frequently do something bad or wrong, even if by accident. So that's why I'm telling you this first, the hair pulling. I like to lead with this information. It tells the other person exactly the level of anxiety they're dealing with, and then I don't have to apologize for my unfounded fears later.
Wow. I'm so glad that's the passage that you chose. I will never forget where I was. I was on a plane when I read this exact part. This is something I did not know about you. Someone that I lived with for a very long time, which again is proving this point right now, proving your point of share your stuff, proving my point of we should write. It gives somebody else that permission slip to be like, oh, I'm not crazy because I do that too. I'll never forget when I read it and just tearing up, equal part. I mean, mainly because I didn't know that about you. And also, Laura, since we're here being vulnerable, it made me lean into something that had happened to me years ago. My mom and sister were here visiting, and I was going through a wildly mentally chaotic time, navigating a lot of stuff. And I lost it on my mom and sister in an Uber. This is coming back to your hair pulling, I promise. I lost it on my mom and sister in an Uber for seemingly no reason at all. And they were like, and we got home and I just was like going crazy. And they're like, you need to get some help. What's going on? And at the time, Laura, I had I had these like scabs on my head that I was like picking at. I was picking at these scabs on my head because in hindsight, it felt like the one thing that I could control, maybe. It was something that was, and this, I mean, that sounds probably gross, but it was like, I don't know, it was oddly satisfying, which is what, in that moment, I could equate kind of the same to what you were doing in the hair pulling. And I share that, which is why you shared that as well, for people to know, like, that's a sign. The stuff that is inside of us that needs to come out, whether it be sharing it or writing it, it needs to come out, because if not, it shows up in a physical form, a physical manifestation. It leads to us getting cancer or crying in a public place, very loud and not okay, you know? So thank you for sharing that. Thank you for, okay, so now walk me through, what was the moment when, was that kind of a free flow? I know the book's been edited, of course, but was that a free conscious stream of writing for you? And then at what point where you're like, oh, I'm going to let everybody know this?
Well, like I said in the passage, I wasn't embarrassed by that information, actually. The point of that chapter, the big life question that chapter is asking is, who are you? And so when I was writing this book, and I say in other parts of that chapter of like, who are you outside of relationship to others? So if you can't answer from a role, you can't answer that you're a mom, you can't answer that you're a partner, a daughter, or whatever. You have to take out anyone else in this answer.
Any titles or labels.
Any roles, yeah. To just, who are you? And that was one of the things that came immediately to my mind, is that I'm an anxious person. Now, it's a whole other conversation to sort of take on certain things as part of your identity. I didn't want it to be that. I wasn't trying to say in any way that anxiety is something I'm proud of, or that hair pulling is a good thing, or whatever. It was just like, but in my mind, when I'm alone in a room in a quiet space, if you ask me, it's that little girl who pulls her hair out. That's who I am, to me. And so I wanted to answer it that way. And that was the easiest way to explain who I am without any posturing, without any like, well, I'm a writer, I'm a, like all of that. I'm that little girl who pulls her hair out. And so I wanted to lead with that as an example. In the book, every essay that I'm writing, answering the big questions, is modeling how you could answer the question. So when people reached out to me about the hair pulling, some of them reached out because they were also hair pullers and they had literally never heard anyone talk about it before. It's kind of a secret thing. But other people reached out with other parts of their identity, maybe that they also don't ever talk about. It doesn't all have to be self-harming, but because that's a very tender topic, of course. But just people had never heard or thought about who they are outside of their roles outside of their relationships, like who they are, just them alone? It's a hard question to answer because it can make you like weep almost. Because I think a lot of us do answer that by going back to our childhood selves.
I was
because
gonna
that
say,
is
yeah.
like our purest version of ourselves, who our littlest self is, before we had any roles, really, maybe besides child. And it's emotional.
It's very emotional, especially as, not especially, but especially for me in a time where I do have a 6-year-old, almost 7-year-old. I think I'm thinking a lot about me, my Lindsay as a child a lot. And like, in any moment when I want to lose it on my own kid, what would have made me feel comfortable at that time? And please do that and don't act the other way, because it's, you know, and I think by going back and really, I mean, I don't, by going back and really hugging that little version of you, like, I again, back to your thing from visualization this morning, I think if you, every once in a while, when you think you're going to lose it, where you listening in whatever scenario that is, just like close your eyes and visualize you now hugging you as a kid and be like, what would that version of me need? And I think that helps us get over the hump. And we're going to pivot here and play a song. But before we do that, I want to say that I think this, again, continues to prove if you, listener, are going to get a journal out or a bar napkin or whatever you have access to, or the phone, you know, the notes section in your phone or your voice memo, whatever it is, because writing can also be, to Laura's point, share your stuff. It can be just like speaking. Talk to ChatGPT. He and I are dating. I think that it's a reminder as we try to figure out who we are, just flow, right? Take a page in your journal, say, who am I, right? Who am I at the top? And then just start writing. I think you'll clear a lot of the things that who you're not actually, or what you thought was your the definition of who you are. And then the longer you write, the more you will get to who you actually are, what you want to do, how you want to show up in this world. I believe that wholeheartedly. So give it a shot. Message me if you need help. Okay, so I asked you if you could, a song that had a lyric in it that was really important or special to you. I thought you were going to pick a Taylor Swift song, and she is engaged now, so shout out.
I
and
could've.
Also, you could have. Also, we're all going to be mourning for a long time now. If she gets married, we're going to lose a lot of the boyfriend writing, a lot of the, it's going to shift her writing. I can't wait till she comes on We Should Write so I can say, how has writing changed from single to married? But why this song, Anna? And then we'll talk about the line afterward.
So this is an Indigo Girls song called The Language or the Kiss. And it's basically about choosing art over family. It's kind of what this song is about. And, you know, I love the Indigo Girls and they write so many beautiful things, but I mean, they are choosing for their family's life to kind of go on without them while they pursue their art, while they're on tour, while they have to be away, you know, whatever they're writing about specifically. But I found the song when I was in college, about to move to LA, and I felt like I was choosing language over the kiss. Like I was choosing future me over current me. At the time, I was leaving my whole family behind, in pursuit of something that they didn't understand, that I didn't really understand. I was choosing that. I was choosing language, because for me, I've always been a writer. I was choosing language over love. That's what The Language or the Kiss is about. And I found love in my life, and I have a lot of love in my life, but there is still times where I think about this question, choosing language over love, and what my answer is, I guess.
Let's play a clip of it, and then we'll dive in deep. Phone Master Dre, hit it, brother. I didn't know this song, and now I will never not know this song. So thanks for that. I also thought a lot about, you know, this doesn't. We do this show on a trucking radio platform. People are like, how does this show work for that? I'm like, it does, because, by the way, truck drivers are also humans. And as it pertains to this line and what we're talking about, they spend so much time alone with their own thoughts. And I think if you could pull over on the side of the road and get some of that out, it will continue to help you not have road rage, which none of our truck drivers have road rage. I know that, but it will help clean that. So, but Laura, this works for anybody going off to pursue a passion, or not even a passion, having to work to pay the bills. Like, truck drivers have to leave. It's part of it. And a wife or a husband or whoever, they sign up for that. Now, the kids don't sign up for that necessarily. They're a byproduct. And that's a really hard place to be. So when you listen to that song now, so you found this song in college as you were about to move to LA and leave your family behind and start this whole new world. And by the way, let me just tell everybody, Laura's family did not grow up going to church. Laura went to church on her own. She would get herself there. She was a goody by all, as the definition would say. And then we lived together in college, and she's probably like, well, I have roomed with the devil. No. But then you took off and you ended up in LA, and you end up working on shows like Jackass and with Snoop Dogg, and like having the cast of characters in your life that are so wildly weird and different from Laura Wendell at the time in Ardmore, Oklahoma. What does listening to that song now, how does it hit differently and or the same as it did at 20-year-old Laura moving to LA?
Well, I think the first line that made me pay a lot of attention to the song was, I choose most of your life goes on without me.
Oh.
And because I was very aware that it was a choice. And like you said, not everybody has a choice. And yet that still happens. But I was choosing to leave behind everything that I loved and knew. And I'd make that choice all over again. I have no regrets, and the song doesn't even hit that differently to me now. It really doesn't. Like 30 years later, I still feel like, yeah, I would have made that choice back then. Now, I don't know that I would make that choice anew, but like I said before, choosing the language or the kiss, writing over love, like you'll just read over and over and over again writers who abandon their family or whatever. I don't put myself in that category, of course, but I think that a lot of artists will resonate to, they are choosing some level of selfishness, maybe.
Yeah.
They are leaving someone behind, either literally or figuratively. It's part of the process of almost every artist I've ever known. You have to leave them behind. You have to leave someone behind. Someone's going to get hurt. Some family is going to have an empty chair, which is that other imagery of like looking in on the family eating their dinner or whatever with an empty chair. And I was like, that's me. I'm the one that left the chair empty. And the other line in that part that you played of like a laughter, like a language I once spoke with ease, I was really leaving behind, for me, I was leaving behind a whole belief system. Like you said, I was leaving behind church life and politics. And I was really, like, moving to California from Oklahoma is a culture shift, to say the least, then and now. And so, but when I go back, it's Oklahoma is a language I speak with ease still. And so every line of that song, it hits pretty much the same now as it did then. It's a beautiful, beautiful song.
It's so pretty. Well, the empty chair, speaking of, by the way, is another archetype that shows up in Laura's book, The Life Council. It's not actually a friendship role. It's more of a memorial chair. And you talk about how sometimes friendships have to end. It kind of goes back to what we said at the beginning. Sometimes some things have to end so that the new could come in. So you can read more about that in The Life Council. I can't recommend that book enough, either of her books, but that book specifically as sort of a fun assignment that you could do with some friends or family, just to take some stock, some inventory of who's in your life. And it doesn't mean you have to have all those people in your life right now. Who would you like to call in? Who would you like to shuffle out as well, by the way, which is also equally as important. Do you have another passage to share?
I don't, not from the Life
Okay.
Council, but I feel like you're really recommending it because I write so much about you in the Life Council.
I am. Okay, I didn't want to bring it up, but I am the soul sister, and there is a chapter about our relationship. So I highly recommend you check that one out because it's the friendship that will last a lifetime, as we are. So speaking of friendships that last a lifetime, if you were going to write about one of our experiences, because I think sometimes you tell stories from our past and I'm like, was I there? I don't recall that, or at least don't recall it in that way. Is there anything that comes to mind, a story about us either in college or LA, that would be one that would be worth writing about or telling about?
Well, I have so many stories, but one that might be amusing to the audience it just came to mind immediately, is when we went to the college football national championship.
Oh, yeah. I remember some of that trip.
Together, we had no money. We stayed in the most dangerous place in Miami that maybe we could find. We bedazzled our T-shirts in the back of a rented truck. And I just feel like that was, speaking of the hammock, as you're talking about the what's over and what's next, that is such a hammock trip because that was our senior year. We were, done with college almost. And we didn't know what was next. And we just found ourselves in Florida at a football game that we only cared mildly about. Bedazzling T-shirts, and also our parents didn't know we were there.
They didn't?
Yeah, mine didn't. Mine was like, "You're where now?" And I was like, "We're in."
Well, your parents
Florida."
never knew where you were. Let's be honest.
I just feel like it was such a classic adventure. We went on an adventure with no plan and no money, and that's how kind of the rest of our the future sort of unfolded once we moved to LA too. No plan, no money.
No
And
plan, no
yet
money.
We're still here.
But also a lot of confidence, because do you remember it was New Year's, it fell on New Year's Eve as well, or around New Year's Eve, and we went to a club and there was a really long line to get in, and we ended up saying that we were there because Mark Perkins, who was the manager of my college band, was there with us. We had him go up to the front and say, I was there to perform, and you guys were like the backup singers or dancers. We're performing at the big arena that's there in Miami. He goes up and says this to the bouncer. And they let us in. We cut the line, if I remember correctly, and got, I'm like, that guy there was no Instagram to go check the validity of our story at the time. And we were popping bottles that night. Past the line, yo. No money, no money, all the confidence.
Yeah. I've
That's
never
the
told
takeaway.
that story on microphone. I'll tell you that right now.
Good. I wanted this to be a place of that. So, Laura, we just have about 2 minutes left, and I want to remind everybody to head over to lauratremaine.com, especially to see what's coming up next for her, which she doesn't know about yet either, so stay tuned. We'll see. I bet she has some ideas. So we're going to close the journal. We opened the journal at the beginning of this conversation. We're going to close the journal now. What thoughts, what takeaways do you have today, but also maybe some points of writing advice for both yourself and others listening today?
Well, I don't know about writing advice other than I loved what you said in journaling to just get it out. Partially, I think when we want to write, we're thinking too much about the intended audience, like how they're going to take it, if the writing is good. And what I'm learning over and over again is that you just have to get it out first, and then you can make it better if you want to give it to an audience or not. But just the creative act, whether it's a journal, whether you are trying to sort of make something like write a song, write a poem, it doesn't matter what the format is. It's the getting it out. I just keep learning that because the perfection stops us. The intended audience that we're imagining in our mind stops us. Like there's all of these obstacles that we have to navigate around when really you just have to sit and do the work with it. Just do it. Just get it out, and then you can work with it. I'm terrible at that. I want it to be perfect from the first line.
Which sometimes then you don't do it at all. So
Then you don't do it at all. Yeah.
In the words of Nike, who's not a sponsor yet, just do
it.
Yet.
Just vomit it out onto the page. Vomit it out.
LauraTremaine.com. Rumi, thank you so much for being here today and taking time to do this. I love you very much.
I love you. This was super fun. We could talk all day.
I know we could. We should. We should write.
Right?
Right. This show has been produced by myself and Phone Master Dre and brought to you by the good people at Radio Nemo Entertainment, y'all. Head on over to radionemo.com/we should write to learn more about and hear past and upcoming episodes. Head over to LauraTremaine.com to learn how to continue to fall in love with my soul sister, Laura Tremaine. Because, Laura, we should write.
Right?
Dre, take us away. Lindsay Lawler, y'all, and welcome to We Should Write, a show about the healing power of writing. I'm your host, Lindsay Lawler. I'm a songwriter, a performer, and a longtime radio voice. I'm also a storyteller and a proud advocate for the incredible men and women of the trucking industry. And let me tell you, they've got stories. Okay, so We Should Write is where sarcasm meets soul. It's equal parts vulnerability and absurdity. We talk to songwriters, authors, and creatives of all kinds about how putting pen to paper help them heal, grow, and work their stuff out. Because let's be honest, writing is cheaper than therapy and way more, dare I say, honest. So take a breath. Now, let's get it out. Let's get into it because we should write, right? We should write. Right. We should. That's the name of the show. I believe in it. Welcome to We Should Write. This is episode 7. And as soon as that intro's over, we're going to dig in. You can fade that down, Madison, please. Thank you. Hey, y'all. Welcome to episode 7 of We Should Write. Let's kill that intro, please. Just stop it, please. Okay. This is the power of a new show. Hey, Madison, I can hear myself double. That's going to be a problem. All right. Hi, Morgan. Good to see you. Sorry we're working through this.
No, you're fine. I get it. If anybody gets it, it's me.
I know, girl. Do you hear you echoing? Are you hearing an echo, Madison?
Oh,
I'm sorry, Morgan.
I don't hear an echo when I'm talking.
Do you hear me echoing?
Yes.
Okay. Well, this is we wanted a live show, so this is what we have to work with. All right, we're going to go with it. So welcome to We Should Write. So glad you're here. Today's episode, it's going to be something really special. Yes, I say that every week, but proves my point of telling you that I wouldn't book someone on the show that I didn't find very special and compelling, and I'm proud to be able to do that, especially today. My guest today is someone I met years ago, have known about, I've heard about for a long time, super respected in Nashville and beyond, and this is the first time that she and I have gotten to really dive deep together. Morgan is a powerhouse vocalist. She's got a 5-octave range, which is no small feat, y'all. That might sound like, oh, all singers can do that. No, that's not. All singers do not do that. I don't do that. It's a really big deal, and you can actually feel that and the power of that when you go to one of Morgan's live shows. She's captured the hearts of millions. This past year, she shared very openly about heartbreak and about having the rug pulled out from her in the middle of life's biggest plans and about finding her way back through honesty, grit, and of course, through writing. So that's why I believe that she belonged on this show outside of all the other reasons. And because around here, writing is where we uncover who we really are. And Morgan is showing us exactly how powerful that can be. So please make welcome to the show someone who's about to be everybody's friend if you don't already know her, Morgan Miles. Hello, friends.
Hi, guys. Hi, Linz. Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you for being here. You literally are one of the first people I booked for this show. Like, we're booked through November, but you were one of the first people because I've been following your journey on Instagram, and I've been so... I almost say so entertained by it. That is not at all what I meant. I've been so inspired by it. You know, and that's a weird thing when we share ourselves online as a part of our work and as a part of our job, but finding that the balance of it, which is definitely something we're going to talk about today. But okay, so Morgan, I always like to start this show with a deep breath, or else I'll just go off the rails like I already have done. So let's breathe together on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Oh, thank you, Jesus.
I needed that.
We're doing it. We're doing it. I needed it too. If I don't do it, I'll freak out. And Morgan, I like to start this show by opening up your journal that's there on your lap, your pretend journal there on your lap, and your pretend pen, or you might actually have one because you are a writer. And I want to start by, if you were going to open up and just start writing and journaling about some gratitude in your life, what in this moment are you really grateful for?
You know, it's funny. I always have, because I've done a lot with the gratitude exercises things. And, you know, typically it's all the things that we think are simple, but they're the biggest things. Like, I sit here and I go, thank you for the health of my dog and his companionship as he's sitting right next to me.
Hi, buddy.
Thank you for my wonderful parents. Thank you for the shelter over my head. Thank you for my beautiful voice that has gotten me to so many wonderful experiences in my life, from my faith in God and my connection to Jesus. I mean, I go down and my health, and, you know, I really tried to break down health pretty big, because when we lose our health, I think that's when we really start to go down. You know, it's like, and that's just can be simple things of like when you have a cold, that's when you actually are grateful for your health, when you're, you know, so it's like trying to be ahead of it. But really just getting back to the most important things, and it's those simple things, but they're actually the biggest things that we take for granted all the time. So I always kind of start with that, and like also like just for gratitude and hope and all the kinds of things that are so important to us, and they're such a huge part of healing.
Huge. And I came to realize recently, I kind of had this aha moment maybe a couple days ago, while reading back one of my journals, actually from a couple of years ago, the idea that gratitude really is just presence, and that could go the other way, that presence is gratitude. Mm-hmm. Like when we're potentially spiraling out, that's one thing that helped me by going back and reading one of my old journals, and like, oh, I had a real aha moment that I wasn't, in the moment when I wrote that down, I wasn't able to receive it or be aware of it because I was just probably like flow writing. But now it means so much more to me, and I think that's kind of another reason why we write. Okay, then turn the page, Morgan. What is something that you would write down that's really heavy on you right now?
Oh my gosh.
Besides everything.
Yeah, there is a lot of stuff. Failure's pretty heavy on me. I think there's like a massive exhaustion level. There's a little bit of a disconnect because of being a little on the burnout side, but this is typically around this time. I think any artists that have been touring since, you know, the end of January nonstop, you just start to like feel it in every ache and bone and body, and you're just a little worn out. But I do have 3 weeks off pretty much. Well, not off, but I'm home at least for 3 weeks starting September 6th. So like
that's a big deal.
It's going to be Self-tember. I'm going to need to just reconnect, realign. You know, it's just even stuff for me, like not being able to like go to church on Sundays, that starts to add up. Like just those little things are pretty big for me, and I, like I said, I just went through, like you mentioned, a huge breakup. So in between only the 2 or 3 days where I was home, I was moving. So just it was like a lot. Like, so I think now as things are coming down, I'm still processing it all. So there's a lot of things that are heavy on me. And I think it's just, you know, I think it's because I kind of need to stop for a second and realign. But I'm so grateful for all the shows we've done this year, and we've really done so much, and we have an album coming out. Like, everything's going great. I just think sometimes it's okay to like realign for a hot second.
Mandatory.
Yeah.
And you've, I mean, I said that actually about COVID, which is a tricky thing to talk about. We're not going to go down that path, but it was, for me, COVID was like it wasn't financially great by any means, obviously, but it was without COVID, I think I would have spiraled. I would have never got my
I thought it was
priorities
a
in
great
line.
thing. I don't take this the wrong way, but I think the world always needs like a 5-year pause, like just a little pause. Everybody,
As long as no one dies.
No one dies. Everyone's safe, but like a siesta for a little second. Just because our culture, and I think now because the technology where it's at too, it's like designed for us to never stop, to never stop and smell the roses. And like, we got to remember, you know, what is actually important and what are the blessings. And I can sit and say that all day, but like the rigmarole and the scheduling and the American culture, we don't stop. Like, we don't. And we must have like this innate like FOMO within us too. I don't really know, but either way, yeah, I feel like I hope sometime in the future we can like bring back, like, what do they have in Britain? Tea time? Siesta.
Well, yeah, I mean, they do.
I don't
they
take
shut
good
down the
naps.
whole afternoon, man.
Maybe we need a meditation hour at like 2 to 3. I think that would be perfect.
I'm fine with that.
Look, Madison's saying the same thing. I'm going, hell yeah.
Let's do it. Well, we also, by the way, Morgan, we have a lot of truck drivers who listen to the show, and they're probably like, well, that would be great, but I have to keep going. I have to keep moving my load along.
Yeah.
But they need to stop
I
too.
feel you. Yeah, they need, like, listen, I'm also a road dog, so I feel your pain.
You are a road dog. Yeah, that's the big thing. I found all this correlation. That's why I think this show works, because think about, you know, truck drivers, what they see on the road, and the same struggles that we have. You have touring. It's like how to stay connected to your friends and stay healthy and stay, you know,
Yeah,
there's
most
so
of
many
it's
things.
the travel. I think everybody thinks it's like so many other things, but most of it's traveling. That's most of our lives. So I feel I mean, and like traveling to everybody. What's the worst part about going on a vacation? It's getting there. So just imagine like every single day, and you don't have a vacation at the end of it. It's just you're there for a hot second. Bye. So I mean, it's a lot of work, but it's all worth it in the end, because it's a beautiful gift and it's a beautiful career. It just comes with some, you know, some cons.
Well, it comes with some casualties, and let's go there. We're just going to go there, because some of the casualties are our relationships that happen when we choose this kind of life, whether that be as an artist, as anybody who has to travel for a living. We actually were talking about this on Road Gang Radio, my other radio show with Jimmy Mack this morning, about the idea that you step into this and you have to say to your people, if you want to be a part of this life, I have to do this. And I want your take on this, Morgan. It's like, you have to sing. It's in you. You know that you have to do it. And so people that come into your life have to understand, this is part of me. If I don't do it, I won't be happy. Therefore, I won't be good for you. But also, I'm doing this to make my life better, to make the people in my life better around me if we get to the place we want to get to, whatever that looks like. So I bring all that up because you went through your engagement. You broke off this year, and you whatever entry point you want to go here. But what is it? How is it that somebody like you, who is so beautiful, so kind, so smart, so talented, comes from a great family, so successful, like you've got all the on paper, in my next life I want to marry you, Morgan Miles. So why is it difficult? What is the non-sticking point for you? And then I'm gonna bring this back to "Woman of My Word," your song, because there's a line in there that kind of smacked me in the face. Why is it to you in this moment you think that like that relationship didn't work out outside of
perhaps
Well,
he
it's
sucked. but
confusing
outside of that.
because, you know, obviously when he met me, I was like, this was like right after The Voice, and like I was busier than ever too. So it's not like my schedule had changed or anything. I think with coming, when you date an artist, and you know, let's just start with whether you're male or female, you have to have the confidence to understand how they're always going to be surrounded by meeting people, their connection to people, how people, you know, really connect to them. And you have to have the confidence and to embrace that and like really find that such a special thing about that person. And then, but when it's a female artist and you have a male, you know, that your boyfriend, he's got to take kind of a second seat back, I would say, on the attention level naturally, because, well, that's just how this is of dating somebody that's in the limelight. But we also come with the side of like having to handle all that and the stress of a lot of people on us too. So, but what was confusing for me is like all that was already there. He said it did not matter. He loved that. He loved me for me. Where I fell in love with him was thinking, you know, this was a very humble, kind hearted man. That was by far my one and only priority. Everything else to me would fall into place. We'd build our lives together. And I had been through a pretty toxic relationship 5 years prior to him. So I knew a lot of that was like the manipulation. I had gone through a lot of like couples therapy with that person. I had figured out a lot about like empathy and compassion. So I was extremely patient when it came to my relationship with my fiance, because I had put the work into myself, but also understanding like truly, like I'm already naturally an empath, but like I will say this, when he moved to Nashville, I think the transition was really difficult on him. At least that's what he said to me. So I kept probably enabling things and trying to make everything more comfortable. Of course, I was on the road pretty quickly as soon as he moved here. And he kept saying it was fine. It was fine. It had nothing to do with my schedule, because I said, I'm a big girl. You can tell me if you just can't handle my schedule, that I'm not consistent and that I am around a lot of people all the time. And when I come home, I just hope that, you know, like I need some space too. But this was only like a 3-month period where I had like 50 shows, and it was like, that's it. But it all crumbled within that when he had moved here, we bought a house. We lived in it. I mean, I think I was only in it for 8 days, put up for sale the next month. We have it sold. The confusing part of it for me was I thought he would not have stayed in Nashville. I thought he would not live currently 5 minutes down the road.
Oh, Lord.
Where you weren't connected to this town. This is my safe haven. So that having that energy, I felt it was so disrespectful. I don't know when I became this like enemy, because I truly was just trying to understand what was going on. I really did not know. But this had nothing, honestly, I don't think it was, because at least that's what he said again. I don't think it had anything to do with me being an artist or me being a touring musician. This had everything to do with like insecurities and not being ready or emotionally mature to be in a relationship. So even on the fact of being engaged, I mean, I said yes, but I felt it was way too soon. I told him that. But we weren't going to be married until October 18th. And we only made it a couple months being engaged. So for me, you know, I was at that more mature level. He was 10 years younger than me. I'll never do that again.
Ooh, girl.
But he just felt like an old soul. Again, there was a lot of role playing that was happening. And I think it's the person that he wants to be. And hopefully he'll eventually get there. But I needed to see who he could be in a different place, a different job, different life, because I knew he had never experienced a lot of things out of his routine. And I was worried about that. And sure enough, like, he got here, but do I understand why he remained here when you could literally start your life wherever you want to be? Like, you literally could be closer to the job that you got in Nashville. I just was like, I don't understand a lot of these things. Now, moving forward, like, it's just been a lot. Like, the whole moving thing was the whole process. I was so disappointed. I'm not really heartbroken. I'm heartbroken for the fact that I trusted somebody, that I got that close to marrying somebody. I didn't even know who he was. And I'm like going, okay, can I look within myself to go, okay, you were just really ready, Morgan, to find your soulmate, start the balance of having like a family and everything. I loved that. I don't like being single. I don't like that whole process of dating and everything. It's like ick, yuck, ugh. No, I've not really dated that many people in my life. I'm like the girl that's like, find my soulmate, let's just be the best friends that we can possibly be and enjoy our lives together. And he just seemed like he was just so ready to like find that as well. But I think he was also doesn't know who he is at all. So I think it was like I made the mistake of thinking that he wanted to come into this life, because I think he's just a very lost soul, to be honest. And that's how I'm healing. I'm trying to be empathetic to figure out, like, I truly don't think a lot of it was, it's not about me, but I'm upset that I had to waste a lot of time and patience and tears and being a lot of things weaponized against me and a lot of things that were said that I know he wished he didn't say. But like having to go through that, it's just a lot, and then compartmentalize it, like going off on me before I'm walking on stage on FaceTime every night, and then having to compartmentalize that emotion and walk on a stage with just a guitar in your hand, because I was doing a first exclusive listening tour, so intimate crowds of like 100 to 150, where I'm truly like living room style, like trying to be really vulnerable, and I'm like breaking.
And crowds can feel that. I mean, the smaller crowds can feel what you're feeling.
Thank God, like there was a whole writing process that I did with the audience, and it was such a beautiful thing, and truly doing that, I think really helped me through the whole process. But yeah, it's sad. I mean,
it makes
one of
me
those things.
You know, your song. It's funny. Your song, "Woman of My Word." We're going to play, by the way, in a second. How does that sound? Which is that being a new song of yours is really interesting, especially because the time of your life where you're in, being able to sing like that with that hope is so interesting. But "Woman of My Word," I was listening to again this morning. You just posted something this morning, actually, with your sweet dad carrying your guitar down Broadway, probably going to a gig, and you just being there with him. It just made me, I'm really close with my dad as well. So that was such a sweet moment to be like, mom and dad are still there for you, no matter what happens. Like they're your soulmate and their own kind of way, of course. But that song, there's a line in the song that says, you know, I'm still going to build that house on my parents' land, still going to have those kids, still going to use those names. And I think that's such a powerful message, because to me, it was a reminder in that moment that that's all about you. And like, that wasn't meant for him to have. And I'm so curious if you're able to, I'm a big believer of there's no good and bad. There's only lessons and experiences. And man, it's taken me till this moment to realize that, because I've been in some really bad, heartbreaking situations that at the time I didn't know it was actually happening for me. And then very recently I've been in some really hard things where I'm like, okay, this sucks, but I know this is for my greatest good. I know this is for my greatest good. And you have to like sit there and say it over and over in your head. Are you able to now, because I'm going to guess you've had multiple breakups, we all have, but are you able to now look back, especially this most recent one, and be like, I know that was happening for me? Could you do that in that moment, or did it take you till now to realize that? Like that it was breaking up for your greatest good.
Oh, well, I know the best thing that God gave me in the whole process was buying this house and going through this process. I mean, talk about embarrassment.
Are you still in the house? Are you in the house that y'all bought, or no?
No.
Okay.
We actually were able to sell it within that month, which is unheard of right now out here.
Yeah.
And we didn't lose any money on it. That's God. And I was praying so hard because I kept saying, should I go through with this? Should I go through with this? He doesn't seem like himself. Like there's just like, and a lot of people were concerned around me, but I thought, no, it's probably just like, you know, he'll snap out of it. And that, for me, I will never do that again. I will never try to continue to make somebody else happy at my expense, because if I'm feeling those things, I need to just trust my own gut and go, we need to wait. And if he doesn't want to stick around because I need to wait, then it wasn't meant to be. I just have to be a little, I don't want to continue to put up like these like more walls or anything. I'm so past the point like of having to learn, quote unquote, from these ridiculous breakups. Like I'm spent with it. And I know like I'll eventually get there, but it takes me time to heal. Like that's why I think I'll date somebody for like a year or like a year and a half. It gets really like I have this same, I'm gonna have to figure out what it is, because I attract like kind of like the same like they might look different, they might act different, but at their soul crew, it's like narcissistic, like really, it's really bad. And like then they always seem to want to go after like my mom and my dad, and so
Oh my God.
that's
Do you
why
know though? Do you know what it is? Okay,
I know why. I absolutely know why.
Is it something in you? Like, why have you figured out what it? I'm
Well,
not saying it's
not
your
on the-
fault, but
I know
you know what
why
I'm
they
saying.
go after mom and dad, because it's like that'll hurt me, because I've always said like that's the one thing, don't ever go after like my two people, like you just don't. So I knew that's why that continues to happen, because they know that's the point, but they like, it's so strange, because I'm like, it seems like you're holding on, or you're trying to like get me to break up with you. It's always because it's like that there's no recovering after that, right?
Yeah.
So I think, I don't know why, I feel like I'm being very fooled, but I don't know why I'm picking out those types of people, but because like these, like I feel like they're all very different types, not, and again I say all, but like it's very few. I don't know. I think a big thing is, what I notice is like once they really fall for me, like, and fall in love with me, I think there's a fear factor of losing me, so then this control issue comes. So that's why I feel like the control comes out in different ways. It's, you know, but it's the insecurity that's laced, like, I'm going to lose her. I really honestly believe that's kind of what happens. And so they need to be, you know, around me all the time, like, or just controlling the situation. And then I think ultimately I'm like, do you not trust me then? If we don't have trust, then we've got nothing. And here's the funny thing about everybody, like, I love this cheating thing. First off, like, I'm on the road with my dad, and like my tour manager, Callie, is a female who's pregnant. Like, I'm with usually my best gay friend.
It's wild
like,
and
gray buddy,
crazy.
that's like taking content. Like, all my band members are married. It's so rated G. It's embarrassing, right? Like, bring on some Disney princesses.
There's no
Just kidding.
cocaine and hookers on the Morgan
Hell
Miles
no.
tour, is what
No,
I'm hearing
sorry,
you say.
guys. Sorry, it ain't
Boring.
happening. But so the thing with that gets really interesting with that is, like, it's so much harder for a touring musician, I feel like, to even try to cheat. Like, what time do we possibly, at least in my schedule, I don't even know when y'all would
I
have
smell a
time.
dare. We're talking with Morgan Miles. We're going to figure out how she can appropriately cheat and fit it into her schedule when we come back. We have to take a quick break right here. We have to take, just kidding. We have to. Also, Morgan, surprise, caller 10 gets to take you on a date. No, I'm just kidding.
No.
We're talking with Morgan Miles. You can head on over to Morgan Miles Live to find out more about her, where she's going to be, hear all of her music. There's new music out. When we come back, we're going to play a clip of a couple songs and break down a little bit more, especially of A Woman of My Word, because I want to talk about that. That's very important. Morgan Miles, this is We Should Write. We'll be right back after this, guys. Don't go anywhere. That would be a big mistake.
17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASE certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers.
The Joshua Chamberlain Society is unlike any other veterans organization. It's truly a family, and I know that firsthand from working with them myself. Their mission is to make wounded veterans and families of deceased veterans feel the support and appreciation of their community for life. Our veterans' injuries are permanent, and so is the JCS support. From monetary assistance like paying utility bills or college funds to helping our heroes find purpose, JCS is a family that surrounds and supports the heroes who have sacrificed so much. Learn more and make your donation at chamberlainsociety.org. That's chamberlainsociety.org.
Get $25 off on your next preventive maintenance service. Stop by TA Truck Service and save when you choose Castrol oil and a Fleet Guard oil filter. Now through September 30, 2025. Enjoy premium performance with trusted brands. Castrol, protection for the long haul guaranteed. Fleet Guard, run cleaner longer with filtration science. Our ASE certified technicians are ready to deliver expert preventive maintenance and more. TA Truck Service, Castrol, Fleet Guard, your partners in preventive maintenance.
It's so funny. We can't figure out.
There's commercials, apparently. I don't. Sorry, Morgan. I don't know why. All right, welcome back to We Should Write, Episode 7, a show about the healing power of writing. My guest is Morgan Miles. You can head over to morganmileslive.com to find out more about her, which is something you're going to want to do because she's a badass, as we've already proven. And you know what? No man can handle her. I guess that's where we're at right now. No man but her daddy. No, that's not true. No, it's just going to take the right man. And that's why I really love this song, Woman of My Word. Okay, I was so overcome this morning with the idea of, oh my God, I've thought about being somebody of my word to other people. I've never thought about it in regards to being a woman of my word to myself. I was like, how did I miss that? It's real sad. How did I miss that?
I think we do that all the time. Women are more givers, like we're more maternal. Like we don't really think about ourselves. And I don't think that as we get older, like I think it gets worse. Like we really have to think about ourselves. I know I'm terrible about it. I'm terrible. So, but yeah, like I think we have to align those things that are really important, essential to us and to our souls. And that's being a woman of your word or just being a person of your word. So it's like, if you say you're never going to settle for anything but your best friend, for that somebody that's going to only uplift your life and bring something that you just, I know what it feels like to be loved. I have wonderful family, I have wonderful friends. I know that feeling of love. And that's when you go, but is this love? And so that's why I'm just never going, because I think now that in life I have felt how it feels to be betrayed and hurt. And so much I'm like, I don't ever want to bring kids into this world with somebody that I feel could, I'm already going, not even thinking about myself. And again, the final straw was my parents, attacking my parents. So it's like a lot of times until people cross those lines, I'm still thinking not really about myself. I'm protecting. I'm a Leo, so I'm a protector. So even of these future kids that aren't even born yet, I'm like worried, like I don't want to bring somebody in that is only going to weaponize these children against me. And so I think I have some fears with that and I got to work on through it. But I'm recently off of a relationship that was with somebody that was really emotionally immature. I just hadn't really dated somebody seriously. So I think that's where I saw like these patterns happening that I was like, okay, we're like definitely here's this big age difference at this point, and it's the maturity level. So, there's other things that I felt like he looked like he was mature, but I mean, and when you're masking and you're pretending to be somebody that you aren't there yet, you haven't really truly put the work in, eventually it all comes out. Right? Everybody can portray themselves to be a certain way for 6 months to a year, but until you live with them or you travel with them, you really don't know. And so, of course, we were traveling a lot, but I think too, I was in denial. I didn't think some of these red flags were as red and flashy as I thought. I had them at yellows, but the yellow flags eventually turned pink and turned bright red. So you just have to
Those are pretty interesting. It's like pride flags.
I mean,
wave
and
them.
so, when you finally get to the point that you're like, I'd rather be by myself, then that's your answer, because you're just like, this is not fun. And isn't it so interesting? Y'all will probably agree that when you're going through it, your world gets smaller and smaller and smaller, and it's disgusting. It's so isolating, it's alienating, and then I'm not my best. I'm like, what more do you want from me? You've got me isolated. You've got me completely down about myself. I'm questioning everything. You've said everything you could possibly weaponize. Now you're making up things. What more do you want from me? So I feel like at that point, you're like, okay, I'm good. I'll adopt children.
I did.
Hey, that's amazing. You
Well,
know what? And a lot of people don't want to do that. And I'm one of those souls that would love to do that. So
you'll know when it's when you're ready, call me. I got you.
Right.
Because that's
Okay,
a whole
perfect. See?
that's a whole process, and everyone's story there is different. But I love that you're speaking that way, because that's the hope on the other side of it. No matter what happened, that's the hope that you still have. That's what, I'm still going to build that house. I'm still going to have those kids. I'm still going to use those names. And then that leads me to your new song, or your song that you have out now. How does that sound? Which, by the way, the video is so pretty. It makes me want to, I don't know if that's in New Mexico or not, but I have New Mexico vibes.
Joshua Tree.
It is. Okay, dude. Yeah. It's so gorgeously shot. Go on YouTube and watch the video for How Does That Sound?
Dan Ham Creatives.
Oh my God, it's so
He
pretty.
ended up getting a sty in his eye because of all the sand blowing out there. So it was all worth it, Dan. It was all
Totally worth it. Totally worth it. But so that song, okay, so Woman of My Word came out in 2021, which was before this breakup. Obviously, you'd gone through another breakup of some sort then. We break up a lot until we find the one. It is what it is. And by the way, I think the one that we need to find is ourselves, and then that's all that matters, which you have done.
100%. Yeah.
But this song, How Does That Sound? I'm going to ask this quick question, then we're going to play a clip and we'll break it down more. But when I was listening to that, I'm like, you're in a place right now of you did go through not the heartbreak over him, because we've moved on from him, but it's the heartbreak of, oh, I thought that was my forever, and now I got to revamp what that looks like again, and that's frustrating. Been there, girl. But the idea of you're talking about, I want to. You're singing this song from a place where it sounds like you're really happy and in love, and knowing that it came out in your, unless you met someone else that I don't know, but you're singing it from that place.
I wrote this obviously over a year ago in Muscle Shoals. It was my first song I wrote with Gary Nichols, who's fantastic. He's also singing on the track. I was happily newly engaged. It might have been right before I was engaged.
So this is about him, and you put it out anyway, is what you're saying.
Well, we were going through the breakup, and when I say this downward spiral that happened started December, January, March, April. So obviously when you're uploading an album and getting things ready to roll out, we were setting the precedence of, this is going to be a beautiful, happy year. Here's my lovey-dovey song. It is a lovey-dovey song, but
it's great.
It's a very real song about connecting with somebody, getting lost, of here's all these things that we want to do together. And it's all about the simplicity. There's such a humbleness about that song, and a true, genuine love. And so obviously I thought we were there. So I wrote that song when I was extremely uplifted, excited, and poor Gary, he was going through a breakup, and or I don't even know if he was still dealing with like he had been through a divorce and I think her name was Morgan. So
Oh my God.
here we are in two different places. So now Gary's got like I think a great relationship going on. Like he's happy and stuff. It's just like, isn't that funny? So when I had to release How Does That Sound, I literally said to everybody online, I never thought that I would be releasing this song. Like, God, man makes plans and God laughs, and doesn't he? Because I'm having to release this song in the middle of such heartbreak. So that's why I started that healing journey, that just for accountability to myself, because I could not talk about this song like I was actually feeling the emotions and the lyrics of this song. Like, it's just not me. I can't do that. Like, I felt I think there was like one post that I was trying, and it was more about just like the visualizer. And then after that, I was like, I just need to be telling like. And the other problem was everybody was showing up at my shows saying congratulations on my engagement still, and I had posted like one thing, but that was it. I wanted to get through selling the house before I said anything, because it was just too much. Like, I couldn't handle people's opinions on top of, like, I had to cancel the wedding and send out all that information, get rid of like all the down payments. Some we didn't get rid of, like, just going
Well,
through
and I
all
saw
of that.
you still went to pick up your wedding dress and tried it on.
I had to, because we already paid for it, so you can't get that back. It's a custom dress type thing. I mean, women that have bought it know that. But for me, being an artist, I just knew that it had 3 pieces. So I was like, I just want to make sure they fit and nothing's wrong with it. And yeah, I just wanted to kind of also just go through, put the dress on that has nothing, and let it go. Like, just get rid of what, and we'll repurpose it. I'll wear it to something else. Like,
Listen, can I give you something to do? It's just an idea. I had a friend years ago. She was married and divorced, and they got divorced pretty quickly. She had a divorce party, which a lot of girls do, but I love what she did. She put on her dress, she went to the ocean, she walked into the ocean, unzipped it, and swam out of it in the ocean and watched the dress float away. And I was like, that is insane, and obviously such a cool visual. And she was like, I felt the release of it being like, it was like scattering the ashes of my relationship and letting them drift off to sea. And I love that. Okay, I want to play a clip now, Madison, if you will, of this song, How Does That Sound, which you can find now. Don't just stream it, download it wherever you get your music. Morgan Miles, How Does That Sound? When you listen to, we're going to play a clip of the song, but when you listen to this, everybody, just really feel the weight of her words. And remember, this was written when she thought she was in love, and then released when she was not in love. But to me, that really speaks of where her heart is, from a hopeful place, knowing that she will find this again one day. This is How Does That Sound from Morgan Miles.
I wanna wake up with the robins when the sun gives us a kiss. Sip the taste of morning on your lips.
never thought I'd written down or released, and then I did it anyway? Or it's something that you would be feeling right now? Because I'm really always intrigued by the things that it's like for instance, I have a song that I never thought I would write, then I never thought I would produce, and I definitely never thought I would release. And I did all those things. And the moment I released it, I was like, my gosh, I was making this experience way more precious than it needed to be. Like, just do it, write it, release it, move on.
Yeah.
Kind of seemed like the wedding dress and floating, swimming out of it. So, but is there something that you were like so precious around and held it so tender, and then you wrote it and you were like, why was I holding on so tightly?
Well, I don't know if this is the right one, but right after the breakup, I had a write with Rebecca Lynn Howard and Rachel Thibodeau, who I love. And you get 3 women in a room that have been through some relationships.
I've never heard that. That's great.
It was the day I found out that he was staying in town, leasing an apartment. All the things that I just felt was like, God, what was true? Was anything true? Was anything? Like, you never loved me.
That's like multiple personality crap right there.
Yeah, I know. I was, like I said, I've dodged a bullet.
Yeah.
I wrote a song with them called Nobody in Nashville Wants You Here. And of
I
course,
saw you performing that live at Whiskey Jam. So great.
Oh my gosh. So yeah, I think it's such a parody comedy song for me, because I'm like, if you don't laugh at the whole situation, how ridiculous it was, then you'll cry. So I made like a really funny song, and then my label was like, we got to record this. So even though it's not even part of like the album rollout, we are still releasing it because it's so like important to my life. Not important, it's just so like authentic to my life right now. And people love it. Like, I play it and people are just like, oh my God, they're dying laughing, they're hooting and hollering. So I'm like, I think it's just a very relatable song, because it just kind of goes back to the disrespect. I would never, ever have done that, nor would I want to be around it after I acted the way that, like, I would just wouldn't do that. Like, it's like, you got to move on, try to forgive yourself. You ain't getting it from me. I'm going to forgive you for myself, but I don't owe you nothing. But like, why would you
Nobody in
stay?
Nashville wants you here.
But nobody does. You have no connection to this town. So like, why would you sit and like bask in like the person you let out there at the end? Like, why would you even want to be around it? So that's what that song's about.
What do you think he like? Okay, let's give him the benefit of the doubt right now. I know that's going to be very hard for you, and rightfully so. But like, you did think that you loved this person, and so that you did see something positive in there. And I think at the end of the day, he's clearly got some issues he needs to deal with. But that being said, the good part in him, what if you were to put yourself in his shoes, if you were to write a song from his perspective, can you even fathom what that is? Like, and if somebody knowing what he's done and then hearing that song, what do you think his take would be? I'm sure he's heard it. He's following you.
No, I don't know.
You don't think so?
Guys, I don't know who we're really dealing with, to be honest. So I can't really tell you. My hope with that, he would look back and regret, but hopefully grow. Like, I don't want to be that person anymore. I don't want to hurt the next person ahead of me. So, and for me, it's hard because honestly, I don't want to give him any more time of day, but like, obviously the music and where social media is, I have to kind of give you guys the narrative of what stuff's about. And I know it's a relatability factor, but to be honest, like, I'm done talking about him. But
yeah.
I will try to empower other women. I will try to be as vulnerable and open as possible, so that like, that you're not alone, and that guys do a lot of stuff that we just don't agree with. And women do too. I'm not going to say, I mean, there's a lot of men that have gone through so much too. I mean, I feel for you, but I think it's like, the message is like, here is these songs. So back in like, really up until a year ago, we could release music. And when I write music, it's not just for me. It's for me to connect with y'all so that you can take it and you can, make it your own, and you try to guess what happened. So,
yeah.
I don't know, but honestly, Lindsay, like, I don't know his side of the story because it was all over the place of like, I still don't know why I became this person you absolutely hated. And like, but yet would have probably never ended it. I had to be the one to end it. So I think it was just like he just was losing himself in the process, or whoever he was trying to be. He just was not ready. He was telling himself he should be ready, but he's wrestling with so many insecurities. And instead of owning the insecurities and working through them, he's being defensive and he's putting them on other people. And that's as simple as I can say it, because it was like, I think I was asking a lot of questions in a very empathetic way to figure out how I could be a better future wife and understand what the issues were, what are the problems, but there was no patience. And then for me, when someone can't have any empathy for me and can't have any patience for me, like what am I getting out of this too? Like, I have to have support too. Like, you can't even understand that, like, simple little things, or having the patience to figure out these stepping stones so that we can become a balanced couple. Like, you're not even close to even understanding what that could possibly mean. But that's where I was like, we are so on different levels here at this point.
And thank you, Jesus, for letting you see it now.
Exactly.
Rather than
So
later.
honestly, I would hope his song would, if he was writing a song from his perspective of like, he messed up and he regrets it. That's my hope. I don't think I did anything that was so ungodly, unforgivable. I would never talk to his parents like that. There was so many boundaries crossed when I thought we were doing the right thing. I really did. I don't know. So either way, I don't care. I don't want to know. And to be honest, you dated a songwriter, you dated a touring musician, you dated a female. So you knew that I was highly out there in the public, being vulnerable, being honest. So to act the way you did and think that it wasn't going to end up in music so that I can empower others is crazy.
Yeah,
It's crazy.
Well, it's a good time to shift to Que Sera Serenade, by the way, too, because what will be will be, and it's really fun. I want to play a clip of this song too because it's out now, and it's fun to see you having fun, especially. I mean, I think you're such what you're doing by putting yourself online. Not even about him, whatever the breakup. Just I'm talking about your life in general. Like, you let people in your life, which makes them understand you and your music better, and then lets them go ahead then and put their own spin on it. But so to see you dancing and twirling and singing my Que Sera Serenade, and knowing that no matter what's happened in your life, you can be looking forward to what's coming next, I think is a really powerful, promising thing for everyone out there, and a good reminder that if you're going to be a fan of Morgan's, that means you're going to have to dust yourself up and keep on going as well. And that's what she's really practicing, what she's preaching. She's practicing what she preaches.
You gotta persevere. Yeah.
Let's play a clip of this. Tell me real quickly about writing Que Sera Serenade.
Wrote this one with Gary too. It was the very last track that we wrote for the album. I didn't even know if it was gonna make it.
While he was going through his divorce, right?
Yeah,
or going
probably.
Through a breakup.
But it was like, so I was okay. So we wrote 80 songs. We were Miss Shoals. I was really into a lot of like Bruce Springsteen. I was trying to think of more up tempos, and I just like acoustic driving songs and anthems. And on my way to Muscle Shoals, all of a sudden I was singing Que Sera, and I was like, that's so weird. It like has serenade, Sarah, serenade, and like that's pretty much my thinking. And then when we sat down to write, it was like it was truly my story of perseverance and my faith. And like, so this song is a release. It's of healing in such an uplifting, like for me, you've got like the reason when you can become super grateful, and the way that you can become the better person and be more connected to God and more connected to your faith is when you've hit the rock bottom, the lows, these things that are so challenging in life. And then you put your hands on the wheel and you keep going. And what will be, because we have to give it to God sometimes. We're trying so hard to control everything, and I wrestle with that so hard. But again, it's a song that what I'm trying to teach myself, and it's like I should listen to this damn song every morning I get up so that I go, oh yeah, it's about giving it to Him again. Like, stop trying to control every part of your life as best that you can, And I think it's, the more out of control we feel, the more like restless we get. So this song is about let it go, give it to God. He has you. Trust him.
Flow over force. Flow over force. Let the force that is God take
Yeah.
control. This is K. Sarah Serenade. Morgan Miles. You can go to morganmileslive.com to hear more. Hit it, Madison, with a T.
Hit it.
I've been lost in the ocean, drowning in my dreams. Oh, I
What will be, will be. That's Morgan Miles. You can find out more. We're almost out of time. We just have about a minute or two left with you, Morgan. So I wanna wrap up here by saying, or by asking rather, if we're gonna go back to our journal, go back to the book of your life that is right now, because you're in a new chapter of life. What do you think this chapter of your life would be titled? Chapter whatever it is right now. Does it have a title? It can be a long title too, by the way. If you want.
Okay, a chapter of my life right now after all this.
A chapter title or a song title, either one.
I think honestly, I think it's okay to still be figuring it out, and it's okay. Like, it's okay. Like, stop being so hard on yourself. We have all these expectations on ourselves so much, and we're so hard on ourselves, and it's okay to not be okay, and it's okay to not know, and you'll figure it out. But sometimes you just gotta, like I said, I'm in a state of really going, I need to realign with everything. So that's why I'm really looking forward to like my self-timber.
Self-timber. I love that for you. I'm going to send you a self-timber care package, actually. Just something popped in my mind.
I'll take it. Yes.
Yeah, her address, if anyone else would like to send it, is 552. No. Morgan Miles, everybody, thank you so much for being guest 7 on We Should Write. The title of this is Still Working Out the Kinks, but still here. We're still figuring it out as well as Morgan Miles.
Aren't we all?
MorganMilesLive.com. Thank you, friend. I think you're a badass. I really
You're a badass.
appreciate you sharing yourself with the world. I know it's part of who you are. It's no choice. That's just what your soul says. Camila Cabello said of you on The Voice that you sing with your soul and you make people feel. And I don't think there's a better compliment that could be said outside of course, having an incredible voice. You do something to people's souls. I've seen that on stage. I feel that with you here today. So thank you for being who you are. Keep on being on, and I'll marry you in my next
life. I
life.
needed to hear that. I appreciate you. Love you. Thanks,
I love
guys.
you too, friend. Thanks for being here. We Should Write is produced by me. And over there, Madison with the T, brought to you by the good people of Radio Nemo. Go to radionemo.com/We Should Write to find out more. Let me know who you want to hear next. Probably Morgan Miles again, I would guess. Thanks, girl. Have the best day.
Bye, you too. Bye, y'all.